Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Why are you smiling over there, 3Z? Welcome back to NASL Season 3 and Week 5, and it's a special week for everybody today. One, yes, I'm back hosting the desk. KOAT will be back for the post show, but we got a special little X-Lore themed day for you. I got the two X-Goats right now next to me, or this way. 3Z and Dropletto. Arguably some of the two, if not, not even debatably right now, the two best X players actively playing the character. So I'm pretty excited to have you guys on. And I mean, you two are playing each other this week. As you can see, match 5, the match of the week, gonna be a banger. I mean, 3Z, how you feeling about this match? Just a couple little words. How you feeling about the match? And will you be doing an X mirror?
I mean, we must for the culture, for the people. Everyone wants to see it.
Okay.
We will be doing an X mirror. These guys are going to ban Kazan like they always do. So, hey, we'll get it done.
Yeah, Dropletto, is that correct? Are you going to be banning Kazan in this series? How are you doing as well? I mean, I can't leave you out here. And are you going to be locking in X as well? I mean, actually, that's not really a question. That's all you can play. But
I mean, if X is open, I just lock it in. It's so easy. I'll be happily banning Kazan for like the 8th time this season. With a big smile on my face, I could finally play like the first X mirror of the season.
all right. Well, I think everyone else is also excited to see this X mirror. And one thing, I was cooking up some stuff. What should I do for X week yesterday because I'm a busy man and I can't be bothered to think about this weekend any other day of the week. So I came with a little game show, put up a little bit, 30 minutes ago, whipped up a couple little productions, little Google Slides action, and I got a little game show for you. It's in the works. No, there's no name for it yet, but boom. Here's the first slide, and how this is going to work, as you can probably see here, is I'm going to tell you which one would you lock in if you, no context, no other awakenings, we'll say like set 1, no context, just in a vacuum. Which one would you lock in? 3Z, we'll start with you. Super Surge or Chrono Boost? Which one are you locking in?
Locking in Chrono Boost.
Any reasoning for that?
It gives me like a little second on my ult, so I can space glide a little longer.
All right. I mean, that's fine if that's all. If it's that simple, that's fine. Yeah.
I got the Jordans on. I'm going Chrono. Maybe if
right.
I've got the gloves on, I'm going Super Surge. Other than that,
And then known Super Surge enjoyer himself, Dropletto. I'm assuming you're locking in the Super Surge here, but I'm curious to hear your reasoning on everything.
I mean, I think Super Surge is just a little stupid. X Dash has some of the biggest numbers in the game, and it gets just a pretty sizable 30% increase in damage. Hits really hard. You can find some really cheesy kills with it. I just think Chrono Boost kind of sucks. I don't know. You get a single punch on ult.
hey,
Like the buff duration nerfs kind of hurt.
Hey, argue if
Just
you
one
want
straight.
to. Have you got something to say, 3Z?
he's not wrong, but listen, got the Jordans on. Okay, that extra punch does wonders. All right, space gliding with the X ult. Hey, sometimes you just need one more punch.
Now, just because I'm curious as I thought of it, if you had Castellass already, would it be Chrono every time? Or are you still locking in Super Surge, Dropletto?
I think it more depends if I have Spec or 1-2.
Okay.
I don't even like
cast.
Yeah.
Mid.
Guess that's
mid.
not that great.
I also think it's mid. I'm just, who cares what I think? I'm probably the 10th best X right now. Slide 2. Let's go to slide 2. I think this will be a little more interesting because a little more variation because they're both really good. They're both BIS. But which one would you lock in if they were both in front of you and you had to make a choice? Dropletto, we'll start with you. Quick strikes.
I'm gonna go with
specialized training.
I'm gonna go with Spec. It kind of depends on whether or not I have slick kicks, because if I have slick kicks, oh yeah, we're space gliding with quick strike slick kicks, or any other really stupid combination like Egoist or Fight or Flight. But Spec, if you have one or two other awakenings to go with it, like 1-2 punch, any buff duration. Like if I had Spec, I'd go Chrono Boost possibly, but it just lets X kind of go out of control.
All right, I don't know if 3Z's here. His camera is frozen. 3Z
no.
Breezy, are you still alive or is he gone? He ate one bite of that egg and chicken or whatever it was burrito, and he just completely disappeared.
Nope. He is gone.
Hey, well, we're gonna riff a little bit without him here. I guess impromptu questions just while we wait for him to come back. Wait for a little bit of a 3Z Breezy confirmation on what's going on. accidents can happen, stream. Ladies and gentlemen, on the viewers, this is a live show. It's not planned. Things can happen. But I guess drop a little question. I guess we can kind of talk about this. So you mentioned, with slick kicks and everything. When are you locking in slick kicks comparatively to, wand or van braces? When are you locking in those slick kicks? I know you like it a lot. Sometimes it can feel a bit greedy.
No, I agree. It's slick kicks is definitely like an ego pick. I won't lie. It is so easy to kill X that when you lock in slick kicks, you just assume, oh yeah, I'm gonna dodge every single ability they throw at me, and I'll be a-okay. Which, I'll be real, does not happen very often. I just, I should. Vamp races, I think, just get a huge ton of value. X is so good at hitting like multiple people at once, which lets them really get a lot of value out of vamp races.
Gotcha. I'm hearing some mic volume from the 3Z here. Are you back, 3Z?
All right.
Are you here?
Came to my crib.
Are we back?
I'm with the 1v6 X lore, so we're.
Okay. You're not on the stream, but it's okay. You can talk while we get this figured out. You're playing X, right? You got to lock in quick strikes or specialized training. What are you locking in here?
If I'm going like a damage build, like if I have like 1-2, or if I have like, I don't know, like size, I'm probably going spec. I like spec a lot. I was kind of like I don't know. I took spec on accident one time in the X Mirror Castellast versus spec start, and I had like a grillion more KOs and a grillion more damage than Palmy. And ever since then, I've never really looked back. I'm like such a knockback enjoyer on X. It's kind of scary. Like, I don't really sit on people and ult them. That shit's boring as fuck. I play X kind of like Julie. So yeah, I think spec is really good. Obviously, if I have slick kicks or like egoist, fight or flight, I'm going quick strikes. But yeah, it just depends.
Gotcha. And then we got one more here. We're gonna make this one a little quick as we are, running a little bit over right now, just because we started a bit late. But pre-show's gotta have its time. This one I kind of labbed up a little bit here. It's a little interesting. I know there's different reasonings for when you take this, so I'm going to be very strict with this. Just choose your favorite one. I'm a beer with this. We're just gonna go through it. 3Z, big fish or heavy impact? Without a second thought, which one are you choosing? What's your favorite one? If you have a little explanation, go ahead as well.
Big fish, because I'm always feeling like a big fish. I know heavy impact gives a lot of CDR, but size is really good on X for your strikes, especially if you have slick kicks or even like Van Race lets you proc, siphoning. Yeah, it's super good.
All right, Tropletto, anything new?
Also feeling like a big fish. Yeah. It's not even like just X. I just love size. It's so awesome.
That's all you need. I am in agreement with you here. We want to take a quick look. We'll kind of transfer over here. Quick look at the standings real quick. Just, sum up some stuff here. And then we'll go straight into predictions and get into the first game. We see Demons Raw 4-0. Can these guys lose? Apparently not. It's a little bit crazy. Still doing well. Core Overflow, not Core Overthrow, not quite yet. EKC, Eris Kitten Club, Sad Boys, 3-1, looking pretty stable here. Last call Bozo Bunch, 2-2. We'll see if one of those changed today. And then the little 7th place tiebreaker, Sundubu, Oshi, Bun Bun, and then Quest sadly sitting at that 0-4. 3Z, what are your thoughts? On your team, obviously being 1-3 now, how comfortable are you going into this later half of the season? And you think you guys can make a comeback given your schedule?
Yeah, we're super comfy. We had a good weekly yesterday too. Kind of vibing out, playing some stuff. We looked good against Sad Boys. We looked good against Demons. So we're ready for Bozo this week, and then what comes next after that.
And then Dropletto, Bozo Bunch 2-2. Obviously, 2-2, not biased or anything, but a pretty respectable standing, I think, to be at that 2-2. Especially with like the schedule and how hard a lot of these teams are. Looking at the rest of your schedule going further, how comfortable are you kind of scaling into this late game into the NASL late season?
Feeling pretty good. I don't know the exact dates for any of our matches, but I think we should be able to claim a few more victories, and I think we have pretty high upset potential, in my opinion.
Okay. All right, we'll see how these things rock out. And then one more question. Do we think Demons Raw is going undefeated again this year? I don't think they are. I think they're going to lose to an unspecified team in week 7. 3Z, do you think they're going undefeated here?
They played Cow yet?
No, actually, I don't think they have.
So
They
I
haven't
think
played
that
Cal.
game is going to be super interesting. You guys almost beat them, or I thought you were going to. That's at points. Um, so I don't necessarily know. I mean, those guys sometimes they goof around, and it might end up costing them a series. It hasn't yet, but it might. So
Tripletta, you think they're going? You think they're going 9-0?
It's definitely possible, but there's so many scary teams in Nassau that it's pretty reasonable that one team could show up on their A game and just take a game off demons or take a full set.
Alrighty. Well, those are the standings going into today. And now, without further ado, we'll get into the predictions. I'm gonna try to make this a little quick, like I said. So limit the answers here, the yapping to a minimum, gentlemen. I know I promised that you could yap, but looks like you two are looking to focus up and be friendly today, which I honestly do not mind at all. And get this predictions chart open here. We'll start with the second match of the day and then come back to the first one. Oshi versus Boys, the second match of the day. This one, I actually think is going to be a lot more interesting. I think Oshi's been looking a lot better recently. Obviously, I'm kind of inclined to say that, but and Sad Boys losing last week as well. Granted, it was 2 Cal, so it's not really an easy matchup. So, Drepletto, who do you think's taken this one, and why?
As much as I love Oshi, I've been a Sad Boys fan for basically this entire time, so I'm gonna have to give it to them.
And I will say, Vaughn is not playing. It is Mystic, I believe, that's going to be subbing in. Does that change your answer at all?
Nah, they've got my favorite player, Bells. I mean,
Okay.
it's a Sad Boys sweep.
Gotcha. 3Z, anything here?
hey, if this is a upset that can happen, it might just, you know what I mean? Mystic subbing in. He's been on his TTJ arc, knowers know, the pro league on the forward roll. Congrats to Mystic. But
Okay.
hey, midfield, it's the heart of the team in Omega Strikers. Okay, you need to be rock solid. And I don't know, Mystic's been playing a lot of brawler, so we'll see how well he can compete in the midfield. Obviously playing midfield in NASA. But how's that going so far? Just
I actually don't know,
just
but
kidding. Just kidding.
oh,
I
they
love
haven't won a
Mystic.
game
I
yet,
love
right?
Mystic, man.
Ooh.
Hey,
All right,
I'm
who
gonna
you
go
going?
Oshi
Oshi
here.
boys.
I'm gonna go
Oshi. Okay. I actually am gonna go Oshi as well. I think they can catch a lot of people off guard, and I don't think Bells can mirror the Kazan right now. I think Miri's really good at it, and I think it'll either force a ban out or it's gonna go through, and I think it's gonna carry them to victory. We'll see here going into the next little matchup here.
Also, like
Rob,
one quick note.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Bells and Vaughn. It's like this. Right.
Yeah.
Without Vaughn, Bells is like, I don't know, not as compatible with other midfielders. Anyway,
Yeah, ignore the
keep it
tournament
moving.
win with Kainoob yesterday.
Yeah, keep it moving. Okay,
Rob
well
versus
that's
EKC. Yeah, I know. I'm just
that's
kidding. Rob versus EKC 3Z. While you're spitting, I'm going to let you keep going.
All
Rob
right.
versus EKC. Is there an upset here from EKC?
Now these guys do not like EKC, so they're gonna be playing well today. I don't think a lot of teams like EKC just in general, how they play and stuff. It's nothing personal. It just is what it is. So I'm gonna go demons here. They're gonna boss up today. I mean, they invented damage meta, kind of like they brought it to the forefront of our scene. Straight from EU to NA. So yeah, I think demons just play their style better, and they're gonna win.
Repletto, a known hater of one, if not both of these teams, actually. Which team's taking it today? Are Demons going 5-0 here?
Yeah, I'm gonna say demons. I'm still a little miffed about our loss to EKC last night. I'll be real. I do not like damage. Get me out of here.
All right. I'm gonna go Demons as well. I think they're just looking way too on form. I think EKC does have a shot though, but it's gonna be really hard. I think Demons it makes no sense. These guys are way too good for zero reason. And then our next match, I'm excited for this one personally. Let's see here. There we go.
Yeah.
Bun Bun versus Last Call. I mean, I'm
no.
not gonna really weigh I'm just gonna do this real quick. Dropletto, who's taking this one? And you don't need to stroke my ego. Please just tell me your honest thoughts. Just be honest.
I'm gonna go with Last Call. I played with
Oh,
Fresh in Team Player Tuesday. I never really thought about how good he was, but this guy is insane. He will hold things that you would never think a Finny could hold.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, this Fresh guy, ridiculous. 3Z, any new thoughts here? Who do you think's taking this one? Can it be? I mean, I'd say possibly a Bun Bun upset. Would that happen, or is it going to be a last call victory? What do you think here?
1-1 were looking good yesterday.
They were.
I think they showed the win con. Kind of just got to ban Rasmus. Looking to ban Rasmus. In terms of their other characters, a lot of teams just played better. Amy, goalie, played better. They had Lillybun on like Dubu and Atlas yesterday. Kind of some finesse lore there. Just procure to Scyther over and over again. Hold that wall. We are in the Juno. Formidable, but not unbeatable. Also on the now. So I'm going to give this the last call. Ultimately, I think your guys' style kind of just wins against a defensive goalie. So, yeah.
Gotcha. And then obviously for your match, I mean, we don't even need to be here long. Let me just do it for you guys real quick. Let's see here. Let's see. Instead of talking about why you guys are going to win, you should convince me why I should think you're going to win. 3Z, go.
All right. Well, it's simple. We have the better X player.
Dropletto, go.
I mean, it's simple. Our X plays on WASD and not MOBA. It's that easy.
Oh,
Ooh, okay. I mean, you kind of won my heart with that one. I mean, I kind of hate MOBA. I think it's broken. I think it needs to be removed.
Broken like it's super good.
Like it's way too good. I think
the best forward NA for most of the game's history hasn't played on MOBA, guys.
Honestly, in all thoughts, I'm just excited to see you guys' game. I actually don't know who's gonna win. I think it's gonna be really close. I'm excited to see it. Oh, I think I broke it. Oh, I did not break it. Let's go. And now for the match that we're going to get into momentarily, actually very shortly. I think I'm getting yelled at here in a second. Quest versus Cow. Dropletto, hurry up, go, quick.
Core Overflow. Woo! They play insane.
Core Overflow, boom. All right, 3Z, anything happen here? Can Quest upset real quick or no? Is it not happening?
Feeling like a cow today. Move.
All right, I broke it, so I actually can't put Cow for your thing. I'm gonna put Cow here too. I hope Quest can get a dub, but it's looking like the odds are stacked against him. Your K-Bot, I'm sorry I broke your slide, but that is the end of the pre-show. I hope you guys enjoyed a little special X lore week. A little rush towards the end, but we're going to be getting into Quest Esports versus Core Overflow in just a second here. I believe we actually have Gordo and Brickbat on that cast. So thank you, 3Z, Drop. I appreciate you guys being on. Good luck in your games. Get some rest. I know 3Z, you woke up bright and early for this one. So go and get you a little nappy if you need it. Get yourself a little warm up, and we'll see you guys out there on the pitch later. And I guess Gordo, I mean, you can take us away.
Thank you very much, Borg, and thank you to everybody on the desk. Welcome, everybody, to week number 5, as I've been informed, of Nassel Season 3. My name's Gordo. I'm joined by Brickbat for the early window today. We're going to be walking you guys through the first couple of games that are going to start on off the week. And we're going to lead things off with Quest Esports taking on Core Overflow. Both of these teams kind of coming off big victories in a way in the last week. Core Overflow coming in with a win off the Sad Boys. Quest Esports with their first game win in Nassel, now going to try to turn that into a full-on series.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully, even though you don't win a series, you gain a bit of momentum. Of course, Core Overflow, a win off the Sad Boys is going to be, I feel like, the heavy favorites coming to this match. But I think the team at the bottom is always going to be the hungriest, looking for that win. So who knows what could happen today.
Absolutely. And yeah, I understand that sounds a little bit BM, but I'm actually completely unironically saying it's a big deal to win your first game and to be able to prove that you could do it, that you could take, 3 of 5 sets and win an independent game of Omega Strikers. That's got to be kind of eating away at you when you haven't been able to get that done so far. So hopefully that's going to be a little bit of a hurdle for them to get over, especially as they are one of those teams that does come into the back half of the season with a lot easier of a schedule. They played Sad Boys right off the bat. They played Demon's Raw right off the bat. They're playing Core Overflow right now. Can only go up from there. Can only get easier matchups from that point onward for the last couple of weeks as we round things out. But first, they are going to have to take down Core Overflow, the new hot team coming in, having won that matchup against the Sad Boys. Do also want to call out Quest Esports. They've got Sloopin in for Toasty Local today. So we've got Slop and Sloop in the same game. That's going to be a bunch of fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we do see that respect ban to the Luna being sent out and a now ban in response coming out. I think that this character has received a ton of attention from the high level community just with the recent buffs given to the character. I think that it's been a bit of a dominating force in the midfield, but we won't be seeing that as it is Amy's app. So both teams are going to be elected to go into that Juliet Rasmus forward, and they're deciding here the Atlases as well coming to this one.
Yeah, so it's going to be some comparable compositions. Got a couple of Rasmuses, Rasmi, whatever we want to call them, and we are going to be frequently expecting to see those on the Amy's app. So taking a look, starting Awakenings, looks like some Egoists taken across the board for the side of Core Overflow, whereas we got one Egoist, two Monumentalist on the side of Quest here.
Yeah, and Egoist has been one of those Awakenings that I feel like we just can't escape lately. It's had such a huge presence in basically every draft it's showed up in. It's huge and game warping when it's been a starting Awakening. We saw a lot of that in the tournament yesterday. And going into it, though, I think it's a bit interesting, though, to see it counterbalanced by the Monumentalist, especially on Imy's app, where kind of the Rasmus pull and just being able to pull farther is a huge win con in that in those situations where, you know, the hooks are flying out and you're trying to get some fishes going. But Egos is still just it's so defining, it's so meta warping, and it is so big it's so hard to deal with in a lot of situations, especially when you've got three of them. So I'm just wondering how Quest Esports will be dealing with that.
Absolutely. Here, there's going to be a flip coming out of Slop, as neither team has been able to push their way in towards the barrier yet. We're already at overtime. There's going to be the first KO found by Joker. A nice little death touch into the center ring there. Going to be able to open up the goal at the same time. Goes in for the flip, takes the shot, and Sloop going to have his flip slammed back in his face by Leo. First goal coming through to Core Overflow.
Yeah, nice little touch from Leo Leon to get that core in. And when you have an Egoist start, especially when one team is elected to select three Egoists, you have to pay attention to those energy meters. And what we're looking at right now is Leo Leon half bar away from getting an Egoist proc, which on the Juliet, if coordinated with that dash punch, can basically send it through most characters in the game. Of course, Atlas is one of the characters that can do those miraculous saves if given the opportunity, but it's going to be really, really hard. That being said, Sloopin's looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, no, really great block there, especially with the Cosmic Expanse, using that to push the core up towards the top, keep that barrier defended, and give his team some more time to play with. But Joker's been controlling his top side so effectively, really putting out some pressure, really kind of taking that 1v1 up against Hamster Quest, sneaks the core past him again there. There's going to be a KO found on the other side. I think it was Leo just getting the Juliet v Juliet push into the center. Now looking for a little bit of an opportunity to try to break on, open that barrier. Good defense from Sloop, though. Going to continue to stop them from really being able to get too much done. Finally sneaks it past him, gets it on the inside, and is going to be able to open on up the goal. Now try to turn that into a score. Joker going to have access to that Egoist prop and that flip very, very soon. Just needs one or two more strikes, maybe a little bit of damage towards the allies. Another pendulum swing going to take it down. There's the proc, there's the shot, and Joker going to be able to take it up 2-0.
Yeah, Sloopin played really well there, getting some really nice defenses against Leo Leon, but it just felt like the core never crossed the midfield line, and because of that, it was really only a matter of time before, you know, the Joker and Leo Leon found their opportunity, found the ability to get through, and that's just going to keep up. I feel like it's going to be very, very hard for Quest Esports to nab that win that they want.
Yeah, getting some aggression, though, early. They do manage to open on up the goal. Are going to do it at the cost of their own Juliet. The defense from Sloop still going to buy them that additional time, and having access to that flip going to keep Sloop on the defense as well. Switch already respawned now, coming back out of that spawn to try to see what they can move towards the bottom with. It's going to be nearly a KO found by Leo up against Hamster Quest. Sloop going in with the strike shot just to try to keep things pushed up. Switch ready to receive on the top. Doesn't get their hands on it that time. Brawling up with Joker. So that goes over to Leo, who has access to the Egoist, going to use that energy burst, not quite finding its way onto the core, but going to push back Switch anyway. Joker now pushing on up with his own Egoist proc, goes for his own flip, trying to get it onto the barrier, but not going to be able to open things up. Sloop with another great block, another great astral projection to clear it past Leo and keep him low on stagger. Leo sending it back over to Joker, going for that other shot, but again, Switch has just been locked down, been pushing it back on away, and Sloop will not let anything pass.
Yeah, and again, just such good defense coming out from Sloopin, and they Switch and Hamster Quest need to convert this very soon, which it looks like they're about to do right now with the core flip, but no, it's going to be blocked away by Slop.
Very good stuff from Slop. These two goalies have been very, very good in their placements, but that is going to be a pendulum swing from Joker. Negates the effect of that astral projection and will take a 3-0 set for Core Overflow.
Yeah, and again, just the difference I feel like in offensive pressure right now is really coming out, but a little bit of a silver lining. It does look like Sloopin will be the person who has access to the twin drive, and with specialized training missile propulsion, I just feel like, yeah, Joker's just going to go for that spec training. It's really strong. Of course, it's the Rasmus that's getting an IME zap. It's something that you're basically always going to go for. You're not going to be even looking at anything else. So the twin drive does fall to Sloopin, and we'll see if that adds an extra kind of lifeline for Quest Esports coming in this next set. But again, specialized trading on Rasmus is always going to be something to watch out for.
Yeah, Joker going to have to be that big threat that you're looking at to produce power plays, to create advantageous situations, and to force out evasives there from Hamster Quest. But Hamster Quest is going to be the one that finds the KO early and turns that right into a goal. He does it all on his own.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I've been counting correctly, I'm pretty sure that's the first hook KO that Quest has found so far this game, and they were immediately able to transfer a goal into it. So if the defense from Sloopin is able to hold and Hamster Quest starts getting those opportunities for his team, which fortunately, as I say, that doesn't look like they'll be getting one for at least another 10 seconds. Quest Esports do have the ability to come back in this game, but it's not going to be looking so good as already two members are off the map.
Yeah, double power play here. Hamster Quest back alive. Leo going to be passing back and forth here. Going to be trying to find a play alongside Joker. There's going to be the push up towards the top. The Cosmic Expanse going to delay things a little bit. Should have access to another one of those with that twin drive before too long. Leo pushing up once again. Joker finds another KO. Hamster Quest going to respond in turn. It's a 2-on-2 now as Hamster Quest finds a vulnerability from Slop. Going to be able to open up the goal. Looking to push for more. Leo nearly takes him out, though, into the goal box. Switch back up, as is Joker, to keep things going. The strike shot, though, nearly finds its way into the goal. Good move from Slop there, nearly taking it all the way in, but Sloop been able to get back to it in the end to be able to keep up the defense. Another KO now found. This one going on over to Quest and keeping that power play going. Pass down to Hamster Quest, who's going to try to turn it into a shot. Cosmic Expanse clears it back out, and Leo just running back and forth, trying to find the core any which way he can and buy time for Joker to be able to respawn.
Yeah, and right now we see Leo Leon does have that Egress proc. If he just gets his hand on the core, that might be a goal, but now it's going to be defended away by Sloopin. We'll see Switch SSB, Hamster Quest, now the opportunity. But that missile propulsion on strike shot as well from Sloth is going to be a lot of offensive pressure, so maybe that'll be the extra kind of thing needed to crack the wall that Sloopin's been so far, I think.
Yeah, really great death touch positioning there from Hamster Quest as well, but wow, Leo using that extra speed from the overtime just rockets it up from midfield, and no response can be staged in time. That twin drive, you run out of Cosmic Expanses eventually, not going to be possible to defend that one.
Yeah, on top of that, the 1-2 plus the overtime, yeah, it just makes it so hard to defend, especially for a poor Atlas in an open net. It's just so hard to find the mobility, the momentum to just get those saves. You really can't do that much, and right now, do have a flip, but it's actually going to be caught by Leo Leon, but hey, lucky angle lets it be cleared anyways.
Yeah, again, they'll be thanking the RNG a little bit there as it manages to push on up and around the barrier, nearly really getting through there with a full frontal assault just towards the astral projection, just continually shooting into that terrain until eventually they get it past. Joker finding a KO on the other side. That's the goalie. This is going to be a tough defense for Hamster Quest, and it's going to go right past him.
Yeah, and hey, that's the core overflow that we've started to come to know and love. Basically, Leo Leon and the Joker playing so aggressive, getting those opportunities, making sure that it feels, at some points, I feel like hopeless for the enemy team to be coming back right now, as Leo Leon has a flip here and probably a whole plethora of cooldowns already gets ascended out. That's one Cosmic Expanse sent. The dash, which actually gets a KO as well. What can Leo Leon could do no wrong?
Yeah, dude, he is really being able to continuously take them out over and over and over again. That 1-2 punch giving him that little bit of extra KO power, and they've taken full advantage of it, juggling off the bottom, sending it past Switch into the goal for set number 2. Core overflow now on set point.
Yeah, and I think at the end of that set right there, we saw the level difference. Level 3 for Switch, about to hit the level 4, but still level 6 for Leo Leon, which I think is such a huge difference. And even though there's a lot of good things on the board here for Leo Leon on the pick, that being said, Deadeye is in the hands of Hamster Quest now, which is much needed yoink range on that death touch. That being said, that's a missile propulsion rapid fire Atlas with strike shot. So there's going to be even more of that offensive pressure coming into this game. So interested to see what we could see here, as right now it looks like Switch SSB basically has to deal with the scraps left over from draft.
Yep. Heavy impact for Joker as well, going to give him that little bit of extra force. Leo Leon going for the quick strikes over anything different, but is going to have a little bit less damage, but is going to get those egoist procs a little bit faster that way, so definitely going to be looking forward to seeing what he can do on that, as the KO has already been found, by the way. Core Overflow just taking it right into the goal. Really huge shot there from Joker. I have no idea how he snagged that out of the air. Oh, it was Slop. That's
Slop,
how.
yeah,
It wasn't
strike
Joker.
shot.
It was Slop. It was the strike shot. I was going to say, that's way too far away for Rasmus to have touched the core. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's missile propulsion strike shot for you. Basically, the goalie's sitting at the midfield, and all of a sudden they just win the critical strike war to take the entire goal. And if you are able to pull that off, you're feeling really, really good coming into the next point, especially. And one thing I want to mention too is that heavy impacts on Rasmus is something that, especially as the deny away from Julie, is just so good. You're often hitting 2+ things, basically every ability minus the death touch, so you can get a lot of damage coming out, especially because those abilities themselves are impacts. They're going to benefit from that extra damage, and ooh, might not even need that extra power right now, as the Yoink is going to be taking Sloopin off the stage.
Great whiplash there from Joker, sends it right back into the barrier. Now 2v1, Hamster Quest trying to keep up that defense. Switch going to be able to help out as well, and they are going to be able to save it in time for Sloopin to respawn. Another good save from Hamster Quest, going to give them time to get back to full power before they end up giving up this goal, but they are not letting up for the side of Core Overflow, continuing to push it towards the top. Another KO for Leo Leon, another goal for Joker.
Yeah, that's so rough to see if you are on the receiving end of basically just getting dash punch. You're so focused on the core, you're so focused on the pressure that the Joker is providing that you just don't even see this Juliet walk up slowly and dash punch you. And even though that's a good revive coming out from Sloopin, good reaction times, it's looking bad for Quest Esports.
Yeah, there's going to be another flip right in melee range. How does Slop save that? Another barrier avoids going down. They are finally going to find it there. Hamster Quest now passing it back over to Switch, trying to find themselves a little bit of play back in this game number 1, as it is looking dire. They go for the dash punch, and they send it into the goal. Slop can't save it that time. Switch going to be able to put Quest on the board.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice dash punch to secure it, using that extra super surge range, I think, to be a little bit of an extra mix-up on a Slop, which, when you are against, you know, an Atlas like that, having that extra, having that single extra option really can make the difference between getting a goal and simply getting the core stuffed away by a creation. But that being said, this is a bit of a hill for Quest Esports to overcome, so we'll see if they'll be able to bring it back.
Absolutely. Here, passing back to Joker. Joker brawling with Switch. Going to take Switch to about half stagger, going back over to Leo. Another great save off of that Cosmic Expanse. Slop going to not have quite the same luck. Going to be able to keep up the same defense with the strike anyway. Pushing forward on towards the top now. Cosmic Expanse can't save it forever. Another flip sent backwards by Leo. KO found onto the Rasmus. Back to Joker, and that's the game. Core Overflow takes set 3-1. They're going to take it 3-0.
Yeah, and just basically one single slip up, letting in that one goal that Switch SSB was able to find. But other words, I feel like that was just, you know, that's just a Tuesday for Core Overflow. It feels like they played to their strengths, they played the composition well, they got triple egoist, and they were able to use that effectively, especially because the enemy team wasn't able to or didn't pick the same sort of awakening. And just like that, that's an Amy Zap game going the way of Core Overflow.
Absolutely. Really, really good start there on Amy's app for Core Overflow. Didn't quite see what the map picks were going to be here. I didn't know if that was their pick or if that was Quest's pick, but regardless, that is going to be a solid win in the books for them, and they're going to be riding hot coming into game number 2, looking for another win to take them up to 4-1 here in Nassau.
Yeah, and I think on the side of Quest Esports, even though this is looking like a really, really hard series to beat, we are, past the midway point here in the series. If you want to make that Oshino core flip from Season 2 run, you got to start picking up momentum now. And even though you might not get the series win here, if you put yourself in a good position to win the next week, to, bring that back for the next 4 wins, then you do have a shot at playoffs. But I should have even talked about this next week. This series is not over yet. Quest Esports is still here. They've still got another opportunity to beat Core Overflow here, and we'll see what we can get coming into this next map here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them. I mean, we knew coming into the day this is a pretty tough matchup for Quest to be able to come out on top of, but going to see if they can put up a little bit more of a fight on presumably their map choice. I'm going to guess that this was IME's app coming through
I think
for
so, yeah.
Core Overflow. That's just a guess. I can't confirm or deny that right now, but seems most likely to be the case. So let's see what they can do on their home map choice coming on up next, and if they can try to take something a little bit different in regards to what ended up playing out there. It was really long volleys to start things off, I will say. It really didn't start exploding out in the favor of Core Overflow until around sets 2 and 3. Set 1, especially this first couple of points, took very, very long and did have a lot of back and forth coming in from both sides. I think Sloopin looks pretty good on the Atlas, so I'm interested to see what else we could get out of him.
Yeah, and it's going to be Oni Village from map 2, so this is going to be a bit more of a goalie favored map. So if Sloopin's able to keep it up, that means that Quest Esports' chances of taking a win do go higher. We'll see if Sloopin will be able to keep that up. And I think Oni Village was Core Overflow's pick, so that means retroactively Imi's app was Quest Esports pick. So we'll see. We'll see. Gonna be, I guess, taken out of their comfort zone a little bit, but I'm not too sure they'll be that uncomfortable coming to this map.
Yeah, I am also seeing now in our stream chat, IME's was the selection for Quest. So now we're going to Core Overflow's map, which is going to be Oni Village. So going to have to see what Core Overflow got cooked up there, what Quest's response is going to be. Obviously, they didn't ban it, so they knew it was going to be a possible matchup that they were going to end up on. How exactly are they going to look to execute on that one? We're going to have to wait and see. Still waiting for a couple of ready ups to come on through here for Core Overflow before we can get into game number 2.
Yeah, and on Oni Village, though, I think one thing that Quest Esports does have in their back pocket is the Hamster Quest Estelle. I think this is a character that he was really, really known for around kind of the Season 1, Season 2 era of the North American Strikers Academy, the inaugural season. Played that very, very well, and especially back then when Estelle wasn't considered very, very good, she recently received the buff, the 1 second off their cooldowns, I think, made actually quite a bit of a difference. So we've been seeing a lot more Estelles being pulled out. We saw it, I believe, in the last series, in last week at least. I remember very vividly last call versus Oceano Core Flip. There was an Estelle mirror there, and so coming into this, Hamster Quest as well actually does have that pocket pick that even though the Joker did play Estelle quite a bit, I remember the Joker being quite a vivid or avid Estelle player back in the beta as well as the early release era. I'm interested to see these two duke it out and see if they'll even opt into the picks in the first place. Alternatively, on the other side as well, I think on Oni Village, we do see, I believe, both of these brawlers like to pick the Zentaro or the something a bit more mobile compared to the Juliet, but that isn't something that they're a stranger to necessarily. They do sometimes pick it. The extra stuffing opportunity is, of course, very good on a goalie favored map, but usually the core goes a bit too fast. It's a bit hard to play around, but we'll see. Again, I'm just I'm just hypothesizing some of the picks that we might see. I actually do want to see that Hamster Quest Estelle though. I feel like it's been a minute since I've casted one of the Hamster Quest Estelle games, so and I know he could pull out some magic on it.
Absolutely. I wouldn't mind seeing a couple of Estelles here. It feels like it's a pick we don't get to see quite as much in these days as we did in the past, and would be a fun one to get to see both of these players show off on if they manage to get their opportunity on it. Still waiting to see when these players are going to end up readied on up, see how they're going to be able to try to transition this into another win. I mean, a win here not guaranteed for Core Overflow, but looking likely based on how that first game went. That's really going to push this team into being one of these big contenders and should get them pretty close to locking in playoffs. Fresh off a big win over Sad Boys last week, it's been really cool to see how hungry this team has been and how well they've been able to perform since making this last roster adjustment in the form of bringing in Joker for this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw in Mic'd Up, right? There is during their game versus EKC, where EKC kind of made their debut of that creation comp, even though it was a reverse sweep for the side of Core Overflow, being able to pull that off. And I think that I feel like that definitely sets the tone for this team. It kind of shows that this team is a team that is capable of being this consistent force within the league, being this, you know, I'll say it again, but like kind of a dynasty for these teams to contend with for basically any team that's below them in the power rankings. So I think especially off of that again that win off of Sad Boys, that I think was a big upset that a lot of people weren't expecting. They've got to be feeling fantastic, and I think with if they do continue the streak past this week and into next week as well, it's basically a guaranteed lock-in for Core Overflow. And not only that, probably a good lock-in for a pretty nice seed in playoffs.
Absolutely. I mean, they have some tough matchups still yet to go. They're going to end up playing against Demons Raw, I believe, in week 8. So it's going to take them a little bit of time before they're going to be facing off against one of the other big top contenders there, but already going to be sitting pretty comfortable with that one win over one of the big boys, one of the finalists from last season in their pockets. Quest, on the other hand, you kind of called it out earlier on. You know, you got to have the end of season a little bit in sight here, trying to scrape your way into playoffs for sure to get into that safe category, but also, you know, potentially fighting for some seeding and relegation as well. It definitely makes a big difference to be able to be 7th versus being 10th in that department. So they're definitely going to be looking to scrape together whatever they can at this stage to try to move themselves a little bit higher in the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. And finally, we do find ourselves out onto the court here in Oni Village. I'm interested to see. I've been hyping up that Estelle. I'll see if Hamster Quest will end up picking it. But from what I see, there it is, the hover. I'm kind of excited to see it. There is the Zentaro that I feel like this team does like to bring out on the more open maps. Lupin's going to be opting into that Kai as well, another character that's kind of feels like pretty universally good on all of the open maps. And interesting to see, actually, that's going to be a Mako banned away by Core Overflow. Actually, I'm not too familiar with Sloopit's character pool right now, but I'm interested to see. I don't know if he has a Mako, but I guess I'll have to look that up after the game.
Yeah, not going to find it out here and now. They're going to end up going for Kai for Sloopin to start things off in this game number 2. Seeing a Now and an Atlas coming through on the side of Core Overflow, so maybe a little bit of a supportive buff-up composition to benefit that Zentaro. Zentaro's coming through on both sides, and that Estelle for Hamster Quest that you've been looking forward to for bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and a heavy impact start as well on top of the happy start around us out. I think the heavy impacts is going to be definitely, it's one of those awakening starts that just basically means that Zentaro is a monster off of kickoff on point 1. So definitely see why that Atlas and the Now were opted into. Of course, both characters being massive comfort picks for Sloth and the Joker. So they might have picked it even without that heavy impact start, but it's definitely going to mean that this Zentaro matchup is going to be favored for Leo Leon, especially in the damage department.
Absolutely. And Slop going to be using that strike shot once again, trying to get some shots in from across the map, but has been able to keep up the pressure pretty effectively. Core Overflow finding themselves with both barriers already open, having kept one defended from the aggression on the other side. Hamster Quest helping out on defense now, trying to piercing shot away that Core, but they're just trying to get it back into Leo, who is going to be able to put it in the goal. First point to Core Overflow once again.
Yeah, and that's big because that is level 2 now on Leo Leon to switches level 1, which means that already we're going to see the damage disparity, I think, come out a little bit here. Yeah, there we go. Leo Leon and the Joker all of a sudden just finding so much offensive pressure out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Slop just winning that strike war from safely inside his goal arc, sends it in towards the first barrier. Now the team ready to keep up the aggression, not letting up even a tiny bit as another strike shot sends it back in towards Joker. Slop playing so well here. Not quite going to be enough to be able to send it to the goal, but will be enough to end up with a KO. And Leo and Joker now going to look to finish the job. Sloopin manages to clear it out once again in the 2 versus 1 and will buy enough time for them to actually be able to buy a little bit of space there. A great Giga Blast going to deny that core flip and that big shot coming through from Slop. Hamster Quest now going to get taken low, has to go evasive, switch picking up the aggression on the other side, going to open up the goal for his team, trying to get it into the hands of Hamster Quest, who's already so far up, but instead the aggression coming back on the other side. Joker clearing it back out, going in for the flip. Sloop going to be able to keep up the defense as Sloop sends it back up towards the other side, or Slop rather. Told you this was going to get tough as Leo Leon coming back in, trying to find the shot on the other side, gets it past Hamster Quest. Joker on the top, pass down, but Hamster Quest will be able to clear it back out yet again. He's been really helping Sloop out on this defense and not letting anything past on this point.
Yeah, now with an open map, it is going to favor Sloopin a little bit defensively. That extra mobility on the Kai will help, but that being said, I mean, we already saw some KOs coming out from Leo Leon. He's about to get this flip as well. I feel like the damage pressure is going to be mounting, but whoa! All of a sudden, Hamster Quest using those speed lanes instead of the core a little bit too fast for Slop to find, especially because he opted into that strike shot over the momentum boots, which I think a lot of players would prefer instead, which maybe would have saved that. I'm not too sure. It looked pretty fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good stuff there so far. Going to be able to find themselves at least a little bit of extra pressure and a little bit of playback here as they've tied stuff up. Now in game number 2, cleared back out by Slop once again using that Astral Projection switch. Trying to stack up some of those charges, try to push it in. Going to be able to find one of the barriers. Cleared back out by Joker. Leo trying to take it in towards midfield now, using that lifeline as well as that Celestial intervention from Slop just to keep things topped off for Leo. It's going to be so difficult to ever take this Centauro off of the map here for the side of Core Overflow. Now, with the goal opened up on the other side, going to try to take some aggression into their own hands. Joker waiting up on the top, passes over to Leo, looking for that shot through the drone. Going to be denied again once away. They cannot find their way to get anything past this now, at least not so far. There's going to be another shot coming on through using that slashing strike, but still Slupin has been very, very difficult to get past, looking very good on this Kai so far, and no real opportunities to try to score in quite a while for Core Overflow. None of these shots coming too particularly close, and another Giga Blast sends it back over into Slop's face as he's still keeping up the defense on towards that second barrier, and it really looks like Core Overflow are struggling to find real offensive angles here. Back to Leo again. There's going to be the flip. Oni's Blade not going to deny anything. Switch taking it towards the other side, trying to pressure that barrier, but neither team can really get past these goalies.
Yeah, and already we do see a bit of an adjustment coming out from Core Overflow. They're just trying to kill Slupin now, and as we see, Hamster Quest, recognizing what's going on, has already started to walk back to play a little bit of that pseudo goalie, but that being said, if you can't get past the goalie, all you got to do is make sure he isn't there to receive the core. So I think it feels like definitely that's what Core Overflow's plan is going to be coming in. Whoa, that's a flip from Joker right in front of the net. Not much you could do in that situation.
Yeah, really great setup there from Joker. The duel back and forth with Slupin and Leo ends with Joker being able to put it in the goal. Now up 2-1 in set number 1, as things have been pretty slow so far for this first set, at least compared to the rapid pace that we ended up with game number 1 in. See if they're going to be able to keep that up, or if they've found some kind of new solution here with that aggression towards Slupin. But so far, the aggression from Switch has been good. They open up both barriers, and a scoring opportunity here for Quest. They've still got 3 members strong on the side of Core Overflow, but that open goal certainly going to make things a lot tougher for Slop.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Hamster Quest, unfortunately, doesn't get the core flip shot that I think he would have liked, but Switch might be able to make up for that. Only a few redirects from getting that final redirect. Doesn't even need it, actually. Finds the perfect angle. Slop not able to respond in time, didn't have the strike shot, and Quest Esports now looking pretty good, tying up the set here on set number 1.
Yeah, Slop just dumbstruck there for a moment, doesn't even move as he can't get to that core in time, and just knows that he's let that one go. Now going to be 2-2 in set number 1. An opportunity for Quest here to get themselves a lead in game number 2 as the flip comes through from Switch, opens up the goal, looking to finish it right here. Not going to be able to do so off of the Oni's Blade, but Slupin playing up at midfield with access to that flip, wants to be able to push it the rest of the way through. Slop blocks another, goes in for the expanse, just trying to keep up the defense, and finally, Joker and Leo helping out, going to be able to push it back towards the other side. Flips from both sides, keeping it back and forth at midfield. Switch finding an opportunity to shoot, going to still be defended away by Slop, but Slop's got to be defending from multiple angles here. Hamster Quest and Slupin both waiting at midfield to keep these shots coming back in, receiving rebound after rebound as the damage coming out from Hamster Quest, making it harder and harder for Core Overflow to keep up the defense. Finally, they're going to be able to find a KO on towards 1, and now looking to finish the job off on the other side. No more now available for the side of Core Overflow. Leo trying to get it away from them. Switch has an opportunity to shoot once again. Hamster Quest sending it towards the bottom corner, but Joker has been able to respawn and is going to be able to clear it back out on towards the other side. Slupin still playing at midfield, has not touched his side of the map in quite a while as Core Overflow just cannot break this siege.
Yeah, and Hamster Quest finds the nice piercing shot to close off the set there. I think we're really starting to see a little bit of the differences here in this comp. Feel like Slop and the Joker ended up picking the Now and the Atlas to make sure that there's always a damage advantage for them. We actually saw in that final set that the Joker was cracked once, instant Now ultimate, healed up, back to business as normal. But that being said, the offensive pressure, the scoring pressure from this Estelle, especially Hamster Quest on this Estelle, has been looking so good and has made the difference. The extra pressure that is put onto Slop versus the versus Sloopin, I think is making a big difference. And as a result, I think Quest Esports are going to be rewarded here with a team player, which I think is going to be the biggest pickup here of this draft.
Yeah, big choice on the team player there. Slop going to try to break out of these situations a little bit more effectively with the hot shot, just trying to find a way to use that strike shot to clear out the core more effectively. Once again, winning out on that level 1 strike war, or 0-second strike war, whatever you want to call it, able to push things on forward and find the first barrier. But now, once again, here we find that aggression from Quest Esports that has been so difficult for Core Overflow to deal with in that first set, and has given them the lead that they now have in game number 2. Giga Blast throws away Leo once again, but they're not able to turn it into a barrier. They're not able to remount their own defenses. That's going to be Switch sending it over, getting the first barrier for the side of Quest Esports. Going to be tying things up at 1-1 here on the point.
Yeah, right now, Sloopin, good defense, a good strike, gives Quest Esports another opportunity to maybe get the clear here, but the Joker does have flip, so we'll see if he gets very close. It's going to be a repeat of what we saw in that, I believe, that third point in this game, so we'll see. But right now, it does look like Quest Esports have a nice control over the game right now. Hamster Quest is able to provide so many opportunities for Switch SSB, and I feel like, I definitely feel like that even though they just lost that barrier, though, Quest Esports is looking good here defensively.
Yeah, there has been an opened up goal here, but Sloopin has not let that stop him too much in this series so far. He's been really good on these goalies so far, especially on this Kai. He's been able to send a lot of these barrages to be able to keep the core cleared on out, and has constantly found himself in those correct positions. There's going to be a Cosmic Expanse once again trying to push things away. A nice piercing shot from Hamster Quest, though, going to find that barrier. Sent over towards Sloopin. Sloopin going to be able to keep up with the defense. Has to use the core flip there. Leo ready to receive it midfield. Sends it over to Joker once again. But Switch now with a little bit of a breakaway. Not going to be able to land the slashing strike on towards it. Hamster Quest trying to get it back into his hands here. But Leo constantly intercepting. Sending it back over towards the other side. Astral Projection not going to find its way on towards the core. Slop sends it back up towards Hamster Quest. But Hamster Quest going to be able to clear it back on out with a piercing shot. There's the Oni's Blade for Leo. Blocked away by Hamster Quest once again as Switch is trying to find his goal on towards the other side. But Slop sends it back around towards the top, and Hamster Quest is ready to receive as Switch going back in with the Oni's Blade, sending it in once again, but Slop negates it every single time and will not let any of these get past. Giga Blast to clear back over towards Switch. Switch keeps getting his one-on-ones, but not able to win them up against Slop, who just keeps on the defense.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, Hamster Quest with such a critical Rose Warp there, able to now give Switch another opportunity, and it feels like after the 8th or 9th attempt, Switch finally is able to find that gap of the armor that Slop leaves, and that's going to be, I feel like, a marathon taken by the side of Quest Esports here.
Yeah, I mean, both of these goalies have just been playing so incredibly well. So many blocks coming on through in these open goals time and time again. And it's just been so difficult for either team to be able to convert them into points. But this time it goes fast for Quest as they're looking to score immediately. Switch nearly sends it all the way in there after getting both barriers. Not going to be able to finish it off this time. Hamster Quest sending it back over towards Switch. Hamster Quest keeping the pressure up. Sloopin playing at midfield into that position to keep up the aggression. And Joker can't get it past. Giga Blast sends it in once again. Switch dueling with Joker, not able to get it past him. And Joker now trying to send it back in towards an aggressive position. Leo nearly getting taken off the top by a piercing shot, but is going to be able to stay standing and will be able to take it in for the first of the barriers. Slop moving it back over using that strike shot, but it gets past Joker. And now into that Oni's Blade. Switch needs to find a way to take it into their own hands and turn it into a scoring opportunity. Flip comes on through from Sloopin. Sloopin sends it back over towards Switch. Switch juggling it off the bottom, trying to get it past that Cosmic Expanse, but Slop able to keep up the defense once again and will not let anything get on past. It's one barrier left standing here for Quest. Core Overflow with the open goal.
Yeah, and right now, it's just going back and forth. I feel like Hamster Quest and Sloopin are just being such defensive monsters right now. It just feels like Leo, the Joker could only sit and watch as all of their attempts get thwarted again and again and again. And when that just happens, when you can't get through these absolute iron walls right now that Quest Esports are putting up, Switch SSB will eventually get the core in like we just saw right there.
And you can't put these on Slop, man. Slop has been playing so well, keeping so many defenses up. Eventually, one of them has to get through, and it takes a lot of tries. It takes way more tries than we see in most Nassau games. Slop is keeping these volleys alive for much longer than they should be going, and eventually, Switch is able to get it past them and is able to find the goal. They're up 2-0 in this set now. Very close to going up 2-0 in sets in game number 2, and getting real close to forcing a game number 3. Switch, once again, has access to that flip, goes in for the rush. Can't turn that into a score, can't turn that into a barrier even, but there's going to be the push away from Slop yet again, up against an open goal from Sloopin, and Leo is finally able to send it somewhere Sloopin can't reach.
Yeah, and when Hamster Quest lost that strike war, I was legitimately surprised. I was so expecting Hamster Quest to just keep up the defense and keep it going, and I think that just speaks to how well Quest Esports have been playing this game. I cannot stop talking about the defense that they're putting up right now. It's just looking so good. They've been doing it so well against one of the best NASL duos in the forward position right now, and if they keep this up, I think we might be actually going to a game 3 very soon.
If they keep it up, that's definitely in the cards here. No real massive change in strategy so far from Core Overflow. They do manage to sneak out a goal there a moment ago, but is it going to be enough to make them come back in this game? Another rush forward from Leo, trying to find that remaining barrier, but it's going to be Hamster Quest who opens up the goal on the other side, passing it over towards Switch, pushing it through, and finding another set for Quest Esports. 3-1, 2-0 in sets, and they are going to be looking to take this game number 2 with one more win.
Yeah, and Hamster Quest is looking like a style manifest. It looks like a work of art how Hamster Quest is piloting this character right now. It is elegant. It's basically all the cooldowns are going exactly where they need to be. He's going to be rewarded with a rapid fire coming into this, which is just going to make the defenses all the more harder. That being said, Slop is going to be well equipped for it. The twin drives again on that Atlas is going to be big, but it's just more and more offensive pressure here for the side of Quest Esports with that glass cannon. I think on Sloopin going to be a bit of a sleeper strong awakening here, as given how much he's been playing in the midfield, he's just going to have more and more opportunities to get in Slop's face, and I think that might make the difference here coming in this potentially final set.
Sending it off the bottom. There's going to be both barriers opened up very early here, and Quest Esports clearly feeling themselves in this game number 2 as they have gotten themselves into a rhythm. They are constantly able to put Slop on the back foot, now going in for another scoring opportunity. Leo Leon trying to send it back over towards the other side. It's going to be Joker pushing in from the top, and Leo able to send it on towards that barrier. Open goals now for both of these teams. Cosmic Expanse buying some time for Slop there as Joker dueling with Hamster Quest, trying to send it into the goal, finding a KO and finding a score while they're at it.
Yeah, well played by the Joker, basically just taking that point by the horns and just sending that goal right in with a good flip right at the goal line, setting Sloopin in along with it as well. And, it feels weird saying this, but signs of life are coming out from Core Overflow here. Definitely feels like they are still in the game, of course, something that they prove that they can stay in the game no matter what happens. But that being said, despite what happened on the IMSAP game, it's going to be the mountain of Quest Esports. I feel like that's going to have to be overcome here.
A little bit, right, as Slop does find himself with that twin drive, going to give him a little bit of extra defensive power, and the double sparks for Leo as well. Both seeming to give them a little bit more opportunity to play here, a little bit more power on their characters, and a little bit more independence to be able to actually get these cores cleared on out. Keeping that pressure on now towards that bottom barrier. Switch going to send it in towards the top side one for Core Overflow as best as they can, but Slop still very good on the defense. Another one of those expanses going to be able to push things on out, thanking that twin drive for the ability to keep up the defenses. Leo going to try to convert that into an Oni's Blade. Can't do it that time, as Switch has the slashing strike, trying to juggle it back up to himself. But again, the defense is just a little bit too strong. Slop having more access to more expanses, and Joker and Leo able to buy him the time to get the cooldowns back over on the left side of the map. They're able to break these continued sieges that have been lasting so long for Quest throughout the majority of this run so far. Switch trying to find his way to push it forward once again, but it's just getting passed back over to Leo time and time again, and Joker going to be playing at midfield with access to the core flip as well once it's time to go for it. Going to try to see if they can push it on towards that last remaining barrier. Slop Has to defend once again. There's going to be the send on towards the bottom. Joker not able to receive in time, and Switch waiting for the bounce sends it into the top corner.
Yeah, just Quest Esports are looking so great right now. I was coming in excited to see Hamster Quest playstyle on this map, and I'm being rewarded for my patience finally able to get to see it. It looks so good. There's a play that last point where the Joker and Leo Leon try to put themselves in a good position, but they both got sniped by the piercing shot by the Estelle, and that little bit of extra kind of space created, the fact that they couldn't move with, as 100% instead of being only able to move that 99% or whatever, created just enough space for Sloopin with that team player to find that clear. And I feel like that's just a microcosm of this entire game so far. It's been looking so good for Hamster Quest and Sloopin, and Switch definitely not taking the spotlight this game, but he's able to get all the conversions that Quest Esports need. There's no complaints, I feel like, from the side of the brawler for Quest Esports. It's, look at that, he's making plays left and right.
Really good stuff there. Goes in for the flip. If they can't defend it, that is going to be on game point now for Quest Esports. One more goal, and they will send this to a game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. That looked so good. Again, basically every time Switch SSB makes a play, Slot makes an ungodly defense. Just an amazing defense, but Hamster Quest is just going to be there to cover it anyways, and there are literally not enough ones and zeros, not enough levers that Slop could pull to make those saves, and I think that's really showing here. Is I think if your midfielder is using Flip to take the first barrier of Oni Village, I definitely feel like they've been struggling to get anything so far this game, and I think that really goes to show just how well, again, Sloopin and Hamster Quest have been playing well this entire game, basically.
Absolutely. It's been so tough to get anything past him here, and now with the goal already opened up, Switch with a little bit of a breakaway, takes it in. That's the game. Quest Esports with another game win, fresh off their first one last week, taking Core Overflow to game number 3.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a statement game there. I feel like after losing as hard as you did on the first map, to go ahead and basically just do the same exact thing to the enemy team on their map, that's got to feel good coming into game 3. A perfect 20-minute game coming out. I think it was clinical. It was absolutely clinical from Hamster Quest and Sloopin. They look so good there. Basically, the Joker, I pretty much have never said this before, but it definitely felt like the Joker and Leo Leon could not overcome what I just saw from Sloopin and Hamster Quest, and I feel like I've never said that statement before. It feels like the Joker and Leo Leon are always able to figure out a plan to get through whatever the goalie and midfielder of the enemy team is cooking, but it just didn't feel like they were able to get through that. It felt like with the Awakenings that Sloopin and Hamster Quest got access to, it feels like with the characters that they were playing, they were at such a huge advantage here on Oni Village, and I think we see the results of that. It was 4 goals scored by Core Overflow versus the 9 needed by Quest Esports to basically close out the game. We saw almost 100 saves from Slop versus the 76 from Sloopin, but Slop had less redirects than Sloopin did. I think Sloopin was playing basically that pseudo midfielder role, and that extra bit of pressure definitely made it so that Hamster Quest and Switch basically were almost always able to capitalize, even through an Atlas wall, even through a twin drive Atlas. There was just so many cooldowns flying, so many things setting the core at the goalie berries, that there's only so much you could do as goalie.
Certainly, and now we're going to Night Market for our decider here in an unexpected game number 3, especially after watching how dominant Core Overflow looked in that very first game. Now Quest, with the momentum at their backs, going to be looking to come in and take their first win of the Nassau season, and really showing you there, you can't get comfortable in Nassau, Brickbad. All of the teams here are coming prepared to play, even towards the bottom of these standings. They can take you if you aren't prepared and if you come in with lower expectations. So Core Overflow really going to have to re-steel themselves here as they try to turn this into a 2-1 win on their own side of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Though I'm a little bit worried for Quest Esports, even though they do have the momentum, it is going back to a closed map. Oni Village, of course, having all of that extra space to work with means that the things like the Estelle are really good. However, you just can't do the same strategies in, the claustrophobic confines of Night Market. You're going to be seeing a lot more Juliets. You're going to be seeing more damage comps. And even though Night Market isn't the best map per se for Luna, it's still fine, and honestly, Slot probably doesn't even care if he can't pick the Luna. He's just gonna pick the Atlas anyways and look good doing it. So I'm not all too sure what Quest Esports could cook up, I definitely feel like their composition on Oni Village definitely shined through because of the open spaces of the map, giving Hamster Quest that room to do all the plays, giving Switch the ability to cover those clear angles. But I feel like in Night Market, you're gonna have to play a little bit differently. So again, we're gonna see what Quest Esports has cooking. I'm almost certain they've got something.
Definitely. So I have to find out. And, crazy. Once again, we find ourselves going to one of these game number 3s where both teams won on the opposite team's map selection. Just able to both come on out with something a little bit unexpected and throw the other one off guard. Now, what is going to be the choice here for Night Market for both of these squads? Like you said, expecting Quest to maybe have something a little bit cooking here. What are Core Overflow going to end up going for, as well as, you got to get a little antsy now if you're Core Overflow as well. There's plenty of reasons to be nervous for Quest, but Core Overflow definitely not expecting to drop a game in this series, going to now have to just kind of reset, go back to 0-0, and find themselves a way to win what is now a best of 1.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the team that beat Sad Boys Quest Esports, right? That beat that team, and I think that's definitely indicative of the power rankings here. It's going to be looking. I think Core Overflow coming into this game, though. I think Leo Leon, a huge fan of the Juliet. Juliet's very good on this map. I think that given the opportunity, they're definitely going to be looking for that. I don't think that the Joker and Leo Leon are particularly a team that relies on like the Era X or anything like that, and like some other teams like Sundubo for this map. I think they're going to be. If I were to guess, I'm going to be guessing that it's going to be like a Juliet now, or if they really want to feel devious, maybe if it's a good awakening start for it, maybe they'll do like Juliet Vice, and then Slop's going to either be playing like that Luna or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. Slop does have a lot of pocket picks. I think he's at this point so far away from the Luna one trick allegations that I think he does have a very diversified kit. Again, can go back to that Atlas like he's been playing all that this whole series. He can play that Mako. He can play that Luna. He can play what is needed of him, what role is needed of him. So I think given the awakening starts, I think Core Overflow can pull out a few different permutations here. But we'll see what Quest Esports also have to respond as well. I think that Switch SSB totally fine in that Juliet as well as that Zentaro. I think at this point I'm leaning that his Zentaro is kind of his more main pick. But he's definitely no pushover on that Juliet. Sloopin, I believe, has a Dubu, which is kind of a classic pick on this map, especially on things like a missile propulsion or an extra special start. So interested to see what that is, and I'm actually curious to see what Hamster Quest is. He could pull out a Vice, he could pull out a Now, he could pull out anything he wants, really. So I it's a little bit muddy. It's not. I feel like it's not as defined, right? Where Estelle is not the solution. I feel like Hamster Quest has to kind of reach back and actually use the character pool that he's developed and figure out what's best in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, focus on Sloopin for a second there. I think this guy's looked really, really good subbing in for the day. Had a really solid Atlas performance even in the loss. Had a very good Kai performance in the win. Drew a Mako ban in that second game as well. So definitely looking like a pretty threatening player for the team so far. Getting respect in the bans, getting respect on the field as well. See what they're going to end up going for here in this game number 3 decider. So we are on to Night Market and into the draft.
Yeah, and I'm gonna brief tangent a little bit, but I really, really do love to see how competitive the goalie pool has been so far this season, both NASL and the NASA. I think we saw Moff Koi yesterday on that Kazan goalie and on that Friday tournament. We saw like Gemini making a name for himself, playing very, very good. Last time we saw him in competitive was like season 1 of Nassel, but he still looks like he has it. Sloopin playing very, very well today, and on top of that, I mean the Nassel pool of goalies is incredibly good. And I think I said this yesterday on cast, but when the weakest goal, where I feel like the team theoretically on the very bottom of the leagues right there, their goalies are looking good too, right? Like the Fools, I think, has an 0-4 record, but like Zoro is not a bad goalie. That guy is amazing at the role, plays these incredible picks, plays aggressively very, very well. And I think that if that's the baseline, like this is crazy what we have here. And going into it, we saw the Era ban, which I completely whiffed. That's what Hamster Quest loves on this map. Makes complete sense that we see it banned away from him on this, especially with, I believe, a timeless start, which Hamster Quest using that NATO size would have been very, very good. But that being said, Drakkar was a character that he had a very long stint with So very good on this map as well. The ability to shove things through with that strike shotgun combo is very, very good. But that being said, the extra damage from Glass Cannon of all things already paying off is, yeah, Hamster Quest is going to be spending the first, I believe, 12 of the first 20 seconds of this game not playing.
Yeah, quite a bit of Glass Cannon selections coming through in this game, and that's one of those awakenings that, it's not going to handle everybody equally. Not everybody's going to be benefiting from it at once. Whoever gets hit first is going to really be taking the short end of the stick there. And in this case, it does end up being Quest Esports Core Overflow going to be able to walk away with goal number 1.
Yeah, and you know what I'm actually looking at here right now that I think is really, really interesting? Yeah, that gone. He's disappeared. But the Siphoning Wand Estelle, I think, is actually an interesting pick. I feel like I've never seen this. I feel like Estelle is not the best siphoning user given her higher cooldowns. That being said, I'm actually very curious to pick it. It makes sense though with that Glass Cannon start that you actually want to be putting a bit of damage down, that you have that Luna to support you with that extra stagger damage. So we'll see if that's being done. But that being said, there are people flying off the map, and this is only set 1, so I feel like we might have a bloodbath coming in on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, give it over to Siphoning Wand, give it over to whatever you want, but there have been so many KOs being found by Core Overflow so far, and Slop across the map, a header into the goal. 2-0 for Core Overflow, looking angry after that game number 2 loss.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is the flop that I think we've all come to know and love, making some incredible offensive plays on the Luna, basically solo scoring those, and yeah, it's just Leo Leon basically smelling the blood in the waters from these absolute damage, like these numbers that we're seeing from Joker and Slop. And it definitely feels like all of a sudden Core Overflow are just KOing their way to victory here.
Absolutely. What a 3-0 run here for Core Overflow. And they are going to be up 1-0 in sets already as we get into the first Awakening draft.
Yeah, and big one to look at there. Egoist is going to be picked. Oh, it's going to be super. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Denies away the IME, but I'm not entirely sure. There is just that team player there. Oh, I guess I see. Okay, so the Joker thinks that Super Surge is going to be the best pick for IME, ends up picking it, and therefore it makes sure that Slop gets Egoist or team player. Both of these going to be very, very good. Ends up Sloopin has to pick the lesser of two evils basically to pick that team player, and I feel like that's actually a very huge pickup. But that being said, I think basically everyone just got their best in slot. The shotgun cooldown with the hot shot is absolutely disgusting, especially if you could get a heavy impacts or a rapid fire on top of that. You're gonna have a shotgun basically every 2 or 3 seconds. The 1-2 punch basically staple on Julia as well, and the knife's edge on Leo Leon, the extra mobility and the extra knockback speed, basically doing a 2-for-1 combo for that Juliet. So I feel like everyone's power just increased drastically coming into the next set.
Yeah, very possibly here as look at Slop going on in, trying to find their way on towards another one of those headers into a barrier. Not working out that time, but has the escape button just to get right back on over, as that's going to be a KO found by Leo, sending someone right back into their goal and going to be able to find a power play for the team here. Flips come through from both sides. Sloopin gets the flip, but Leo gets the barrier anyway, and is able to turn it into a goal. Huge play there by Slop to come on in for the assist. And a 1-0 score in the set for Core Overflow once again.
Yeah, I'm actually just very impressed by the damage that this cell is able to put out. It's just not a character that I have in my mind when I think of damage with Siphoning Wand. I think of the Vice, I think of the Zentaro, I think of those things, but the Estelle of all things is what's pumping out numbers right now for Leo Leon. I clean up and look at that. It's just looking too easy for Leo Leon to pick up these KOs.
Yeah, wow. I mean, Core Overflow really, for a game that was so slow and so difficult for either team to be able to find scores in game number 2, this game is breezing by as both teams able to find really quick barriers, but it has consistently been Core Overflow finding the goals as Joker dashes forward with the Rose Warp, trying to find another one. Can't do it that time. There's the blast. Oh. There's the crater. Sloopin misses it. Can't get their hands on the core. It slips through them time and time again, and Slop is able to come away with, I think that's Slop's 3rd goal.
Yeah, I think so. Slop has been looking really, really good on this Luna on, his signature pick. He's got nothing to prove anymore ever since that he started picking up, ever since he's been really getting respected on the other characters, and that's allowed him, I think, to pull out that Luna and remind us once every while that he's still the king of competitive Lunas. And yeah, that was a crazy KO from Joker, basically setting it up Leon for the goal. That's going to be a quick set going the way of Core Overflow, and it seems like the dreams of Quest Esports are shattering right before our eyes.
I mean, I can't believe these are the same two teams. I mean, compared to game number 2, this is just absolute domination from Core Overflow, making game 1 look close, as they are just completely running away with it here. 6-0 so far. Can they get the 9-0?
Yeah, that being said, extra special is going to be, I think, a big pickup in the IME. The extra bit of offensive pressure from the Firewall Sentry, being able to constantly put that out, fire and forget from that skill will be able to help. Also, a big pickup as well is going to be that Stagger Swagger Deny from literally everyone else on Quest Esports, as they have not been having a great time. But there is a quick strikes here from Hamster Quest on Night Market, so anything is possible at this point, but we'll see.
Every time Slop does that, it's just ridiculous. How do you do that in Nassel? Just going in cross map boost headers into barriers, blink back. Like that's some cheesy Luna stuff, dude. And I know it's certainly a powerful attribute that the character brings, but just time and time again, constantly leaving their way through everybody and finding their way onto a barrier. Here's a scoring opportunity though for Switch, trying to deny the perfect game. Not going to be able to get it that time. Trying to start the reverse sweep going. So that is going to be second barrier found there. Nice little Crystal Thorns coming across the map for Joker. Joker coming in on the top, sending it down towards Leo. Rose Warp forward once again, using that twin drive to have that extra mobility. Sloop, though, here at midfield, goes in for the flip, sends it into the goal, and says the turnaround starts right now. 1-0 in the set for Quest.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I think Sloopman does have the page to do it. The Timeless Extra Special does provide so much opportunities. We basically saw the Firewall Sentry, I believe, take both or at least one of the goalie barriers in that last point. And I think if Sloopman's able to keep that up, Quest Esports will have the ability to put at least some offensive pressure onto Slop, so he's not able to use all of his cooldowns offensively. And I think that if that happens, then things are actually looking pretty up for Quest Esports.
Absolutely, doing a good job of being able to find some space to play aggressively here, staying alive on the map for more than just a couple seconds. As I say that, double KOs come through for both teams. No Julies left on the map. I'll have to see what these Estelles can do. There's going to be a KO found by Joker. That is the second time Joker has done that this game. Just blinking over to him, sending him right off the top. Nothing personal, kid, as they do manage to push through another one, as they are going to be able to open things on up for the goal, looking to push it all the way forward. Joker, finally, Switch is able to get it past him, going in for the dash punch. There's going to be a flip from Slop over towards Joker. Leo coming into the bottom, punches it right past Sloopin, and is going to tie it up at 1-1.
Yeah, I think. Okay, so a bit of context for the dash punch combo on the Estelle, right? The certified Quangle, as people call it. It's something that you pull off most when people are not expecting the KO from the Estelle, right? Because you don't think of Estelle as a character that wants to think about damage in the moment to moment. So when Joker was able to get it off when nothing else on the map was happening, I think is speaking to the state of Joker's Estelle right now. He's just feeling so good, so confident with the combo, and basically after Hamster Quest looks so good on the Estelle, Joker had something to prove right there, and I think he's definitely showing us that he's got a bit of fight left in him with this Estelle pick.
It's those brawler instincts, man, as Switch is able to turn it back around and put it into the goal. 2-1 now for Quest, as they are still looking for their reverse sweep comeback here. Gonna be a tough one, gonna be a lot of steps left to do to be able to get there, but they have a shot, as they are now 2-1 in set number 3.
Yeah. That being said, though, this may be a hard point. There's so much energy for Joker, Leo, Leon, and Slop. Literally 3 core flips on the side of Core Overflow. Now 1, but not without getting a goal barrier and a stagger bar for their troubles. And now Leon's just going to use that third one. Now all of a sudden it's an open net, so... Oh, well, there it goes. Leon able to stick that in with a nice little punch. That was just a pretty... 3 flips. What do? One of them's egoist. Hey, regain onto the next point. Sloopin and Switch are very close to getting flips themselves, and they are able to get it without being KO'd in the process. Then there is a win condition here for Quest Esports on the set.
Really, really good stuff there. 2-2 now. They are looking to close this one out nice and clean for Core Overflow. Giving up a couple of goals, but still would be plenty happy with this one and would be making a statement here on their ability to turn it back around. Slop keeping up the defense, trying to deny an opportunity to take this to a set number 4. 2-2 here. Quest Esports fighting for their shot at being able to take a win here in the Nassel series. There's going to be Joker fighting for it, pushing it in towards the bottom. 3 members strong into the goal. Set win for Quest Esports. The comeback starts right now.
Absolutely, and that's a critical goal for Quest Esports, proving that Hamster Quest does win out. Even if you beat him here, you beat him 3-1 instead of 3-0, which, hey, you know, you get that little bit of bragging rights. But that being said, speaking of the draft itself, we see every single spark come out onto the page here, and I think some critical things to look at here are the Demolitionists. First Switch, the size, of course, going to be incredibly good on Night Market, but on top of it being very, very good on Juliet in general. We're going to see that Deadeye denied from the Luna, and it's actually going to be a prime time from Leo Leon, which, okay, fair, you're going to take some of that dash punch range away from yourself, but you're going to be able to get a hit stun on demand, which is no laughing matter on that Juliet, especially with how claustrophobic things could get. So if Leo Leon's able to pilot that prime time well enough, I think it's going to be good coming into this next set here. Definitely, overall, it does feel good from the side of Quest Esports. It's already, they are giving Core Overflow a taste of their own medicine, getting KO and a goal.
What a beautiful sequence from Switch there. Actually just comes out, finds both barriers, gets the demo resets, takes the Flame Flurry, pushes someone into the goal, finds the opportunity to score for Hamster Quest, does it all there, and is able to take the first point of the set for Quest Esports in their quest to come on back. But here is going to be the challenge. It's Core Overflow with an explosive 12-second goal to tie things up.
Yeah, and hey, you know, they just saw that happen to them, and they're just like, you know what? We're just going to do it right back. So, hey, Core Overflow are here to win. They are here to close out the series, and if Hamster Quest and crew want to get this reverse upset, they're going to have to play very, very well coming into this, as right now they are looking pretty good, getting the core upfield, but that being said, it's only a matter of time before, again, all 3 members of Core Overflow are going to be in front of Sloopin's doorstep.
Absolutely, and Sloopin, comfortable being in that position. He's been there quite a bit in and throughout the day and has been able to hold his own very effectively against one of the best teams in the league. Now going to send it back on over. Leo looking for a score, sends it to Joker. Joker puts it in the corner. 2-1 for Core Overflow, 1 point away from taking the series once again.
Yeah, and again, Quest Esports back against the wall, but this is a situation that they're not they're not uncomfortable, and they've come back from worse, absolutely. Switch SSB with a nice little goalie barrier to start it out, and a good pass as well. I think Quest Esports can still do this. They're not out. They're looking good. This Drakkar is getting that page. It looks very, very good. It's been very hard to KO him, as well as all the efforts to KO have gone on to Switch instead. But as long as Sloopin has this flip, this defense will hold probably. Ooh!
Look at Switch. Another one past Slop there. Really well played, really great early aggression. The assistance coming through from Sloopin on the IME to get that second barrier was absolutely massive. And now we're 2-2. Once again, Quest Esports with a chance to keep themselves alive in this series. Full frontal assault coming through here on towards those barriers. Not going to be able to get anything past, as the flip attempt from Hamster Quest is going to be thwarted. Joker taking it 1 versus 2. Going to be able to find the first barrier. Leo going to be trying to fight for it on the top as well. Slop even getting outside of the goal arc to try to get his name on this, but they cannot move it past Sloopin and Hamster Quest, who keep up the defense the full way through. Now Leo going to find himself staggered. Leo going to find himself KO'd off the bottom side, as a power play is now available for Quest Esports, trying to find their way onto even a single barrier, but Slop will not let it pass. Another defense from Joker with the Rose Warp. Finally, they'll be able to get onto one of the barriers, but what will they be able to find on the other side? Full force available once again for Core Overflow, as they are looking to run away with this one and finish it off. They've got themselves a power play now with a KO on the Julie towards the bottom side. Joker, Rose Warp towards the barrier. Slop defends one on the other side as it gets sent back by the core flip. There's the Crater trying to clear out some space, but Switch has respawned and is going to be looking to try to move it back on towards the other side. Switch just navigating it all the way around as it rockets around the entire stage here. Neither goalie willing to give up a barrier. One will go down for Sloopin. Slop takes a shot from the bottom corner. Gonna get sent in towards the bottom. Sloopin can't get it in time. Joker will score the last point of the series, and Core Overflow will take it 2-1.
No, what a heartbreaker way to end it. Just losing the strike war right there in the center. It's just too fast for Sloopy to react, and just like that, Core Overflow have crushed the dreams of the Quest comeback. That being said, wow, what a performance. You see a 3-1 team versus, an 0-4 team, and you're like, okay, well, this one's a given. But no, there are no easy matchups in the North American Strikers League. Again, proving time and time again that every team here is here for a reason. Hamster Quest and Sloopin and Switch looked all phenomenal in these games overall, and definitely shows us that Oshi run version 2 with Quest Esports is absolutely on the table coming into these next weeks here.
Definitely here. Can you say 14 KOs, Brickbat? There's so much violence coming through from Core Overflow in that game number 3. Leo and Joker each taking 7 apiece and are finally going to be able to walk away with the win here. A heartbreaker for Quest Esports, but they are getting closer and closer to these wins every single week, Brickbat. And as we said at the start, an easier back half of the schedule as long as they remember the lessons learned in this series. There are no easy matchups in Nassau. They have a really good shot, I would say, to be able to come away with a couple of wins towards the back half of this season.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see this team. There's so many what ifs running against in my mind. Like, what if the Quest Esports today played against Sundubu? What if the Quest Esports of this game played against Bozo Bunch? What if the Quest Esports today played against Last Call? What would have happened? What would have been different going in those games? And if Quest Esports keeps this up, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. They've got nothing to lose, and nothing is more dangerous than an animal backed up against a corner. And that's what Quest Esports is right now. But they're definitely showing us that they've got a ton of fights. There's got a ton of fight in them, and they're not going to go easy in that good night.
They will not, but what they will go into is a 0-5 record. They are no longer going to be able to get a positive win rate throughout Nassau, but still plenty left to play for. As we said, Core Overflow, of course, going to move up to 4-1 and still going to be riding out in that multi-way tie for second place, assuming that the other 3-1 teams are able to wake up with wins. Speaking of 3-1 teams, we've got the Sad Boys now coming on in to play up against Oshino Core Flip, but it is not quite the Sad Boys that we are used to seeing, Brickbat.
Yeah, it's going to be Mystic subbing in for Vaughn in the midfield, and I don't think that's the only change to be looking out for. This is an Oshino Core Flip that came off of a phenomenal performance last week against Last Call, so I feel like definitely Kashikoma, Mirameg, and Merchant have been all, it feels like a return to form in a bit. I'm going to see if that momentum does continue out, but hey, Mirameg proving us that people do, in fact, win 10 times in a row sometimes. And I think that if that momentum is able to continue into this week, into this series, this is going to be looking really good for Oshino Core Flip, being able to get a run of their own coming into this second half of the North American Strikers League. So we'll see. We'll definitely see coming into this what this team is capable of. I'm excited. I feel like the series is going to be very, very volatile, and there are a lot of questions in the air that'll be answered in just a bit.
Yeah, and a unique opportunity being afforded to Oshi here as well, as they find themselves playing up against a slightly nerfed version of the Sad Boys, one might say. That's no disrespect to Mystic, but 2 hours ago he thought he was going to be casting this series. So I don't know if they're coming in at full force for the day, Brickbat.
Yeah,
So
we'll see. Yeah, and it's just not disrespectful to say that, okay, if you're comparing someone, Vaughn, oh my gosh, you're not better than Vaughn. Oh no. So, but that being said, Kashikoma looks good. One of the, I guess, last bastions on midfield in the league. One of those players that I feel like a lot of a lot coming into the season, at least there was a couple question marks surrounding, but this team has been grinding away. Hey, saw that I believe they purchased tickets to the Phoenix Land, so they're probably going to be grinding out, trying to find something today. Oh wait, it's not Merchant that's here. It's Daftgrass. Daftgrass is here to sub in for Merchant as well. So hey, a bit of a blast from the past from an old caster, a bit of an old
a bit
old
of a
mainstay of the
desk
deck.
showdown. I mean,
yeah, oh my gosh, a desk showdown. Yeah, we're gonna see our two morning analysts duke it out here.
it's going to be fun. That's going to be for a lot of bragging rights. And it's going to be a lot of bragging rights in future guest appearances if they occur, when they occur. We'll make sure it occurs after today's game. I mean, come on.
Absolutely.
So definitely going to be one that we got to check on out here. So yeah, a little bit of desk highlight coming on through here. We're waiting for Oshi to be able to get, or waiting for Sad Boys rather to be able to get onto the lobby. No, won't put that on Oshino Core Flip's name. They're all here. They're here in time. So we'll have to wait and see what the draft is going to be. Did get a little fun fact from Stats Team in the background. Quest Esports need to win all of their remaining matchups and pray for some outside results to be able to make playoffs. So
Hey,
prayers up.
I'm a bit of a believer after that series. That they look good.
They did. I was really impressed with what we got to see there. I was really impressed as well with the substitute play as well. I think Sloopin looked really, really good. So eyes on Sloopin for what's going to be able to happen with them going into the future, as they, yeah, definitely, I think, had a pretty good proving of themselves there to start off the day. So now we got more subs and more games as Oshino Core Flip take on the Sad Boys. Oshino Core Flip, of course, as you mentioned, they're sitting at 1-3, fresh off their first win over Last Call. Sad Boys at 3-1, fresh off their first loss to Core Overflow. So some momentum at play here on top of the substitutions.
That is true. Definitely something to factor in, I think. I think Mirabeg in particular, out of every single person on Oceano Core Flip, all of them have been looking good. All of them have looked like they've returned to form. But I think Mirabeg in particular feels like there's a potential here that Mirabeg is back and better than ever. Especially with now Kazan on the table that didn't exist in the last season of the North American Strikers League, is one of the, I believe, the dominant Kazans here in the league right now. Looks so good. And coming into this game, I think actually that's a really big issue for the side of Sad Boys, because Bells is not one of those dominating Kazans. Instead, plays that Juliet, plays the X, plays the more traditional picks, plays them quite literally the best in Omega Strikers history, mind you. But Omega Strikers has never seen a fourth like Kazan before, to be completely honest. So I'm wondering if that champion difference will make a game difference here for Oshino Core Flip coming into this. But regardless, even if it doesn't, it probably means that it draw a ban. So I'm not. It's definitely something to be factoring into all the calculations to see which team really has the ability to pull one over the other's eyes. But we'll see coming into this. We are still waiting on Sad Boys.
Yeah, the boys running a little late today, so we'll have to wait and see. They're getting some last minute practice in with Mystic or something, I'm sure.
Yeah,
As
I'm sure.
prepping to make sure they don't go down to 3-2. I mean, that would definitely be a disappointing start for the Sad Boys, our reigning champs, coming on in, hoping to defend their title here and keep up their status as the best team here in North American Omega Strikers. They would definitely be looking to walk away with at least a 4-1 start in this first half of the season as we kind of cross over the midway point here on week number 5. We will have to see if they're going to be able to do that without Vaughn, as I do see some names starting to get into the lobby. So hopefully we're going to be ready to get started here before too long.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm excited. I'm honestly excited to see this because just talking about general big changes, but this is a league that has Matt pick ban, right? Even though I feel like at this point we've gotten so used to it, but it's hard to forget that literally half of Omega Strikers history has not had Matt pick ban, and I think that's something to think about coming into this. I think one thing as well is like I feel like there's such a huge what if of season 2's Sad Boys versus Demons Raw if Inky Splashdown did not get rolled twice. Like, what if, right? But that doesn't happen anymore. That is nightmares of a previous era. So I think we have got some different dynamics here. But speaking of map pick ban as well, I believe it's going to be Oshi picking up the first map, and picking the first map, and that's going to be Oni Village coming out. I think that's a map where theoretically the Kazan isn't as strong because it isn't as claustrophobic, right? It's easier for the goalie to kind of just run up ahead and ignore the Kazan. That being said, Kazan's just kind of good on every map anyways, maybe except like A10, but what brawler is really good on A10? So we'll see coming into this. There's definitely a lot. Additionally as well, we just saw an amazing performance from Hamster Quest on the Estelle in the last series on Oni Village. Kashikoma has an Estelle looked fantastic on it in the series against Last Call, and that's also going to be something here as well. And I think a third thing as well is going to be the now pick from Mystic, which I believe is going to be the midfielder that he's most played. I don't believe it's as strong as the Estelle and Oni Village. I feel like that extra stuffing potential that the Estelle can provide is going to be very, very big. Of course, the extra move speed and a little bit of stuffing that it now can provide with like the primary and things like that are pretty good, but it's just not the level, right? There is an entire extra ability from the Estelle there that can be used to hit the core that now does not have, and I think that does make a difference coming into it. But we'll see coming into this game. Mystic does have a pretty deep character pool, has had a brawler arc in his own right. So if Sad Boys were feeling insane, they could run like a double brawler composition on this map. I don't think that's gonna happen, but hey, could even bring out the rune. That is something that Mystic has done before. We'll see. I'm yapping at this point. There's a lot that could happen.
Absolutely, as we do have the full rosters for both teams in the lobby now, ready ups from everybody. I think we're going to be getting into this one sooner rather than later. So, reminder to anybody who's been ignoring us, been waiting for us to stop yapping for the game to get started. It's going to be Daftgrass in for Merchant on Oshino Core Flip, and it's going to be Mystic in for Vaughn on the Sad Boys. Substitutes on both sides, as both of these teams trying to fight their way to, well, I guess for alternatives places, right? For Sad Boys, they're trying to maintain their spot up at the top of the standings. Oshino Core Flip trying to climb their way back up and avoid dipping down into that danger might not make playoffs territory, which they already are kind of on the edge of.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is where, the mortality positions come. Oh, well, that is such a harsh word, but the mortality of your position in the league is coming to play. We're on the second half, right? More of the regular season has been played than it hasn't. And at this point, I think you got to be,
I think it'll be true after match 3 today.
yeah, yeah, exactly. You're staring down where you're going to be finishing the end of the season, and if either you're going to be happy and you're trying to keep that status quo with all your might, or you're going to be saying we need to shake things up now. So we'll see. We'll see what teams have that ability to rock the boat. But going to this, also one thing as well, Daftgrass kind of, I think, a character or a player that has a lot of characters in their pool, can play a lot of things, has that Atlas here for Oni Village, kind of a staple pick, has the ability to play some aggressive goalies as well, can play the Kai, can play maybe play the Imi. I'm not entirely sure, but we'll see. So that's also another thing I'm going to be interested in watching is what Daftgrass picks up, because normally what Oshi's goalie would pick was kind of a done and dusted affair. It's going to be Vice no matter what, right? But there's a bit more question marks now for what composition Oshino Core Flip could pick out. So I'm interested to see.
Yep, definitely. I see all the players are readied up, so we just gotta queue up here anytime now, and we will be looking for that Oni Village game number 1, as you said. Some interesting options for the picks here. Big question about what Mystic's going to end up going for. What will be the strategy that the Sad Boys bring to the table here with that last minute change? Last minute for Mystic. I mean, I think Vaughn knew he wasn't going to be here for a while. So who's really to say how much preparation has gone into this between you already losing Bells, who maybe were a little bit more aware of what was going to be going on down here. Meanwhile, I don't know how long Daftgrass has known he was going to be playing today either. So Kashikoma and Miramag, what do they have prepared? What did they know is going to happen when Merchant is no longer available? So a lot of questions to be answered here that we won't know for sure until we get out on to the field for game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, sometimes 8 p.m. is good morning for your goalie. Maybe that's what happened here. Hope it wasn't. Hope this was maybe a planned thing as well. But yeah, hey, a lot of question marks coming into this game here, but we'll get them answered very, very soon. I do see that queue has been popped, and we are loading in the game right now.
Very good, very good. So it's going to be time to get into game number 1 of our second series of the day. Back onto Oni Village, back in the map rotation, and we will have to see what the selections are going to end up being here.
Yeah, there it is. The Kazan, Miramag, absolute monster on this character, can do whatever he wants. Daftgrass, I feel like hovering the Kazan is a little bit of a joke. I would be shocked if we saw a Kazan goalie come out from Daftgrass here. We do see that Estelle that I was talking about from Kashikoma looked really good on it last week. Probably will pick it out this week. Interesting, a now ban is actually going to be picked out, which usually means if that happens, there's a now to be feared on the enemy team, which I don't think Kashikoma is really that big of a now force. Or they're going to be playing damage. Or they just don't like the character. There's a lot of things that could be happening, actually, when it is on Sad Boys. But it does look like we have the Kazan finally picked out by the Mirabag. Looks like Daftgrass is going to be picking up the Drakkar or the Kai. That is something that he can do. Drakkar, of course, being a kind of stable pick for a lot of players who just kind of want to play goalie again. It's a very easy to execute thing, but I should stop yapping about it before the game starts here. But yeah, it's good to see the composition. We actually kind of, it seems like it's going to be the composition from Ocean to Core Flip that that was kind of expected. It's going to be Kashikoma on that. And on the other side, it's going to be Bells playing midfield Estelle. Okay, I could not have predicted that one.
Yeah, that's a really interesting one here. So going to be in his brawler arc once again is Mystic. Daftgrass going to be playing that Kai in the goalie, so a little bit of alternate positions here as Kai is going to be in the goalie for both sides. And I have to see how they're going to be able to keep up the defense here, especially up against this Mirabeg Kazan right in his face. Going to be finding a KO nice and early here as Bells and Mystic fall back to try to play the defense. Mystic able to actually pull it away from Mirabeg. Another save there from the Asher, and Mirabeg accidentally sends it in the wrong direction. That buys time for You Already Lose to be able to get back out here on the field. I have no idea how the Sad Boys kept that defense.
Yeah, that looks really, really good. I think Mystic basically
Oh,
turning
no.
at... Oh, well. Kazan hit level 2. He's done a bit of damage already. You Already Lose has been scored more than the core so far this game. But that was a really good save for Mystic. Yeah, basically turning Asher forward and Asher goalie for a little bit, getting that extra size on the barrier beam, saving that goal. Looked really good. So, hey, the Sad Boys definitely got that fight in them coming in this here. But as of right now, it's going to be Oshino core flip. Gonna have that advantage in. And also, let's talk about these awakenings really quick. It's gonna be size built there for both the brawlers with aerials for the midfield and goalie respectively. The extra projectile range is gonna be, of course, welcomed by both the Stella and the Kai. The extra move speed, though, is gonna be very big on that eject button start for both of these Kais. And already we're seeing so much defensive plays coming out from the side of Sad Boys, but that's a lot of aggression from Oshino core flip here to contend with.
Yeah, really good aggression from them early on here to be able to find the first goal and now to be able to open up the goal on the other side. Bell's going to go for a flip, trying to pass it over to Mystic. Mystic trying to take control here, but 1 versus 2, not going to be able to get it past Daftgrass and Kashikoma. It's another Giga Blast going to send it back to the hands of their teams. Bell's not willing to let up on this aggression yet, though. Daftgrass still playing very well in the defense around this bottom barrier. Not going to let anything get on through until finally, no, actually, Kashikoma Rose Warps in time to save the shot from Bells and to prevent that barrier from going on down. You Already Lose. Knows that they've got some aggression coming towards them again before too long here. Miramag, another KO found, has been making life miserable on defense for the Sad Boys thus far, and he'll send it in for another goal.
Yeah, that's just, that's a little bit gross. The overtime shot from the closed umbrella just sends it so fast. You're just not expecting it that early in the game. And I think that's what got You Already Lose off guard there. Is now it's going to be Oshino core flip pulling ahead here in this game so far.
Really good stuff so far for Oshino core flip, keeping up those winning ways. They get both barriers. Now it's into Mirameg. There's going to be the flip on the other side, finding a barrier for the Sad Boys as Mystic pushes it past Daftgrass, opens up the core on towards the other side, and Mystic going to send it right on in. Daftgrass, barrage will not be enough.
Yeah, that looked really, really rough for the side of Oshino core flip. That pass splitter doing exactly what its namesake does and making sure that Daftgrass literally could not walk down to go catch that core. And once that was the case, it just looked curtains. It had to be such a hard save to make. But that being said, hey, 2 more opportunities here for Oshino core flip to close out this set here. Is right now Bell's trying to get it down the field, but not able to quite find anything just quite yet.
It's been kind of tough for them to be able to find this bottom barrier, especially as Daftgrass has been very tight on the defense there. Mystic, nice dodge to avoid getting KO'd by Mirameg, but Mirameg looking to take control for themselves once again as Daftgrass clearing things out of the bottom, sent past them by Bells to be able to open up the goal for the Sad Boys as they look like they're starting to get into a little bit more of a rhythm after that last goal, playing a little bit more like the Sad Boys we know as they find a KO off the bottom. You Already Lose with a Giga Blast right in as Mystic tries to take it past Daftgrass. Little desk one-on-one there does not end up favoring Mystic this time as Daftgrass is able to keep up the defense, goes in for the core flip, sends it back away once again. That's 2 points to Daftgrass if you're keeping score.
Yeah, hey, it's actually a very important metric to count, I think, coming into this game here is we're in overtime, a bit of a man advantage for the side of Oshino core flip. It doesn't feel like it right now as You Already Lose is going to be playing a little bit aggressive as well as Bells. They both got their flips coming up. Actually, You Already Lose already has it, so things are looking good for the side of Sad Boys right now.
Definitely have some space to play with, some time, some cooldown, some resources. Piercing shot a little bit short by Bells. Not going to be able to quite find that core as there's going to be a Giga Blast away from Daftgrass, but way too much stuff going on at once. It's going to be the path splitter from Mystic that ends up sending it into the goal.
Yeah, and you know, it's actually, I never thought I'd say it, but it's refreshing to see Asher forward in the North American Strikers League. This is not a pick that we've seen very like, at all, really. I think the only Asher we've even seen was Frightfully Fresh playing it in the goalie position, so actually very cool to see that the character is, you know, there's still people keeping the character up to date, so to speak. Those passporters from Mystic have looked absolutely so good, but all of a sudden Mirmag with a scoring opportunity.
Ooh, really good save there by Bells. Has to grab it with that core flip, otherwise Mirmag was about to send that in with the crooked leverage. Still not willing to let up here, is looking off that top spin for a potential KO off the top side. Look at how low Bells is as they find themselves staggered. That's going to get sent back up towards Mirmag. Another attempting score, but Mystic going to be able to send it back away towards the other side. And Bells keeping up the offense, but has to be dodging away from these barrages, has to be dodging away from everything that Mirmag's putting out. As there's a lot of KO potential to be found on that staggered Estelle, and they are not letting up on it. Mirmag just keeping Bells on the back foot, but not able to turn that into any sort of play. Either team is, as they continue to duke it out back and forth. Mystic finds themselves low on stagger as well. Bells sent back into the corner again. There's the maddening descent onto both. Both forwards find themselves staggered, and Mirmag able to put it in for a goal.
Yeah, that's the first set going to Ocean Core Flip, and actually things looked a little dicey for them. I felt like they had so many cooldowns put into Mystic and Bells, but they weren't able to find any KOs. But the opportunity for the 50-50 was given by Kashikoma, and Mirmag able to sink that in before the first core flip, or before the first coin flip ended up bad. So I'm going to see going in this draft a bit. It's going to be hot shot from Daftgrass, I believe. That's good. Okay, that's fine. Already going to see the 1-2 taken away by You Already Lose, which I think was a deny, or it was more of a pick, I feel like. I feel like you can't really deny away the Gazan, who does get that very, very important specialized training. That's going to be so much damage already after the bloodbath of set 1. And he's now going to be backed up by a heavy impacts Estelle on top of it. And maybe I'm just wrong about Estelle. Maybe Estelle's a bit of a murder machine. Joker and Kashikoma now looking, trying to make me check my knowledge really quick.
Absolutely here. Mystic very, very low already, but going to be able to force it through for that first barrier. And Bell's going to be able to find the second. The Sad Boys coming on out here. Going to see if they can take a lead back in set number 2. Mirmag, though, finding the KO early once again, taking Mystic off the map, as Bells now has to fall back and play a little bit of defense, but a lot of hitboxes coming out across the map here, Brickbat. Very tough for You Already Lose to keep up the defense. Will be able to do it. As Mystic is now respawned, advancing with the barrier beam. You Already Lose gets it back up towards Bells. Mirmag able to steal it away. Now Mirmag looking to push on towards this bottom barrier. Top spin pushes back. You Already Lose, managing descent. Going to look to do much the same as the aggression is coming through from the Sad Boys over on the other side. Bells pushing it down towards Mystic, but Kashikoma able to interrupt that pass and able to keep it back over towards the right. Going to be trying to send it in towards that barrier, but Mystic can't get their hands on it. Gigablast dodged away from Mystic with a scoring opportunity. Takes it past Daftgrass and gets a point back in his favor.
Yeah, and I'm actually very interested to see how Daftgrass is going to be playing these situations. It feels like he's not really playing to send it to his midfielder, and I have a reason to believe that's because he doesn't want to clear center against the Estelle from Bells, because Bells will be able to take that opportunity to kind of snipe the core away before the opportunity is given for Kashikoma. But as I say that, Mirmag kind of out of nowhere, 2 core flips expended by the side of Ocean core flip for a quick little goal here on Any Village.
Very nice stuff there from Mirmag. Going to be getting a point back into their favor here. Now going to be really starting to come up with a little bit of a lead for the side of Oshino Core Flip with that set already settled for them. If they're able to take a second one here, we'll be in firmly winning position, but Mystic not willing to let it get to that point, pushing aggressively towards that second barrier and opening up the goal for the side of the Sad Boys. Mirmag going to be able to find one barrier for it, though, as now You Already Lose, looking for a breakaway up on the top, sends out the Giga Blast, not able to find it onto the core. Kashikoma able to clear it back out in time, managing descent out of Mirmag, going to send Bells back in towards his own goal arc and give an opportunity for Oshino Core Flip to reassess, restabilize, and push in for another move. Going to get cleared out again by You Already Lose, and Mystic coming in towards midfield, trying to pick up that core and find a scoring opportunity, but Mirmag able to come away with another KO. This time going to be able to push on forward, but Mystic finds a KO off the bottom. It's a 2 versus 2 on the map now as we wait for both Estelles to respawn. A nice shot from You Already Lose, but not going to get the bounce they wanted. Sends it back up towards center field, and Mystic just can't push it in for a score. Back onto 3-on-3 fully, and nobody able to push it through for the score.
Oof, yeah, and that was good defense from the side of Oceano Core Flip, barely managing to hold on. I think Things if one thing went differently, I feel like that definitely would have been a goal for the side of it, but now it's going to be Kashikoma and Mirameg, the ones struggling to score, and whoa, that looked a little dangerous there for a second right there. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it took a little bit, but still no point ending up coming on through. You already lose, using the barrage, pushing it back away, defends up against the core flip as well as Mystic is just trying to push Daftgrass further back, but Daftgrass stays on the defense, sends it down. Really good stuff there from Daftgrass in the goal, will not let anything get on through. Finally, Mystic pushes it in with the barrier beat.
You know, even though that, well, what's the score right now for the desk off? I definitely feel like even though Mystic scored that was a point for Daftgrass. Definitely looked really, really good at that defense right there against Mystic, making it very hard for the side of Sad Boys to score.
Yeah, absolutely. Really doing a good job of just sending it up, sending it down, preventing any follow-ups off the rebound from coming on through and coming up there. Not able to deny the point, but at the very least able to look good and able to show that there's definitely some play to be had here. But there's nearly the set point scored by Mystic there. Not quite able to get his barrier beam onto it. Sent around by You Already Lose It again. Defended by Daftgrass, but Mystic going to win that brawl up against the Kazan and going to send Mirameg off into the bottom. Now waiting on the respawn, going to try to turn this power play into a set win, and they will do so. The Sad Boys tie it up at 1-1.
Yeah, that looked like the most savable goal I've ever seen right there. Pass splitter on the bottom, Estelle and Kai with the Giga Blast and the Rose Warp on top. What do you do in that situation? And look at this draft here. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Rapid Fire Team Player. Gonna see which one You Already Lose wants to pick up. Probably gonna be that Rapid Fire to deny away the Kazan. There it goes. But that leaves a team player open for the enemy goalie as well. So that's gonna be big coming into this. No, actually, Mystic opting to deny it. I feel like on Brawler, especially on the Asher, where you're going to be sitting in front of the goalie's face a ton, I feel like this is a bit of a dead pick. It feels like a Monumental Luna type of pick, but we'll see coming into this, as we do see, interesting enough as well, the Deadeye for Bells versus the Super Surge for Kashikoma, kind of the KO potential on the side versus the sheer mobility. That being said, it was an aerial start, so you definitely don't care about dash range as much on the Estelle, so maybe it was a little bit of a win for Bells here.
Yeah, definitely not a lot of other options for Mystic there. You know, they got the Rapid Fire, got the Deadeye, or not the Rapid Fire, that was already taken, but not going to take the Deadeye for sure, not going to take Missile Prop, and going to take a goal here very, very fast. Not a lot of time to discuss the draft anymore, as You Already Lose puts in a point there for the Sad Boys that are going to get them off to a quick start to set 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And also one thing as well is this 1-2 punch Kai actually might be able to do a bit of work with the extra barrage, just get damage off, even though it's the one that Mystic is going to be taking a lot of a beating. There is potentially a world where You Already Lose starts looking for those KOs with the barrages, but it won't be even needed right now, as it looks like Mystic and Bells have the offensive pressure down well.
Absolutely. Here is now Mystic trying to send it on into the goal, already opening things up here for the Sad Boys as they're getting into their groove a little bit more, but as I say that, they lose their second barrier. The flip from Kashikoma, sending it over towards Mirameg. A flip from Mirameg here could be the score, but they don't even need it. Kashikoma off the pass, sends it into the bottom corner, and neither Bells nor You Already Lose are available to get to it in time.
Yeah, excellent pass into a perfect shot from Kashikoma is what allowed them to grab that goal there. So good play from Ocean and Core Flip, showing that it is an even game after all. Even though it is Sad Boys, it's still a Sad Boys that can be beaten. And right now, Mirameg able to snipe that last goalie barrier. It's looking good for the side of Ocean and Core Flip right now.
Yeah, definitely a good early start here to set number 3. The flip comes through from Bells. Mystic trying to push in towards that last barrier, but Kashikoma just pushes it through in the bottom. 2-1 on the set. Oshino Core Flip coming on up.
Yeah, and what can you do in that situation? The Estelle with all their cooldowns sends out the Crystal Thorn, sends out the piercing shot to stun you. You've got hit stuns and 3 extra strikes to deal with. Not much that anyone could really do in that situation. If, off of a good pass from Mirameg, if that's able to happen again, then, Oshino Core Flip's going to be the ones taking a set here, I think.
Very possible. They just need one more goal to be able to do it. Bell's taking control with the Rose Warp, going to be able to send it up towards that top barrier, open things up a little bit, but still a second one to be found, and Mystic getting pressured on the bottom side here, nearly gets sent off, gives it over to Bells, who wants to be able to push for that second barrier. Kashikoma sending it down once again. Daftgrass on the defense on this Kai has just been so tough to get past. Will the barrier beam be enough? It will not. Path Splitter not finding it. Mirameg taking out Mystic, and and now with a power play available, Oshino Core Flip looking for their last point of the set. You Already Lose manages to clear it out once again. Coming back on over, takes a shot in towards that bottom barrier, and now Mystic back in available. The Core Flip comes on out, sends it over to Bells. Rose Warp not going to be able to find its way on towards that second barrier as they try to keep up the defense. Mystic still can't even get their hands on it. Has Kashikoba on top of them, constantly clearing things out. There's a nice piercing shot from Bells, clearing out on the other side. Bells taking the shot into Mystic, who ties it up at 2-2. Oshino Core Flip and boys keeping it close.
Oh my gosh, that was such a back and bad heart. I feel like there was a double heart attack that happened with Mirmag making an absolutely amazing play to get that final goalie barrier. I was really impressed to see that one, but definitely looked like Bells and Mystic have kind of hit that groove, have found a way to get past Daftgrass somewhat consistently, and I think that means that Sad Boys are a little bit advantaged right now, as they're gonna get a double barrier immediately on the last point of the set.
Yeah, really looking to try to take the lead here in set number 3. Mirmag, though, looking to move up aggressively, managing descent, going to put into that hit stun. You Already Lose. Trouble defending there, but not going to be able to get that barrier. Now Mystic here on the assist for the defense. Mirmag able to send it into the barrier, going to be able to open things on up, but Bells with a breakaway. Bells with a core flip, sends it into the goal. 2-3 on the scoreboard. Sad Boys take the lead 2-1.
Yeah, and Bell's absolutely taking that opportunity, had the flip, had the piercing shot, basically confirming it all by himself, and he's going to be rewarded here with the first pick on the draft. A lot of options here, Stagger Swagger, Quick Strike. I think the things I'm looking at right now could potentially go for the twin drives as well, especially, with that aerial start. You're going to be blinking all the way around the map. Looks like Kashikoba will be elected to pick that Quick Strikes. I think that now the Stagger Swagger, I feel like all three of the big ticket awakenings from this set have been taken away. So I'm interested to see how the second half of this draft is going to deal with the scraps. Not the worst things in the world. Prize Fighter, I don't think is super huge force on Oni Village, but that being said, it is and always will be a win condition in and of itself if you get those 3 Prize Fighter stacks. The extra speed from Mystic is going to help as well on Oni Village, and hey, extra special, I guess, can't hurt on those Giga Blasts. So overall, at the end of the day, I do think this Twin Drives is the big ticket item to look at, but the Quick Strikes on Kashikoba can do a lot of work given the correct opportunity. We'll see how it goes out coming into this 4th set here.
Definitely here as a team player from Mystic, been helping out a fair bit actually, as Bells often finds themselves further up than Mystic. Mystic passing it out over to them, getting that extra speed, making it valuable as best as they can. See how long that's going to be able to continue to be the case, as Bells looking for a piercing shot goal opportunity, not quite going to be able to find it that time, as Mystic just juggling it back and forth themselves, buying up some power, and Kashikoba going in for that flip, going in for the shot, not going to be able to get it past You Already Lose, who is breaking away now, going to get back into the goal arc in time, but finding a time to set up for Mystic, and Bells going in for the shot. Mystic flips it and sends it in. Daftgrass can't get there in time.
Yeah, good play from Mystic. Scott got this, the core flip, in which made me just realize something. It looks like Sad Boys have adapted. Bells is playing score now. In these situations quite a bit. I think it's because Mystic has team player, and they're just playing around it now. It just clicked with me. I was like, oh, what weird positioning. What's going on here? Oh, okay, this makes a ton of sense now. Mystic, of course, now that has the cooldown, just has the ability to send it right through.
They're changing it back. They're changing it back. Mystic is just forcing a goal through. He finds both barriers. He finds the score. While we're breaking down how he's not doing that, he's up 2-0 in the set.
What did they pay for it? What did they? Okay, my bad. I lied to you.
I think you're right. I think you're right for most of the plays. I think they're swapping it up. You can't predict it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be Bell's playing a 3rd position in the KO box right now, so see what they'll be able to do. But this is game point.
It is a big opportunity here for the Sad Boys to shut it down, but will not come through that time. Not while they're at a numbers disadvantage. Not while Bells is in the death box. Will be a score for Oshino Core Flip.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, bit of a fight coming out from Oshino Core Flip. No easy matchups in the North American Strikers League, and already it does seem one goalie barrier goes down. Mystic just doing the things that we've come to know and love about Asher, just using those abilities, stunning the enemy goalie, getting those cores through, and that's just the goal right then and there.
Really, really good stuff there from Mystic. Gets that bottom barrier, sends the path splitter to push Daftgrass up towards the top, and he just can't get over on the defense in time. And that is going to be game 1, going over to the Sad Boys.
I'll say it. I'm still stun locked a little bit from the team player thing. I completely lost my train of thought after that one. And yeah, just like that, it's gonna be the Sad Boys picking up the game on Oni Village in a 3-1 victory. Look at the stats here, though. Not for a lack of trying on Oshino Core Flip. Most damage in the game by a good margin goes the way of Mirmeg with that 35k, basically 10k over the second place, which is his fellow forward Kashikoma. So given all that, they did get 9 KOs, but it definitely felt like they were really struggling to kind of keep the core away from their own net at the end. It felt like Mystic was just kind of winning the death score right there, on top of course having Bell's help in a lot of the situations out well. But it definitely looked like in that last set, Mystic basically just turned it on, started running around with that Asher, just sending the core right through Daftgrass, and I think that made the difference there in that last set.
Really, really good stuff there from the Sad Boys. Changing up their strategy a little bit and able to find themselves a win here, as now we are moving on to their map selection, the Clarion Test Chamber for game number 2. That's going to be a spicy one. We'll have to see what picks we're going to have to see changing on up coming into that second game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like I'm, of course, the huge thing is that it's 5 maps in one, right? You've got such a different terrain, such a different compositions are going to be more powerful than others, as it changes over time. But I think one thing as well is that brawlers are now back on the menu. There is Juliet's generally pretty good on this map in my opinion, especially good on things like the one with the orb in the center, things like that, has that opportunity to use a lot of the Project Xeno, the what was once side streets, to get a lot of those dash punch KOs. So I think that there's again a bunch of things that the Sad Boys can bring out. There are a ton of things that Oshino Core Flip can bring out coming into this. So I was talking about what they're going to pick last map. I have even less of a clue of what they're going to pick this map now. So we'll see. We'll see. It'll all be answered in due time.
Definitely. I was really impressed with what we got to see out of Daftgrass, though, in the goal box. Had some really good highlight plays, able to keep up the defense there in game number 1. Want to see what he's going to go for in this game number 2, how he's going to be able to keep up adapting alongside this Oshino Core Flip team. And Mirmeg, early on the Kazan, looked very dangerous, finding so many of those KOs, able to really keep up the pressure, was a huge part, pretty much the main part of why they were able to win that first set. Want to see if they're going to be able to keep that kind of stuff going for the whole game along. I know some folks do like the Kazan on Clarion Test Chamber, so is it going to be something that they still go for again? Or are they going to bring out something else? We're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I feel like Mirmeg's gonna pick it. He just looks so good on the pick. I feel like he's been picking it every opportunity, like every opportunity he can. I mean, you won 10 times in a row with it. You're gonna pick it 11th time. It's just what it is. You're gonna pick it. I think he's gonna do it no matter what. There are some maps where the Kazan is really good. There's some maps where the Kazan, but I think overall, Kazan's in a good enough spot where you can feel pretty comfortable picking him in Clarion Test Chamber. Again, that's not something that Bells will have the access to, but Mystic does have that now to potentially counteract it. But it's been Sad Boys banning it away, so we'll see if that'll actually ever come to fruition.
Well, we were queuing up for a second there, and now we've interrupted that queue. So somebody maybe has a little bit of business to attend to until we can start game number 2. But really looking good for the Sad Boys so far. Not really missing too many beats. Struggling maybe for one set, but then able to come back and win it 3-1, as they are now looking to close this out in a 2-0 fashion. Oshino Core Flip. I really like what Kashikoma and Mirmeg were able to do alongside Daftgrass in that game number 1, but it just didn't look like enough. Will they be able to change up the strat in a way to where they're able to come away with a win on Clarion? It's been an interesting map to get to see in competitive. I feel like we didn't get to see it a lot when it was new. Now teams are starting to move on over towards it. I can't talk today, to try to get themselves what else they can. And I think it's been really fun to check out. It's been cool to see what teams are able to do on the different modes.
Yeah, absolutely. If there is something that Kashikoma will pick differently, it might be the Aimi. Interesting enough, I know that Mystic was a huge fan of the Aimi in the olden days. Don't know if he'll play it now though, given the brawler arc and everything like that. But that is something that can be pulled out here. Maybe Kashikoma will fall back to that Estelle. Kashikoma. I would say that more likely than not, he'll pick one of those two characters. It definitely seems like that's in his wheelhouse of it. But it does seem like, update from production, we are having a little bit of some technical issues with the lobby that will delay our second game here a bit, but we should get it sorted soon enough. But going back to those picks, I would not be surprised if we saw if we saw an Aimi come out from Kashikoma to assist that Kazan, unless it's going to be banned away, the Kazan, then maybe Mirrormeg would play Julie and we'll see something else come out from Kashikoma. But given that Sad Boys kind of, I feel like they're just banning now because they really don't want to face that character. I don't know if Kashikoma is really a big player of the now. Maybe he is. Maybe I'm completely false on that information, but I'm pretty sure he's not. But we'll see coming into it again. But also, I guess specifically in Clarion now is pretty good. There's a lot of those constrained angles where you could use the now primary to get a lot of offensive pressure or defensive pressure depending on where you want to place it. So it is something that can come out here. But again, I think Kashikoma's 1-2 is the Estelle and the Aimi. So more likely than not, my guess is there. On the side of Daftgrass, though, honestly, no idea. Could go for Alex, could go for Kai again, could go for whatever he wants. We'll see.
Absolutely. Definitely a lot of different role options available for what you want to bring into the goalie. Daftgrass also moonlighted in some other positions over his time as well. So, we'll see. Could even be a role swap or something. I think it's unlikely. I see they're in the goalie position in the lobby. So I don't think we're going to see that one coming on through. But yeah, definitely a big variety of different picks that they can go for here on Clarion. Some going to be better on some modes than others. And so far, I've gotten to see an occasional Aimi here and there, like you said, but plenty of different options available to him if they decide that is what they want to go for. Do you want to see if Mystic's going to change things on up here? Are they going to continue to be kind of the forward of the matchup? Are they going to continue to switch up who's the scorer? Was that only based on the team player? There's a lot of questions to be answered there as well. So will we see another Asher forward? Will we see something different out of Mystic? I would expect something different, but it is going to be an option. It is something that they could go for, and it is a question that's going to be open until we get on into lobby.
I'll say that if Mystic was brave, he'd pick the rune.
No.
That's all I've got to say. I know it's something that he plays quite a bit. Rune not seeing the most play right now, not considered really a great character pick right now. That being said, has seen some niche pickups, especially on that EKC creation comp with the Aimi forward. But I want to see it. I want to see some Rune. It's been a while since I've seen some Rune, honestly, to be played. And, Blast from the Past already with the Asher forward. So, hey, potentially, do it for the fans. Do it for the fans,
Do it for the fans, absolutely. An option as always. There's lots of different reasons to go for different options here, and we're gonna have to see which ones the Sad Boys decide to go for. I feel like every time Sad Boys do something memeier, I just imagine that it's Vaughn pushing forward in the background. But who knows if that's actually the case or not, other than the Sad Boys themselves. So you already losing Bells and Mystic as well. They can come in with some curveballs in their own right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do see that the queue is popped yet again. Hopefully we'll be getting into this game too very, very soon. I am again antsy to see some of these composition questions going to be answered. So that is a loading screen I am seeing. So all my questions will soon be answered. I'm very excited to see.
Yep. Well, Clarion Test Chamber, as predicted, as noted beforehand, and we will have to see what the starting awakenings are going to be here, as well as what the picks are going to end up as. Let's start off with those bans first, though. The Mako being hovered by Daftgrass. I do wonder if we get to see that one here. So it is going to be specialized training, I'm being told. And
Spec 1-2. Interesting.
Oh, and 1-2 punch. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Fun stuff. Okay. That's an interesting selection. I don't know how much that really changes. Maybe we get to see a Julie coming on through here. Mirrormeg already switching over to that hover.
Yeah. Well, one thing that did already change is we saw the that Sad Boys ban now last time, but this time they're banning Kazan, and it's actually going to be Oshino Coreflip banning out now. I think 1-2 punch is the reason that we see Kashikoma on this Juno, which is something I've completely forgot about. But it looks like that's going to be especially good coming into this. The kind of the slime, the friend fling into the redirect combo from Juno with 1-2 will send this core out at blinding speeds. And not to mention, we are going to see Mystic on that Aimi with a 1-2, looking to get maybe some cheeky cyber swipe glitch pop combos here. But overall, I think that just individually, of course, Juliet going to be iconic with that 1-2 as well. The Juno also going to be able to send it very quickly with that 1-2. Things are looking good. One thing to also mention here is this is a Juno goalie coming out from You Already Lose. He played in midfield yesterday, actually, on the tournament. Looked very good in it. But one thing about Juno is that with this eject button build, you get to play a third of forward, even better than most other ejects. Even the Aimee goalie, to be honest, the Soren patented third forward. If you get a jump away on Juno, it's pretty disgusting how low that cooldown is.
Absolutely. We'll have to see if that's how they're going to choose to play it. Already getting to see that Juno get involved on a couple of these plays early on from You Already Lose. So there's going to be a KO found by Bells, rocketing that Julie right back into the goal. Daftgrass just trying to save some time there. There's going to be the flip from Mystic, blocked back away by Kashikoma, it looked like, is now trying to push it on forward. Bell's not going to be able to do so. Just getting a little bit of extra damage onto Daftgrass, but that Rasmus has been able to keep that barrier safe for as long as they need to. Miramac back up onto the field now, going to find the KO onto Mystic, and going to get a little bit of a power play going for Oshino core flip. Bell's snagging it back away, though, trying to take it on towards the left side.
Yeah, we see a lot of back and forth already. Good to see the flip come out from You Already Lose, and already the 1-2s from the Juno is making this core go incredibly fast. Not to mention as well the Strike Rasmus primary, able to send out that core. If someone gets hot shot here, this could be a very volatile core. Pretty much the entirety of this match is already, we are seeing some very close saves come out from You Already Lose on this core speed.
Ooh, really good timing there from Bells, able to sneak it past Daftgrass before the strike comes out and get themselves that second barrier. Now with an open goal, gonna get sent back on over by the Blabo. You Already Lose, still has to keep on the defense, but Bells is waiting. Bells finds the KO off the bottom. Mystic now just trying to disrupt Mirameg and give Bells the time to play with. Pass back on down by Mystic. Bells sends it forward, in with a slashing strike. Will find the first goal to the Sad Boys.
Yeah, and using that fourth ability from the Zentaro passive to get it through. Daftgrass not exactly expecting it. One thing as well I think has already gotten a bit of value is this Powerhouse Pauldrons from Daftgrass. Already Zentaro is one of those brawlers that doesn't have the same exact scoring, consistency that something like Juliet might have. So this Powerhouse Pauldrons being able to keep him alive to make sure that win condition of just kind of killing the enemy really Bells with such an amazing shot.
Bells had a free shot on the top barrier. He forgoes it, passes it back up, ricochets it off the top, sends it in for the double barrier. Are you kidding me? Why? I can't even imagine going for that.
Yeah, what an absolute demon here. And already setting himself in a perfect position to force that 50. Daftgrass does indeed pick correctly, though, and now You Already Lose, though, does have that flip. Mystic has this flip as well. If it gets in his hands, this very well could be a goal.
Absolutely here, and going to be that open goal already. Mystic, though, trying to just buy some time here off the back of the respawn timer for Bells. He gets both barriers, but he does go off the map. They are going to be able to buy enough time. Mirameg now one-on-one with You Already Lose. Not going to be able to find too much. There's the Make It Rain coming out across to try to give that actual pressure. Look at Mystic with a nice glitch pop there. Gets the flip back, sends it back into Daftgrass. Daftgrass able to keep up that defense, but it's Bells turning it into a score off the top corner.
Yeah, the 1-2 flip, the 1-2 core speed made it very, very hard to track coming into that. And just one strike core win from Bells was able to keep the play going and make sure that Sad Boys were able to close out that point. Because with that KO going on in a Mystic, things were looking a little dicey. But speaking of dicey, it's going to be Kashikoma taking basically his entire stagger bar and then some off the beginning of this point here.
Really, really good stuff there to start things off. Is Mystic going to be going back on out here? Bells looking for the double barrier once again, sends it in right towards that center. Daftgrass able to send it back away. They will be able to find the bottom one. Now Mystic keeping up that pressure. They find a KO onto the Juno. That's a lot of pressure off the map as they're trying to turn this power play into the third goal in a row. Mystic sending it back out over towards Bells. Here is the additional pressure off that sentry turret, and there's just no chance for Daftgrass. It's a 3-0 set to the Sad Boys.
Yeah, that using that extra primary to stop the core and allow you to get a stuff attempt in, basically an extra redirect where you wouldn't be able to get one as Zentaro, that can make a world of difference. It did right there in that point. And Bell's going to get rewarded for that. Has a lot of options here. Quick strikes, twin drives, fighter flight, all these are going to be very, very good picks here. It's going to end up opting into that fighter flight. We'll see what Daftgrass picks up as well. It's going to be twin drives. Probably to deny away You Already Lose. Being able to eject button in is going to be more oppressive when that Juno gets options for both. And it looks like You Already Lose on the other side is going to get a deny away from Julie, but it's not going to be that big of a deny. Of course, anything with dash punch range denial is going to be big, but with Mirameg getting quick strikes, things are still looking okay with him. So overall, I'd say at the end of the day, it looked like the teams were more focused on preventing power spikes rather than rather than getting it their own. So I'd reckon to say that there's going to be a little bit more of the same here, and I think that advantages Sad Boys quite a bit because, well, they've been winning.
Really doing a good job so far. Sad Boys with the back of this draft now going to look to keep those winning ways alive. A rush forward from Bell's going to get that damage on towards Kashikoma. Looking to take him off the map entirely. There it goes, right into the goal. Bell's going to be able to find that KO, going to find that power play off the center, bouncing everybody further away, but you already lose, already ready to back on up from center field. That might end up costing them, as they have to go for the Blabo bounce back over, re-jumping in towards midfield. KO found by Mirameg, and now just like that, Sad Boys find themselves on the defensive. Here come multiple shots from the Blabos. Mirameg looking to push in towards this top barrier, but it gets cleared back away by Mystic once again. Nice placement on the glitch pop there. Blabo sending it back as well, as Bells is now respawned. Bells going to be taking control on towards the bottom, off of the center, back up towards Mystic, who has access to that flip. Glitch pop back up to him, flip in, sends it to Daftgrass, who's going to be able to defend again and send it back down towards the bottom. The flip used by the Rasmus, not going to be able to find its target, but Mirameg has a flip of their own soon, and there's the glitch pop from Mystic, sending it into the goal.
Yeah, well played from Mystic. Again, things look so dicey and so quick with the 1-2 on everyone. Basically, when you hit the core with one thing, if you just strike afterwards, that's going to come out 28% harder. So, core is just 1/3 faster, almost for fun, basically. I think Bells was AFK on the start of that kickoff. What a move.
What a move. What a... I don't even know what to call that. It's a power play, I suppose. Just a flex, if you would.
Yeah.
Bells now going to have to play 2 versus 3 for a little bit. That's your punishment for these sorts of situations. Waiting for you already lose to be able to get back out on towards the field, and here he is. They managed to keep that one barrier alive, and now we're going to try to take some for themselves on the other side. You already lose, playing up and aggressive, but eventually going to have to blink back on up. There's Mystic taking off the map on the top side, and it doesn't look like the Sad Boys can really find themselves in their groove in this point, as ever since they got that first KO, they just haven't been able to come back, but Bells finds a KO off the top. Now it's 2 versus 2. Now it's 3 versus 2, and it's a power play for the Sad Boys, finding themselves their first barrier there. The sentry turret throwing it down towards the bottom. Bell's sending it back on over, but not going to be able to find the second barrier quite yet until the Blabos take another shot. Not going to be able to find it that time. You already lose. Going to have to send it back on up towards Mystic. The elusive going to be forced out of Mirameg there as they take a boatload of damage. Bell's not quite able to find the strike to send it in towards that bottom barrier, but he's not going to stop trying. Continues to go in towards the bottom and cannot find his way past Daftgrass. Another shot, a third, going to all get blocked away from Daftgrass time after time as the scoring opportunity coming in. Mirameg nearly finds a shot on in there, but you already lose, able to keep up the defense.
Yeah. Whoa!
There it goes. There's one.
The core is going so incredibly fast right now. It's so hard to just get any semblance of control with how fast the core is getting, and that's going to lead to points like that going the way of Oshino Coreflip, basically just finding a really good, across the world shot using that extra core speed. And hey, you take those if you are Oshino Coreflip right now.
Absolutely. Into the bounce house we go, as we are searching for the second point for one of these teams. See who's going to be able to take the lead in set number 2. Been a pretty long one thus far, especially that last point going on forever. They are going to be able to find the first barrier on the side of the Sad Boys. There's going to be one found for Oshino Coreflip on towards the other side. Kashikoma taking another shot in towards the top. Mirameg finds himself low on stagger, goes in for the flip, sends it up. Kashikoma can't get it in time, and they're not going to be able to find a shot on towards You Already Lose at all. Now pushed past Daftgrass, open goal found for Sad Boys. Mirameg trying to clear it back out, gets it past Bells. There's going to be Mystic dribbling to themselves, trying to set up a passing play. Kashikoma gets it back into the Blabo, sends it into the second barrier, and is going to be able to open things on up for Oshino Coreflip. But Bells now with a chance to just take it all the way in. Death touch from Daftgrass will not find the core.
Yeah, just such a minor miscommunication. Kashikoma not being ready for that flip, and I feel like that definitely cost them quite a bit on that point. It's really unfortunate to see, but you are Oshino Coreflip. You got to keep your head in the game. You're still in the series. The series is certainly not over. So as they get into this here, already some very aggressive plays coming out from Sad Boys, but they are defending quite a bit.
They certainly are, and there's going to be one barrier, there's going to be 2, there's going to be the KO, and everything the Sad Boys set up for going to be looking like this is going to be an easy point and an easy take of set number 2, but the defense from Kashikoma has been good so far, but they cannot put it together for long enough. 3-1 is set number 2. The Sad Boys find themselves 2 sets to 0.
I almost made it through without a catastrophic caster curse, but hey,
Happens.
such is life.
You lean into that. You
Yeah.
gotta embrace the power.
Absolutely, and it's a bit of an interesting draft here. Timeless Creator, Deadeye actually going to be picked up by Mystic. It does look like Sad Boys are just committing to the damage, which means I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Stagger Swagger or a Prize Fighter. Yeah, the Stagger Swagger going to be taken away from Bell just to deny that sort of ability for Kashikoma or Mirmag or even Daftgrass to keep themselves alive. But another big thing to look at right here is jump range on the Juno. It's going to be a big pickup. Even the Chrono Boost doesn't do anything with the buff duration for the Juno. That extra jump increase is very, very useful no matter what position you are playing. It's even more oppressive on goalie, where you could use the extra eject button range on top of that to basically just jump right in front of the net. But even on the forward position, Kashikoma will just be able to be in more places. Already we saw him jump across the map to get a strike war potential in against Mystic.
Yeah, and they're going to find themselves their first barrier off of it, so finding a little bit of room to play with here. Our Oshino core flip, as they had a much closer run of it in game number 1, going to want to bring back some of that power for game number 2, see if they can take some pressure up against the Sad Boys, take it to a game 3, take it to a series win against this substitute Sad Boys roster, but so far not being able to get past it. Bells and Mystic and You Already Lose coming together like they've been playing together all season long, really clutching up here in this game number 2 and able to find themselves quite a few points in a row. Now going to be looking to keep that momentum going as they get into series number 3. Mystic taken pretty low there. There's going to be Kashikoma sending it in towards the barrier. Barrier going to be able to be taken down. It's an open goal. Bells can't quite find the core. Finally going to be able to get their hands on it. Mystic keeping up the pressure with that sentry turret. Sends it down to Bells. Bells off the bottom. Bells has the flip available. Takes it and sends it between the two of them. Kashikoma not going to be able to save that in time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well played from Bells, basically getting that nice little field goal shot between him and between Daftgrass and Kashikoma, able to sink that in, which, we might be closing out here on the series, but I want to see some plays come out from Daftgrass right now, being able to, I want to see a bit more offensive plays coming out, not necessarily a critique, but a little bit of a mix-up, because I feel like Oshi Coreflip hasn't really adapted to the fact that, to this kind of strategy that that Sad Boys are using right now, and I want to see, I think, if you are going to take this series, if you are going to take this game, you're going to need to start doing things a little bit differently, but hey, as I say that, they do get a double barrier, but we'll see if they'll be able to close out the point.
Absolutely, Kashikoma waiting on the bottom here, throws down the make it rain, gets all the blobos towards that bottom section. Probably not the placement you would be hoping for necessarily, as there's going to be a KO found on towards that Juno in the same moment. Daftgrass able to keep up the defense, but now there's 2 members right in front of him. A double KO found by You Already Lose, and this is going to be an easy score for the blobos. You Already Lose sends it in, and we are now on match point for the Sad Boys.
Yeah, and if Mirmag wants to be the one to drag Oshino Coreflip back, he's going to have to start finding KOs now, being able to find that prize fighter potentially as a win condition here, but you might not even have that opportunity. It just looks like the Sad Boys immediately with a double barrier.
Finding both of them here, now just 1 shot away from closing it out. There's Bells in with the Oni's blade, not going to be able to push it past Daftgrass. Mirmag finds the KO, that's what they were looking for here, Brickbat, as they send it in and try to find themselves their barriers. You Already Lose, going to be able to clear it back away, still defending both of them. Already 30 seconds in, going to be able to find both here is Kashikoma with some help from Mirmag on the disruption side. Going to be Bells taking it in towards the top. Mystic going in with the cyber swipe, sends it past Daftgrass and wins the desk one-on-one in the play where it matters. 3-0 for the Sad Boys. They are going to move up to 4-1.
Yeah, and Sad Boys remain in their top contention here, only having Demon's Raw above them, and that's going to be the all too exciting match to watch in the future. But for now, they're going to be walking away happy with the series win over Oshino Coreflip, and I think Mystic going to be the one, like you mentioned earlier, the one winning the desk one-on-one, and for now going to be winning, being here as a superior analyst, and he's gonna come out of cast, feeling good about that one.
Yeah, as he should, and he was, he had his casting schedule mixed on up to be able to play in this game, so the fact that he's going to be able to finish that one out and come on in to entertain you guys afterwards, props to Mystic there. Going to be coming away with both a win and a double Omega Strikers cast for the day. That's a whole Saturday in my book.
Oh yeah, that is absolutely a whole Saturday. A Saturday where you definitely get to feel good about, just doing everything you want to do, dude. Living the whole life here at Omega Strikers Esports, so to speak. But yeah, that will be Hilo coming out to, I believe, let's bring it up here, to cast a EKC versus Bun Bun Bonanza alongside wait, no, I'm looking at last week. Whoa. EKC versus Demons Raw and Bun Bun Bonanza versus Last Call. So those will be the 2 series coming up next, but won't be me saying him. It won't be me Gordo. It won't be Gordo casting it either. It'll be Mystic alongside K-Bot coming up. So there'll be more Omega Strikers coming soon.
Yeah, no, so thank you to everybody for tuning on in to our section. There's going to be more Omega Strikers coming your way, as they said, with Mystic and K-Bot. Sending it over to those guys after a short break. We will see you all next week or whenever we see you next.
I'll be right back. It's not a part 2 comms without a quick to start.
We have the best team comms in the entire world, in my opinion. Bomba!
My heart rate is like 7,000.
Bomba!
Noob, 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 noob.
No, guys, how did what? They banned my Julie.
Oh, what the heck?
No.
So baiting his cooldowns is really effective.
Carry me, guys. Carry me. Nice.
Nice.
There we go.
Guys, carry me. It is not looking good.
Right. Good for sit.
Not bad for set. Snipe.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. We are
Just
rewarded.
It's missile prop. I'm gonna take prime.
What if you save missile prop for the Drek? That would go crazy.
There is no way.
That would go so crazy,
Like,
though.
'cause you're just gonna take it.
I mean, he thinks I won't. Oh.
Yeah, like there's.
hot shot.
Yep.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
His hooks are gonna kill you from really far
Yeah.
now. Oh. I'm gonna myself.
Yeah, I think his hooks might kill from really far, by the way. Good sequence. Great
Oh,
sequence. Besides the flip, ignore the flip didn't happen.
I was just being. Yeah.
Oh, owl.
That was a delta formation flip. Sorry.
Oh my
We were
god,
just
guys,
recording
we need to
that
call the
shit.
formations. What the hell? Killian is all this talk about formations and he hasn't called a single one. What a noob. I mean, I just want to hit it back up. Bang. Bang. Bang.
Yin's dead.
Ah. I saved you.
Ah!
Ah.
I can't freaking second strike glitch pop.
Oh.
I hook.
Oh, big. Whoa, core control.
Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Tony's application.
on.
Tony's application.
I should be ready.
Core control
for that.
is on.
Tony's MF application.
I'm gonna take extra special here and myself. By the way. Yep.
It's okay.
Wait, can I take 1-2 and let you get Monu?
I think that might be better.
Yeah, I honestly he has best either way. Like he has something good either way. So.
Yeah.
Or he
Oh
just
my
gives me extra
God.
special.
This guy is griefing. It's so chill.
Oh, I got his son. GG. Dang, easy save.
Not lifting that orb.
You're fine. Just you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Hey, comms. I mean, GG. No
Dang it.
comms.
I literally. I'm you.
I mean, no comms. I mean,
Level 5, by the way.
I
Level
tried.
5, by the way. Level
I'm
5,
playing
by the way.
Mako. I'm playing
Level 5,
Mako.
level 5.
You didn't call the orb. You didn't call
5.
for it.
Level 5.
I mean, call for the orb, noob. I mean, I'll
Open
you.
your eyes. Open your
I
eyes.
mean,
slow down.
party 2 is in shambles. Nice.
You stole my goal. Thank you. I'll you. In real life.
Let him know.
No, wait. I don't even know who this Lego Magic guy is.
What?
His voice. His
What?
voice just sounded like
What did you just
his
say?
voice,
He
his
is that
voice,
mad. He literally
his
is.
voice. Oh my
Hey,
lord.
ban by
Chilling.
now. Okay.
Absolute
What?
chills
What?
on
It's a
Hear
one
me
real
out.
start.
Hear me out.
Oh no, no. I'll kill you.
Hear me
I'll
out.
kill you. I'll kill
Alright.
you.
I'm
I'll
not
kill
gonna
you.
play freaking era.
Yep.
I mean, do you really want to play freaking Octavia into
Wait.
comp? Yeah, I mean, Amy's chill.
It's freaking super surge.
Should I just go Mako again?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, I'll
It's
kitten it up.
It's Kazankoli this time.
No shape. You can't play anything but Mako. They say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's ever gonna complain. Like, no, Shape, you're playing too
No,
much Mako.
don't play Mako. No.
Please don't
Please,
play Mako.
no. Don't play the most broken goalie in the game. Oh my god.
Can you pass up to me?
Bang, bang, bang. Can we like all say bang when we score next time? Yeah, like just yell it. Except for me,
Top.
It's
because I can't talk. It's top, guys. You spread out. Roll out, Autobots.
I'm also a top.
Huh?
Nice.
I know I have flip. I egoed him,
Yeah.
and I lost. And that's what I should just
Bang. Bang.
bang, guys, bang, bang. God, we're so late on it, guys.
I think this guy just tried to.
Nice.
You just tried to go way too hard, Gilius.
Nah, let him cook. Bang,
I didn't see any
bang,
other angles.
bang, bang.
I honestly wasn't paying attention.
He
to any other
calculated
angles.
all of them in his head, and that was the only time. If he didn't make those exact sequences, we would have lost a point. Bang. Bang.
You go
Bang. I mean, I'm so carried. Thanks, guys. I'm on my deathbed. I'm not making the
Yeah.
greatest showing.
You should cough a little more.
No.
Oh, he could have killed me. Dude, freaking this one is so broken. Where did my health bar go? Oh,
Hey. As soon as you lose. I mean,
feeling
unlucky.
like a bit of a snoozer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, no hook.
I have dash punch.
Bang. Bang.
There you go.
Bang. I mean, come on, Kilius. Where's your bang?
Hey, I know that put that freaking turret down.
Okay, yeah,
Oh,
so why
yeah.
aren't you saying bang? Like, you know it's happening, you know? Whoa!
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 Ooh, I must have US. One strike.
Egoista. I mean, that was more like 3 strikes, liar.
Got the goalie.
Bang. Bang! Bang! Guys, where are your bangs?
Bang.
I'm too stressed out, bro.
I'm gonna look for dash punch.
Did you see it?
Yeah. Then I lost it. Kinda hard to see. No.
Bang! No.
Get.
Oh. It's like, you know what I mean? You know what I
Yeah, I know
mean?
what you-
It's like, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, you know what I mean. Oh, no. I mean, Party 2 comms will be going crazy this week. Oh, bang.
Yes!
Bang.
Oh my god.
Bang.
It's
I
so
suck
easy.
so much, dude. It's
So
actually
easy.
insane.
I mean,
It's
me
actually
and
insane how much I
Killbug
suck.
just moaned for an entire round.
It's me! Share this!
And welcome back, everybody, to day 5 of Season 3 in the North American Strikers League. My name is K-Bot, and I am now joined by Tiptoe Joe, coming off of the Sad Boys 2-0 victory just a moment ago. Mystic, how's it feel to sub in and grab the victory? 100% on the season for you.
Oh, yeah, 100% NASA season. Do not look at my NASA record, please. but you know, it was a lot of fun. So the quick like 1 minute story is 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, Vaughn messages me like, "Hey, Mystic, you might need to sub in on week 5 or 6 because I will be in Japan." Never heard about the situation again since. Month passed, no idea what happened. I messaged Caleb today. "Hey, I don't think I need to sub today, but just making sure, let me know if you need me." And Caleb's like, "You are needed." And I was like, "Oh, okay." I was supposed to be casting that for his block. But the games were a lot of fun. I'm really excited. I was excited to play in it, and you know, I'm super happy with my performance and the outcome.
Hey, ended up taking the victory away, and Core Flip, of course, looked decently strong there as well. So,
Hey,
good to see
K-Bot,
that victory.
I just want to
But-
say I beat Mirror Meg in the mirror match. So
Hey,
the real
the
ego
streak
check
has been snapped. All right. Well, to turn our attention towards the matches we've got, Mystic, this next match will mark the exact halfway point in our season for the regular season. And we've got Demons Raw versus EKC, which you sounded very excited to get the chance to watch here.
Yes, I wasn't sure if it was you who brought it up or Gordo. It just something passing thought in a previous week where some of the matches, while they're all national matches, you know, can be a little bit flip flop from just like the skill level between the two teams. So this is something where EKC has slowly been kind of climbing up, trying to prove their name of like, you know, originally they were put kind of in the middle of the bracket, and now each week it seems like they're gaining more and more traction, and now get their hands against Demons Raw over here. So I'm really excited to see kind of the outcome, the improvement of EKC over the season, as well as like, you know, does their climb stop here? Can they keep going higher or not?
Yeah. To your point, may or may not end up coming away with the actual victory here, but I'm expecting EKC to keep these games close, right? At the end of the day, they have proven at least enough that they are a cut above a lot of those other teams that are kind of sorting out the middle of the pack right now. They obviously went up against Core Overflow and did pick up that victory, kept it close for the long haul, and then had some things fall to their favor. But at the end of the day, this team has been in every single game they play. This team has an incredibly unique style and different things that they can go to in order to continue pumping up those damage numbers. And I think they're going to be a scary opponent and a roster that teams are going to have to give their respect for in the back half of the season, especially given what they've proven so far. We'll see if they can actually convert on a game victory today versus Demons Raw, who I believe, I need to fact check myself on this one, I don't think they've lost a game yet.
Yeah, I believe they're the one undefeated team right now, and someone can correct me on that. But I think it was them and Sad Boys, and then Sad Boys dropped the one match to Cal last week.
Right, but have they dropped a game?
Oh, game, individual game. I have no idea.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're now getting informed they dropped one to Oshi in week 1. So that tracks. Sorry. I was going to try to get the hype up there, but apparently I'm not allowed to do that. So whatever. But case in point, you know this team. This roster is incredibly strong. They continue to prove themselves time and time again. And hey, they're going for a third undefeated season in a row, Mystic. With Nassel West, Nassel Season 2, and now they are 4-0, looking to be 5-0 in Season 3.
Yeah, and this is one of the teams that, you know, originally I wouldn't have said has that same chance of taking a game off of them or the full series off of them the same way someone like Sad Boys or Cow does. But now at this point, I think they do. They have like a solid chance. Like this is a team that has one of the few teams in Nassel that has an opportunity to take a game and a series off of Demons Raw.
Yeah. And so I think this will be one of the first tests for both these teams. So I don't believe Demons Raw have played against either Sad Boys or Core Overflow. They've, had a little bit of maybe an easier schedule so far. I think maybe their highest, in theory opponent would have been the Sundubu Strikers. But now, again, EKC comes in. We're starting game 1 here on Atlas's lab. This will be interesting to see as we get into things here. We have Awakenings now. You can see on your screen, we've got 1-2 Punch Monumentalist are our start.
Whoa. I gotta see these Awakenings. Here, we're gonna trust you. I don't know where to look to see them, but hey.
Just trust it. Just trust
I'm trusting.
Viewers can see it on their screen. You can't, Mystic, and that's okay.
That's fine. 1-2 Punch Monumentalist, which means Monumentalist on Atlas Lab is an immediate now pick or ban. And we did see the ban come out from EKC over there, and especially doubling down on that because EKC loves to play these damage compositions, right? They tend to go either like Centauro or Kazan plus some sort of damage midfield, but we're seeing the rune here, which isn't as common on the damage composition, so it looks like some sort of mix between damage and core control, but still heavy damage coming out from EKC. And we're seeing a little bit of South America tech on NXED, bringing out the Brawler with the vicious Vambrace.
Talk to me a little bit more about these Vambraces, because that hasn't been a thing we've seen as of late. What's the deal? What are they cooking down there in South America?
So, I was actually the proponent of this thread in the Coscord, or not the Coscord, sorry, the Omega Strikers main Discord, talking about the lack of defensive options, and which allows these damage compositions to be so powerful. And one of the top players from Brazil, I believe, or the South America region, said, hey, we went through this similar thing, and what we had developed was that both forwards on our team should just start picking Vambrace. You sacrifice core control, but living is so much more valuable, and it's so much more worth it. And then you have these damage compositions putting abilities into you that aren't resulting in anything, and eventually leading to you having ability advantage and overall map presence and so on. So that's kind of the quick strategy on why the Vambrace is so powerful, even if you're on the damage composition side.
Like the theory, but we'll see whether or not EKC can put it into practice. NXED looks in position, doesn't even need the energy burst. It's going to ricochet off of that anomaly that Katsuna put up. The increased size on that one, and a little bit harder hitting. We'll send that one towards the net rather quickly. And to your point, Mystic, they stayed alive that whole time. Their stagger bars might have been looking pretty low, but now Demon's Raw looking to change that right away. They take both barriers, and Soren has to use the energy burst to get it away.
Yeah, and we're seeing that Soren ended up losing almost all of his entire stagger bar, and what a quick point there, right? 15 seconds, Snake and Kainoob, little bit of double team forward action, breaking both barriers within a few seconds, and there was just no abilities up. One of the issues of the Aimi goalie that we end up seeing is, while you have that offensive pressure, your defenses are pretty low, right? So if the ball gets to you, or the core gets to you with any form of pressure, whether it's through a stuffing ability or so on, it's very, very hard for you to defend. And your best means of defense on this Aimi goalie is just keeping the core forward with your abilities and not letting it get to your half.
And already you see Demon's Raw taking advantage of that right away. Snake will find the barrier, but he'll trade it for his life. Now Kainoob next to the chopping block, and it's going to be the double KO for EKC. Gumi tries to keep this core away. Now it's going to find the Firewall Sentry, and actually Gumi does an impressive job of killing some time there. Katsuna will be in position, though, to take that last barrier. As Kainoob comes back online, its goal gains open on both sides. Snake starting to go in pursuit, but it's already down on that stagger bar, thanks to some of those abilities from NXED. Can't quite finish off the kill with the slice and dice. Now looking to dive on top of NXED. Snake looking for the goal. Soren sends away to the top side. There's the Blavo going forward from Kainoob. And another KO. NXED finds it again. Gumi flips it away, and now it's going to be right there. Finds an awkward angle there for Soren, who doesn't have the speed to catch up in this first set.
The overtime speed, sending it around the world. Gumi able to find the angle onto Soren, even with one of his own teammates down. One thing I want to point out here is the matchup between NXED and Snake. We're seeing Snake frequently being KO'd and taken off the map, and NXED, who has that vicious Vambrace, is participating way more in the point, right? It's not just about staying alive. It is the fact that you are healthy allows you to have more pressure there as well. But as I say, that Katsuna, with the split kicks, does not have that same survivability, and then taking advantage of that, Snake and Kainoob able to eliminate him and open up the map themselves a little bit more. The crossing firewall sentries coming through enough to get that final barrier. Kainu walking up with the energy burst there, so patient, able to wait out Soren's blink and find the angle right on top of his body.
Looks like Demon's Raw is doing a fantastic job at collapsing when they have the opportunity to make these plays happen. Even if a lot of the times when the points go longer, they end up losing out in the stagger battle, they can make the plays happen when they absolutely need to, especially with the Juno flying forward. And Kainu Pure is going to get MVP of this set and picks up this rapid fire first. Interesting passing on both other Dash Awakenings here, Mystic, opting for that rapid fire.
So a little bit of knowledge here is the Dash Awakenings don't have the same value when it comes to Juno midfield as it does to Juno goalie because of the eject button, right? You want to be able to utilize a dash on Juno goalie so that you can jump across the whole map, participate in that offense on their goal line, and then be able to return as well. But when you're midfield, you commit to each jump, right? So it's much more cautious on how you go in. You cannot just freely jump in the same way you would on goalie. And therefore, something like rapid fire has much more presence where you can, from afar and without giving up your positioning, can constantly keep applying pressure and participate in those strike wars.
Nothing else particularly interesting coming out of that Awakenings carousel. NXDD will opt for the aerials, even though that Super Source was taken away from by Gumi earlier, meaning that NXDD will also have the increased dash range on this Zentaro, which perhaps plays a little bit of a role there as well. Now, though, barriers taken. Snake will take it himself with a full rotation of the Zentaro abilities and send it in.
Snake, one-man army over there. He also has... So we were talking about the NXZD, or not the NXZD. We were talking about NXZD with the Vicious Vambrace, but didn't really talk too much about Snake, who is not taking Siphoning Wand, which tends to be the other common option, right, on Zentaro, but instead taking Slick Kicks, which has been seeing more presence as well. It's kind of the other side of the ideology where I'm just going to go all in on core control. My character has enough damage built in, but you do sacrifice some healing from the Siphoning Wand, and we've been seeing Snake get KO'd, but instead, the way he's able to manipulate the core has been so much more than NXZD in these points so far.
You just wait until potentially, depending on what comes up in the next Awakenings carousel, if Demon's Raw can continue snowballing this set, they might have the opportunity to get more cooldown Awakenings on Snake, and that could spell danger for the side of EKC, as now they're the ones that get double KO'd off of the pitch. Snake, though, low, perhaps next on the chopping block, but sent to the corner, but will find a KO on Ketsuna first. Forward they go, and now trades all around. It's only a 1v2 on the map, but Gumi's gonna have to kill for a moment of time. Soren will leap forward to help NXZD with the goal, and finally one will go in here for EKC.
Very surprising the point played out that way, but both Kainoob and Snake were really low, so when NXZD was able to spawn back in, I think it was just like a single primary plus the rush, enough to KO both of them. But seems like a little bit of an anomaly, and it's nice to see Demon's Raw able to break through NXZD's stagger bar even with the Vicious Vambrace. But as I say that, EKC immediately breaking both barriers at the start of this third point on set number 2. Demon's Raw needs to come back and open up the map a little bit, because right now the pressure is on them. NXZD is really close to having his own energy burst, but as I say that, the team, oh my goodness, the team play, the coordinated military strike onto NXZD eliminates him before he can get that energy burst. Now it is Soren who has to defend the onslaught of Snake with the Slick Kicks in his net. But Gumi finishing it off.
Dives in to find that goal. Ketsuna was helping out there a little bit on the defensive side with some of those anomalies just in range, but it's not going to be strong enough. Gumi finds the opening and will find a way to put it in. That's the other component, I think, to the game overall right now. Is that Demon's Raw, as we mentioned, have had a better opportunity to capitalize on some of these goals when they've had the chance to. That's also because the core happens to be on EKC's side of the pitch, and Gumi can leap in on that IME goalie, just as we were talking about Soren wanting to do on this IME goalie as well. And he hasn't necessarily had the largest chance to do that, probably thanks to maybe a little bit of increased core control from this Juno of Kainu. But now it's a KO. NXZD's taken off. Soren, though, will dive in and open the goal gates on the other side. Kainu, beautiful pass, keeps it low, and sends it over to Snake, who will take it to the bottom corner.
I absolutely love that pass from Kainu. Typically, if you're in that situation, I would say the average player would just try to hit it up and that gives Soren way more opportunities to try and block it, right? But not only did he pass down, bounce it off the bottom, Snake knew exactly what he's gonna do and reacted, right? That's not a quick thing to or that's not an easy thing to react to. You have to be very quick and understand what your teammate wants out of that play. But going into this this second Awakening draft, we have Kainoob on the Juno picking up the quick strikes, which is absolutely phenomenal, right? It makes those instant blob strikes way easier to perform. But on the flip side, it is flip side again. It is Happy Star plus Timeless Creator on Soren, which is a really powerful combo here on the Aimi goalie. So both sides getting kind of what they want here. I would say still favored. Oh my goodness, Snake with the KO there on the rush, getting NXZD completely deleted off the side of the map. But I would say it is still favored for Demon's Raw here, the draft. But you can't be upset with this draft for your EKC.
Can't be terribly upset, but still going to need a little bit of help to close this one out, as it is all gas for Demon's Raw, continuing to pump things forward. Gumi not afraid to dive in, pick up a barrier, open things up even more on the map, and Snake has the ability to put it away. And you mentioned the Spiral Sentry from Soren. That's all well and good, but again, has to be used more offensively, right? Isn't something that you're going to want to rely on the defensive side out of this Aimi. See whether or not he's given the chance to do that. Kainoob will catch the energy burst, but he'll have to eat an entire gravity well, and now will get banished off of the pitch. Power play opportunity for EKC. Snake trying to chip away at some of the damage, knock NXZD away. The core's going to hit the goal barrier on the other side, and now it's an open net. Snake, though, looks to take it himself, and he'll find the barrier. As we see Kainoob come back online, Gumi able to send it up to the top corner, now dives in. Might have to drum back in a second. Will do so there, and Snake will find the play, slipping it between the shots to the Firewall Sentry from Gumi. It is game point already for Demon's Raw.
And kind of like how you said, with Soren using that Firewall Sentry defensively, we see Gumi able to defend his own side without needing to use that, and then have it there for the offensive play, helping his teammates just provide more pressure on the goal, and Snake finding the angle between the shots, like you said. And that's already leading to something like, I was going to say, the first barrier being taken over by for Demon's Raw, but a quick counterattack from EKC here, able to get both barriers back, and now in the net, NXZD trying to score between the double goalie, finds the angle there, and the Firewall Sentry used by Gumi. That is a tool that is a very long, almost 30-second cooldown tool, immediately gone for the next point.
The 0-2-0-2 comfort zone that they speak of in Legends, here it is for EKC. We'll see whether or not they can start turning things around. Again, it'll be one heck of a hill to climb, especially against a team that's only dropped a single game over the 4 matches so far in Season 3. And they are looking quite strong today as well. The anomalies will not be enough to keep that top barrier online, but nonetheless, Snake gets taken off of the pitch. Now NXZD will stuff the core with a slice and dice and take it himself, tying up the set. We're on to a goal 5.
The comfort zone indeed. With one more point, Oshi can turn this around. Sorry, not Oshi. My bad. EKC can turn this around. I'm still thinking about my game from before.
Yeah, you're getting all of the like happy thoughts of like, oh yeah, you know, that felt good to win.
Oh yeah. But they have to clutch out one more point to make it happen here. We do see the energy economy in the favor of EKC as well. 2 flips ready to go from both Katsuna and Soren. Hopefully they don't have to use it defensively here, but as I say that, Soren needed to use both the Firewall Sentry and the flip to get it out, but at least for their compensation, 1 KO coming through from Katsuna on the banish. Kainoob looking very low. NXZD has his own energy burst here. He wants to get in position to use it, right? Break that final barrier and open up the goal. You don't need it for the goal itself. Just breaking the barrier open is so important. But no, Kainoob walking into the unstable anomaly, KOing himself, making this another 3v2 power play. The Firewall Sentry coming out aggressively this time, not defensively at all. NXZD trying to get in position to use that flip. Once again, the barrier is wide open. The goal gates are wide open. He finds the angle and gets it. EKC are still in this.
We haven't seen perfect form or heavy impact yet on Awakening's draft so far, Mystic. I imagine one of them's going to be here, but it's Katsuna up first. It'll be Snake second, and we're getting 3 sparks on the carousel. That is not what you wanted to see if you're Gumi later on.
Not going to be able to get much if you're towards the end here because of the 3 sparks. Just a little bit of a correction. No perfect form in the Awakenings list as of right now.
Yeah. Well, you know, oh well.
Hey,
no wonder I
good.
haven't seen it. Because it ain't
Missile
there.
prob most likely going over to Soren, and then Gumi just gonna have to take one of the 3 sparks, right? But overall, I mean, this is a pretty powerful draft here for EKC. Katsuna was one of the ones who earlier on didn't really have any defensive abilities to live and was getting targeted down by Demon's Raw. And now that he's level 9, almost level 10, plus the Egoist here, not only will he be able to generate more energy burst, he can just use that extra energy economy to help him stay alive.
Demolitionist as well on NXCD. Help with the cooldowns, and there's the refresh coming through. Now dives up the top side of the map, looking for a KO against Snake, but also has to be careful himself. We'll go elusive. Looks like 1 dodge left. Although meanwhile, Soren tries to keep it up to the top side here. Gumi now dives in, takes 1 barrier, uses that firewall sentry, but Soren will use the energy burst to get it away. Gumi's got his own as well, and now NXCD will find the KO. Here's the leap in. Gumi uses that energy burst.
Ooh,
now
like
the
that.
core hits the gravity well and sends NXCD away. Power play opportunity in just a moment here for Demon's Royals. Kainub's going to come back online, but even still, Soren's going to hold it down at least for now. Get it up to Katsuna, who will send it down to the bottom side of the pitch. Kill for time, and now we're in overtime here in set 4. Once again, still looking for that momentum from EKC. They're on 3 in a row, but we'll need to make it a lot more. Here's another defensive firewall sentry. It'll get blocked with that energy burst from Snake right there on the line, and now Katsuna will strike it right into the barrier. Banish comes out to the core, but NXCD isn't quite there in time. Snake now looks on the bottom side, will actually hit the gravity wells. The core continues flying around the map. Still, no one's able to put it away. Slice and dice, almost forward with that extended range of the build different. Now it's back the other way. It'll hit that barrier. This is where things get very dangerous. Open goal gates both sides. Core flip will get blocked, and now Oni's blade. NXCD looks for it. But Kainub is ready. Snake low on stagger. Gumi dives in, and now Snake will get KO'd. Kainub, though, leaps in, and he'll find the energy burst for the goal.
It was looking really close at that point. Could have gone to either side, but Kainu finding the angle there, and overtime is so hard to defend or predict where the core is going to go. Sometimes you just take a stray shot, even from the midfield line, something that is so much harder to get value from before overtime with how fast the core is going. Very, very dangerous here, but we're starting off with a double banish from Katsuna, leading to a barrier break, but as that happens, unfortunate demon angle for EKC, causing both barriers to drop there, and what could lead to a very quick point number 2 going to Demon's Raw, but Snake has to stay alive for that to happen.
I'll hold it for now. NXCD looking forward. Here's that increased range, that firewall sentry from Soren coming out. Looking for the shot here. Snake almost in position. It'll go right behind him. Kainub looking once again for the pass. Soren, though, has the energy burst. Now the banish comes out. Snake is as good as gone. It's another power play opportunity for EKC, who's looking to this bottom corner, trying to stuff it and get it away. But Gumi's going to use that firewall sentry defensively this time. Kainub leaps in, will force the energy burst out of Soren. Still, EKC looks like they're in possession, but Demon's Raw, here they come in pursuit. Oni's blade in the corner. Snake looking for the shot, and he'll take it himself on the rebound. Once again, it's game point for Demon's Raw.
Snake did manage to find that all by himself thanks to the extra movement speed he's getting from both the fight or flight, which has been a very, very popular pick for Snake specifically. I know he's been liking that with the addition of slip kicks quite a bit. But Kainub lost his life there at the end with energy burst. So again, one more tool down that they would have otherwise had. So not the end of the world here for EKC. As we can see, 2 energy bursts ready, both of them used sadly at that exact moment without getting the barrier. But overall, looking like they're healthier than Demon's Raw. And with a little bit more chip damage, can find something coming through. But we keep seeing these firewall sentries come out that are more defensive than offensive. That one a little bit weird because of the missile prop sending it across the whole map. But that's a very powerful tool to be using at a situation like that, whereas typically we see Gumi use it only when needed to help assist his teammates. He'll even forego the defense altogether to just ensure that the firewall sentry is able to get some value on an offensive play exactly like that. Although not leading to the barrier himself, he will continuously use it like that.
Kainub still with complete possession of the core will take the barrier now. Soren has to use that cyber swipe to get the core away. Kainub forward again. Overtime now. Core's going everywhere. Soren does have to get out of jail free card of the energy burst. And XCD looks for the angle, and it's going to rebound off the anomaly from Katsuna to go in. Once again, EKC looking potentially to reverse sweep this set and send us to set 5.
Look, this is dangerous. EKC was in this position last set as well, and managed to find a way to quickly win over the sect, whether it was through some really good banish plays from Katsuna, or some nice KOs happening between Soren and NXZD here. And we're looking at Snake, who's really low, doesn't have any defenses on him whatsoever here besides fight or flight refreshing his secondary. He just has to kind of run around here and hope that NXZD isn't able to find an angle to take him off. NXZD doing a little bit of moonwalking there. Looks like some pack loss coming through for a second, but everything's all right. Now Snake able to be fully healed up. Both barriers down for EKC. Snake in a position to try to score. Stagger completely broken. Actually, no, has a little bit of sliver of HP there. NXZD is greeting that energy burst, making sure that they break that final barrier here, and the Vambrace able to heal him all the way back up. Yes, Soren, offensive firewall sentry. That's what I want to see here. Trading their brawlers, but Katsuna with the egoist trying to find an angle to score the goal by himself. Yes, the patience, waiting out the slime. Yes, I absolutely love that, right? Just wait out the slimes. The slimes will disappear even if you core flip. For whatever, I can't explain why it happens, but the core is intangible, although things can interact with it, so a slime will simply just disappear if it touches it, and then you can still strike within the core flip timing. So great patience and play from Katsuna.
Playing so well on the rune. That point alone, used an anomaly to interrupt the pass and then kept it himself. Keeping up to the top side, eventually scoring that goal with that energy burst. The egoist pickup from an earlier draft. Now, though, it's 2-2. It's another goal 5. Here's the banish, looking for the KO against Kainu. Will take most of the stagger bar, but not all of it. It'll mean that Kainu lives to see another couple of seconds.
One thing I want to point out for the non-rune players is we saw the double pillar come out for Katsuna on the banish there. There is a proper way to set up the pillars where that is essentially a guaranteed KO. But just a fun fact here, I don't think Katsuna is aware of the KO combo. Although has been getting plenty of KOs, some of these KOs are crazy that you can get on Rune if you know how to set up the pillars.
Overtime again here. Still game point for Demons Raw, but they're going to lose one member. Everyone's forward. Gumi tries to dive in, but a hold is made by Soren. Now power play opportunity. Katsuna will find the pass down to NXZD Mystic, and we're going to a set 5.
It's dangerous. 2-0 start the last 2 sets, leading to a 3-point reverse sweep for EKC. We are in set 5 now, and it can go any way for either team. We see Stagger Swagger being hovered over by Kainu, which I really like. Give them some more speed and defenses to ensure that they aren't being KO'd anymore. Deadeye being picked up by Soren. It's going to be a lot of additional damage, right? Even though Kainu gets the Stagger Swagger, Soren can just target one of the other 2 teammates on Demon's Raw. Instead, heavy impact going over to NXZD. Really powerful pick. Reverb. A little bit more stagger for Snake. But overall, this draft, I'm going to say, is very favored for EKC. Primetime Hot Shot with Monumentalist on Katsuna. Deadeye plus Happy Star and Timeless Creator on Soren. Like, these are some phenomenal trainings. Like, handpicked could be best in slot for your character if you had the choice to pick them out yourself.
Mystic, you say that, but even still, I'm scared of the twin drive from Gumi. It feels like every time Gumi dives in, he finds at least a barrier. Obviously, the holds are being made so far by Soren and Katsuna, but even still, things can be incredibly dangerous when Gumi dives in, and now he'll get the chance to do that ever so more often.
We're already seeing it come through. Gumi jumping in frequently, right? Both barriers being down, had an opportunity to, or at least a goal attempt there. Is constantly jumping in, trying to find the flip angle. Just barely misses it. But Kainu going in, jumping in with the shot on the primary, eliminating Katsuna over there, and now turning this situation into a 3v2 with Gumi staying up net, and like that Super Surge plus a Super Surge Ejecta and Twin Drive, and exactly how you said it, Gumi is participating in these points, it looks like, with much more frequency and efficiency than Soren at the moment.
What did I say earlier in the game, Mystic? It looks like Demons Raw are able to shove all their pieces forward and capitalize when they know they have an opportunity to score. And a lot of the times, the damage is not fully coming online for EKC to find a lot of these KOs. And now with a couple of survivability options, including Kainu's Stagger Swagger picked up in that last carousel, it could mean that there are that many more opportunities, and that's enough to swing the difference. But I've seen this before. It's Demon's Raw going up 2-0 in another set, Mystic. They're on game point again.
This one feels a little bit different. I got a feeling in my left elbow here that's telling me that these points are coming way too cleanly.
Snake will silence all doubts, take it himself with both barriers, and that'll be the end of the game. Hey, hats off to EKC for continuing to find adaptations and making ways to actually keep the game close, because that they were in that one for the long haul, and it showed.
Oh, they were doing so good, right? The amount of KOs they were getting, the angles that they were finding. I like the strategies, right? Seeing the vicious Vranberries on NXED there is something pretty unique. Overall, we wouldn't have seen this even like 2 or 3 weeks ago in NASL at all. I like the attempt to adapt and the success for the most part, right? Although that final set was a 3-0, every set before then was relatively close, especially the ones where they managed to come back and reverse sweep.
There's a reason why Demon's Raw is at the top. There's a reason why they're able to convert game after game after game after game. It's because they can convert opportunity after opportunity into another goal scored. And you saw it there, especially with Gumi's ability to dive in on that Aimi. Gumi, not necessarily known for playing the Aimi, of course, but even still, he's always been this kind of goalie that really wants to throw it all in, be aggressive, have the opportunity to get opened up to do so, and be active for the team on offense just as much as he's able to hold it down on the defensive side. And he's found another pick in this Aimi to do just that.
One thing I want to point out here is in the stats. If you take a look at the overall shots sent towards EKC, the difference between Kainoob and Katsuna, right, the two midfield players, is a staggering, like 50 shots more that Kainoob has, right, at 84 versus the 37 from Katsuna. The save difference and the redirects is showing that completely. Soren with 99 saves to Gumi's 40, the 255 redirects to Gumi's 172. And although the number is higher than Gumi, it just goes to show how much more pressure he was under from both Kainoob and Snake. It doesn't even come close to the amount of attempts on goal. Gumi having 3 goals on Soren, while Soren having 0 goals himself. He just couldn't participate the same way Gumi could, because both of his teammates were enabling Gumi to go in as well, managing to keep the core forward themselves, and then letting Gumi use those abilities offensively on a scoring attempt rather than having to use them defensively, like a lot of those firewall sentries from Soren coming out.
And Mystic, this is where you start seeing composition identities all come together, right? Gumi wants to dive in. He's able to do that because I need enough core control out of the forwards that I have. Well, guess what? I've got a Juno. That's exactly the name of the game when you're playing Juno, right? That's one of the reasons why the striker is rising in popularity and rising in strength right now, is because a lot of people are going, hey, we could use this to an incredible degree of accuracy and capitalize on a lot of these kinds of opportunities. And the way Snake is playing the Centauro too, the area that you're able to cover with a Centauro compared to a lot of the other brawlers is just so much more significant, especially when you pick up a single size awakening. All of a sudden, your area of impact on the map is so much larger, and it really enables those opportunities for Kainoob and Snake to shut down opportunities before they get across the midfield line so that Gumi can dive in and continue opening things up, keeping the heat on, and keeping Soren in the hot seat.
Yeah, and then seeing the difference between Snake and NXED there, right? The choice of vicious Vambrace over slick kicks. Although with similar redirects, we could see kind of the solo plays that Snake was able to make by himself multiple times, breaking both barriers at just that last point, right? Breaking both barriers and leading to a goal himself, or just finishing off the final point, or in general, breaking barriers on his own, even without the assistance of his teammates. And we saw kind of the movement speed with the flick kicks plus the fight or flight, allowing him to reposition and apply so much more pressure through just strikes, is something that is a choice, right? It's a playstyle choice of both the team and himself. And we see the differences between how these two brawlers want to play and how these two teams want to play out their plan.
The real question here, Mystic, is where do you go next, right? If you're EKC, the damage thing seemed to have worked for the most part when they were able to, but at the end of the day, Demons Raw still found a win condition in terms of actually capitalizing on a lot more of those opportunities. We're heading to Demons Raw's map pick now of Clarion Test Chambers. So what has to be the adaptation here?
This is another map where you can see a high frequency of damage come out. A typical map that favors Kazan, Zentaro, or even Juliet. Those are, I would say, the three most popular bands, or sorry, the three most popular brawlers here. As we see the bans, it is Aimee and Juno coming out. EKC understanding that the real the real playmaker being Kainu, who just had so much pressure. It's not as flashy, but the amount of redirects, the amount of shots, the amount of pressure, even the KOs that he got were adding up and being a little bit too much for them, which means now is open for Kainub as well, and essentially eliminating damage altogether. So it looks like the strategy from EKC is going to be to forego strategy, or not forego strategy. That is not the strategy. It's going to
They want to throw all strategy out the window. They don't want to do that anymore.
Use instinct, no thinking. But we're going to be using less. You can even see it from the picks here, right? It's going to be less damage and much more core control. Even Soren bringing out, I've seen this in in-houses a few times, the eject button Rasmus. He has been a proponent of this and wants this to work so badly. I'm really impressed that he's bringing it out in NASL, and I'm curious what kind of value it can get.
Soren, the only one to take Demolitionist, probably for the increased size on the Rasmus, and everyone else will opt for the Prime Time. We get started here. Remember, folks, it's Party City. It'll be a slightly different map configuration every single point we see. We'll see which team is able to continue keeping up those adaptations. Soren, though, able to pick up a KO there over Snake with that pendulum swing, and now dives in. There's the eject button coming out, starts to go a little bit further forward, and now Energy Burst comes out of NXCD. Can't quite find it. Kainub taken away. Low on Stagger now again. Gumi will have to Energy Burst to get that core away. Another opportunity here, but even still, each team holding their barrier respectively.
Ooh, I like that. Kainu with the primary instant flip to eliminate Katsuna, and the Snake following it up, getting a double KO himself. And now 3v1 position here. Soren, who does not have pauldrons for the extra size, nor does have Prime Time, still manages to find the angle to get rid of it. But we're in overtime here with one barrier piece. Great defense from Soren, able to allow his teammates to come back. Just as I say, that Snake with the enhanced size from the middle cube core thing, ball, spherical object, eliminating Katsuna, and now making it a 3v2 play. NXCD no longer having that vicious Van Brace this time around. We are seeing get taken off the map way more frequently. And with the power play this time, they are able to find the goal onto Soren.
To your point, NXCD obviously doesn't have the vicious Van Brace this time. And the other thing this time, as you mentioned, pointed out in Striker Select, Kainub now has the ability to opt in for a little bit of healing. So things aren't going to be as one-sided in terms of potential damage numbers. Probably going to be pretty similar, but now we're on Project Base Drop, and we see quick 2 barriers come out from NXCD on a tried and true Zentaro once again. Zentaro mirrors from both brawlers. Gumi will opt for the Energy Burst to get it away, and now Snake will actually take both barriers himself. Looks to keep it in the corner, almost will find the pass to himself, but won't be able to convert. Now, here's another rush forward. Soren will be able to send it away with a pendulum swing, and now NXCD will get it behind Gumi, but won't find the angle that he needs to. Energy Burst opportunity here. Katsuna keeps it up. Kainub will be forced to use that Energy Burst defensively. Almost. Kainub barely finds the angle to get it down to Gumi. Snake now forward, just comes up shy with a slice and dice again. Feels like these players are used to playing the last game where they had Size Awakenings and all these other extra speed things, and all this. They have not quite adapted to getting into this one, but that's all right. It's 0.2 after all, and it doesn't matter because you still get the Energy Burst. And Snake will line up the shot to send it in.
And a pretty fun little tidbit there. If Soren had taken pauldrons in that exact situation, Snake would have been dead because of the extra power. That is just like these small differences, right, that these choices make of choosing to take eject button over pauldrons that you don't really account for, and you can't really say it's like, oh, this was the difference between me taking these two trainings, but that was a perfect example of like, here's an exact situation where if you had taken one training over the other, would have resulted in a different outcome. But as I say, that 1-for-1 being traded here, Katsuna or Snake, and with still Gumi walking up all the way, no eject button here, using momentum boots. He is participating in the play. I didn't even realize Gumi is on Kai without any eject button whatsoever. But Kainu getting an elimination here as Snake comes back, now continuing that 3v2 power play that's been going on for quite some time in the first few points already. And Gumi almost finding the point himself, but eventually does through the use of the energy burst, bouncing it off the top, plus the barrage. Or was that Snake who got the point?
That was Snake. Snake ended up cleaning it up. Gumi kept it forward for a long while, and I think that's one of the things that a lot of the practice is coming in with all of the different, off rolls that a lot of people are doing just to try to keep the game fresh for themselves. Gumi has no hesitation, no remorse, diving in for the offensive play. He'll get first pick in the draft. That'll pick up this hot shot up first.
And I love Snake taking the Stagger Swagger. This is one of Snake's favorite picks. He just tends to opt in for Stagger Swagger as a denial plus the speed himself. 12% flat movement speed, which is some fun, boring math. Well, fun for me, boring for most people, is a comparison to peak performance. Another awakening that gives you speed, gives less speed at level 10 on Asher than just taking Stagger Swagger at level 1. So, something to keep in mind that people take Stagger Swagger not only for the HP regen, but the base speed that it offers, and plus the slick kicks. We can see Snake already performing with such efficiency here, constantly getting the strike wars, and the pressure that he puts onto Soren is so high.
Continuing to keep up that level of pressure. And Soren doesn't have any goal barriers to work with. Energy Burst starting to work online. Kainu, though, will just take the dribble and take it himself. 4 straight now for Demon's Raw in this game.
4 straight indeed, but we've seen this last game as well, did we not? Where it was set 3.3, where EKC turned it around. We're not at that point yet, but just because we're in a situation with Demon's Raw dominating, EKC still has what it takes to take it back. NXCD showing a little bit of that right now as he gets 1 KO, with Katsuna getting the first barrier for EKC over there. Both of them quite low, though. Katsuna being traded off from the bounce in the middle, Expanse plus Gumi's Giga Blast. And now 3v2, different situation here. Gumi using the barrage to try to break down NXCD Stagger a little bit. And now Snake coming in on Soren, not able to find the pass from his teammates, though. Has an opportunity here to break the final barrier here. Kainu blocking the top angle. Isn't able to get the pass from that front side. Instead, Gumi having to send it around. And even though 3 people there defending that final barrier, Snake is able to get the last of it. Get the touch that he needed. Goal gates open. Gumi is so eager to walk up here, has the energy burst, wants to use the momentum boots. Without eject button, though, it's a little bit scary. He's trying to find the angle to move up. But EKC doing a good job of not allowing him to walk forward. But as they do that, the stagger is being traded and the lives are dropping. And they're dropping like flies.
Katsuna going to be the next one to go here as well, and continues to take care of business. Snake trying to go for a little bit of mind games there. Now Oni's blade is out. We'll find the KO and confirm it. Energy burst online for both Kainoob and Snake. They'll commit both these. Oni's blade out from NXCD, but it's not enough to stop the goal. 5 in a row for Demon's Raw.
This could go all the way. There is a world where they take it 9 in a row, but we've seen 8 in a row before, and it has stopped. Not necessarily on this particular series, but I've seen it before. When EKC was versing Core Overflow on Taiko Temple, 8 straight points, and it turned away on that last one. So they've seen both sides of it. Let's see if they can make it happen for them. The reverse sweep. It can start here. It doesn't have to go to set number 3. It's 2-0, comfort zone coming through, but one of the things that I'm noticing is even though there is no vicious Vambrace, there's no innate healing, the amount of damage coming out just because the Now exists and is able to heal up their own teammates, right? Both the goalie and the brawler get healed up from Now, and then the additional damage that Now provides as well. Now is not just a defensive character. Now is a bully that deals damage, and Gumi with the barrage eliminating NXCD there. And enough of the 3v2 power play. is there to allow Snake and Kainoob to pass between themselves and get this point number 3, 6 straight so far.
Now is the tank, mage, brawler, assassin, monk, whatever the heck else you want.
Are you talking about my Ornn?
Of Omega Strikers. No, I'm talking about now in Omega Strikers. And now you see that come through as Kainoob gets MVP and will pick up heavy impact, of course, in this draft. Soren will get rapid fire here, but again, will it be enough to stop the momentum?
I like the spark of Rezil here for NXED, just allowing a little bit more survivability. But the heavy impact for Kainoob is such a massive pickup. Not only is it increased damage on the secondary, which means the core is moving faster, the damage to the opponents is higher, but the extra 35% cooldown reduction if you're hitting 2 targets, right? It's just 2 targets, means the core plus anything. It's really easy to get this thing going. Allows for the mines to be up so much more frequently. And now Snake using that speed boost from the mine, breaking one barrier, trying to break the other one. Kainoob sitting in this midfield, helping with a little bit of double goalie. Rank 1 NA and rank 1 global on the goalie position, even though he's a starting midfield player here in NASL, knows how to help defend and how to eliminate with the now. That's multiple KOs Kainoob has been getting on this now, just from the proper use or efficient use of that energy burst, and the tag team Snake plus Kainoob able to use the passive with the enhanced missile prop to shoot it into that top corner. Soren not having the tools to defend that.
Obviously, that point itself was a little bit doomed, but I want to go through the thought experiment here a little bit, Mystic, because with a Zentaro now as the forwards for the enemy team, the entire thesis of Rasmus goalie, right, in general, is that you're trying to use the pendulum swing, use everything to hit the core before it gets to the forward that's trying to stuff it in front of you to the net. But these two are characters that are more than happy to sit out well outside the goal box and then dive in, look for the shot, and take it yourself. And that means that this Rasmus just doesn't have the ability to cover the entire net. Soren has another one go by. It is 8 in a row now for Demon's Raw. 0-2-0-2 comfort zone will have to repeat itself if EKC wants to stay alive.
And you're completely right there about the efficiency or the effective use of the Rasmus, right? Who has more value against, let's just say, like an Asher or a Juliet that doesn't have those same tools to kite out the Rasmus pendulum swing, and Rasmus can hinder their offensive play before it even gets to start here. And then on top of that, Soren, who has the eject button, which means smaller size, smaller power, is, I don't want to say it's not shooting yourself in the foot, but when your forwards aren't able to have the core control that Demon's Raw has, you can't use that eject button the same way. You want to use the eject button to go up and help participate in these offensive plays, but the forward duo are having a hard time of keeping it up themselves, which means that you're not getting value out of your starting training at all.
Match point still here for Demon's Raw. Looking to put this one away and take care of business. Move up to 5-0. Seen that one before in the regular season of the North American Strikers League. Maelstrom Orb once again taken by Snake. On this stage in particular, Snake has seemed to got a lot of those extra size orbs coming through. And we'll be looking to try to get Thorn and Soren's side up front. Kitsuna, low on stagger, still just trying to run away. Has to be careful of just about everything. Gumi is the one going forward here, and Kainoob's the one holding it down to the backside. Now use the extra drones and hitboxes to get away. Kitsuna will pick up the orb this time. Tries to bully Snake on away. Sit in the corner. Soren tries to commit the energy burst, but Snake will be able to evade it. There. Here's the Oni's blade. Gumi forward. Will use the barrage, taking the barrier. Kainoob walks up to the top side of the map. Has an energy burst here as well. Now looking for the shot himself. Barrage is used. Now NXZD looks to take the play defensively and will use that energy burst to get it away. Still can't find this goal barrier though, as EKC holding on for dear life. Is Soren in the back lines. Still just trying to keep this core out of the net. Pendulum swing back. Giga Blast. Continues to neutralize this core up to the top side. Kitsuna will let it slip by him for just a moment. Here comes Soren coming in through with the eject button. Doesn't quite have the speed though to catch up and get that exactly where he wants to. And now a very strange passive from Snake's Zentaro hits the demon angle and will be what takes the match for Demon's Raw.
The missile prob difference there. Oh my goodness, the missile prob having that 70% extra travel or cast range, allowing the Zentaro passive to get, for any of my Bleach fans, nice Getsuga Tensho to send it right over and bounce it off in the angle that no one expected the Zentaro to hit from midfield.
Oh, that would hurt a little bit. You can't do anything about that. That just hurts. To be the last goal that goes in.
It's funny.
What are you gonna do? It is funny. Demon's Raw will take that one again, advancing to 5-0 on the season with a perfect 9-0 shutout in Game 2. Kainu topping the KO chart with 5, Snake 4, Gumi 2, giving EKC a little bit to taste their own medicine. This team that likes playing a lot of these KO-heavy, damage-heavy compositions wasn't able to replicate it here in this game, and ultimately couldn't get any momentum going at all in that last game.
And you can kind of see the difference of how effective EKC is at certain strategies, right? The difference when they're on a damage composition with now banned versus a more core control composition here. These are different things that they are testing with, and they are really, really good, right? Probably one of the best teams at a damage composition here. But when something like this happens where now can find their way through, and it kind of shuts down this goal or this plan altogether, making it much harder, right? We see almost no KOs coming out from EKC, a collective 3 KOs, even though Kainu on the healer, on the defensive character here, having essentially the same amount of damage as Snake, 21,000 damage, plus the most amount of KOs, more KOs than all of EKC combined, almost double that actually. It is so much difference in how effective they can play some of these different strategies here. And this is why we see Demon's Raw undefeated. 9-0 perfect game number 2 here, and then 5-0 in NASL as of right now.
And to your point, Mystic, not only is this a team that can adapt between different compositions, they can also adapt mid-game to what's going on and find the win conditions that they actually need to play for while the game's going on. And I think that is probably the most important skill that any team can possess. Can you find a win and a victory condition with the pieces and the cards that you've been dealt, especially on some of these Awakenings carousels that you do not get to have the amount of control that you'd like to see there. So will be Demon's Raw taking care of business there. And again, EKC still hoping that this roster can come together and look worthwhile to test things out, of course, but probably I imagine we'll be seeing them stick to closer to their main identity coming up in just a bit. Because it is a unique one. I think it's something they should double down on.
Yeah, and we've seen this strategy work against Core Overflow and the other teams that they have taken wins off of already. Like I said, I think EKC does the damage composition one of the best in all of North America here, and they have a really good understanding of what it works against and how to kind of alter it to different strategies that are being presented to them. So it is that adaptation that allowed them to get so close to winning that game number 1. And maybe they go all in on that strategy, like you said, polish it a little bit more, or get back into the books and try to grind some of these other strategies out. They've been pretty frequent in trying out new things in NASL. I would say more so than majority of the teams that we've seen so far. And all that means is more experimentation. Something is bound to click at some point.
Well, folks, enough about that series because we've got another one coming up as we have now crossed the halfway point of our season. Plenty of time for EKC to take care of business and plenty of time for these two teams to shake themselves out and continue securing themselves a playoff spot. Bun Bun Bonanza versus Last Call is coming right up. Actually, right now, we are getting into queue real quick. Atlas's Lab will be first game. That was picked by the Bun Bun Bonanza. But most interestingly in this one, Mystic, Hook Resets is out and Lumos is back in subbing for Last Call.
Lumos subbing in. We saw Lumos week 1 subbed in for Borg and not Hook Resets. Lumos playing this kind of flex position, bouncing between the midfield and the forward role. Although, I will say before I lock in Borg as the brawler, Borg has been doing some great midfielding recently, prepping for
Come on.
Repping for the Arizona land.
Look,
Hey,
you can
don't-
say all of that you want, okay, but no one's got the same. We're not seeing Garbin in this one, okay? I'll say it.
I'll say if Mr. Jord_OS and Mystic Watch run it back on the ego check, but you introduce Gerbin and TTJ, it's a 10-0 the other way.
Hey. Fair enough. You saw the bands go through as the Kazan and the Now. It will be Super Surge cast to last start here, as you can see. And now you see everything come through. Liari on the signature Juno pick. Of course, a striker that Liari was well known for back in the day. And with this rise in popularity, now we'll see it in Fresh picking up the Finny here as well, which is another pick that he likes pulling.
Yep. I think it's Fresh and both Lilybun, who are like the two most prominent users of this Finny goalie. But I know Fresh absolutely loves playing this character and does really well with the damage compositions, right? This is another stylistic choice that we see. Someone like Soren on EKC, who tends to aim towards the Aimi goalie as the damage goalie, but Fresh opting in for the Finny. So it's always cool to see how different teams want to play their compositions, even though it's still considered a damage composition at the end of the day. As I say this, triple Super Surge start over for Bun Bun. I didn't even see who got eliminated, but the stagger bar of Borg is gone as well. Lumos, I now realize, is the one disappeared. Borg following quickly after, and now a little bit of triangle action, although a good strike shot from Frightfully Fresh, able to hold it down just a second longer. Not enough, as Scyther 12 puts it in with the Zentaro primary.
So close to finding that hold was Fresh, but nonetheless, the pressure was just too much, and that's something that you're going to have to continue putting up with, especially with the Juno that's got one of those Dash Awakenings off the start, and Lilybun, who also is a Dash Awakening on this eject button. Aimi, the same thing we saw Gumiju and Soren try to do in that first game of our block applies here as well for Lilybun, who will be continuing to dive in and trying to secure some of these early barriers.
And correct. I'm not sure if you were familiar with the Otten City Underground tournament that just happened yesterday, but I feel like this matchup played out and it was Bun Bun Bonanza who came out on top. And I don't think it was last call with their full roster then as well, but I'm almost positive that it was Borg plus Fresh and one more who did not beat Bun Bun Bonanza. And as I say that, 2-0 lead right now, as another point being put in, and it's looking like a good start over for the Bonanza fans.
I'm sure we'll get a look, but I know that I'm pretty sure Bun Bun Bonanza was actually the second place team to come out of on City Underground last night. So they're continuing to keep up a solid streak of performances in some of these weekly events, but haven't had the same degree of success that they'd like to see in the league itself. Borg will find a KO against Scyther, and now Liari gets knocked away from the misdirection of Frightfully Fresh. Looking for the goal here, and last call, trying to get on the board, but even still, sent away. Lilybun's glitch pop will be in the way now, though. Lumos is going to be what pops out of the cloak and finds the goal, thanks to Borg's patience there as well.
The cloak allowing him to disappear just for a second here. I say it every time. Every time a Drakkar disappears in front of my screen, I have object permanence issues. I don't know where they go, and I forget that they exist. And it was enough to help him score onto Lilybun over there. But a quick double barrier start here for Bun Bun Bonanza, and a good flip from Lilybun, protecting that final barrier, as Liari has to play on the defense here to prevent themselves from losing their HP. Borg able to capitalize on this and use the Zentaro rush, breaking that final barrier here. Someone eliminated, I think Fresh getting the KO onto Scyther 12, and now 3v2 position here. Borg low has to finds the opportunity to get the goal orb from Lilybun, and now maybe a strike can squeeze this in. Not enough yet, as Liari jumps in with almost no stagger. Very dangerous position, but trying to make sure this core goes in and secure the set number one.
But oh no! It goes behind Lilybun, and Lumos will get credited with the goal. During that point, Mystic, I did just take a brief look over. Last call and Bun Bun Bonanza did not play against one another last night.
Okay, it was an earlier tournament then.
Yeah, last call was doubly eliminated by the Bozo Bunch and another team who I literally was just looking at and now forgot. But, oh well.
Maybe it was Bozo Bunch I was thinking of. It's the double B, the alliteration, you know?
Yeah. I got too many bees around here. They're buzzing way too much.
Buzz. I know Bun Bonanza has a B emote equipped on Liari at least.
In any event.
Oh my goodness.
Goal 5 here. Last call looking to take care of business, and now will commit their energy burst to do just that, thanks to the KOs coming through there as well. And low stagger bars across the board. That is exactly what that composition was looking for, and they're looking to set into their stride now as we head on to further sets of this. Borg will be up first on this Zentaro. Doesn't have a lot of great options on the Zentaro, so he'll opt for the Reaper.
Yeah, not what you want to see here if your first pick is Zentaro. Typically, you're looking for a 1-2 punch, knife's edge, size, heavy impact. Absolutely none of them appearing here, but the reverberation will help out. Borg was one of the members that was getting eliminated early on, so a little bit of extra stagger will help you get more levels, live a little bit longer, and we can see how effective Borg was at finishing off these barriers, as well as the points if he's able to participate in them.
A couple of nice picks, though, for the rest of the carousel. Fresh will pick up the team player in that goalie slot for last call, and Liari picks up the Among Titans, the Tiny Juno, and adding some size, especially something that Scyther will appreciate, who's now opted into the Spark build. We'll see whether or not that comes to fruition, but Lumos gonna get taken down by the Gravity Well here. Power play opportunity for Bun Bonanza, but Borg looking to try to keep control of the core himself on the bottom side of the map and kill for a little bit more time. Liari dives in, looking for it, but Lumos is back online. Now with the increased range of the lock and load, doesn't matter. They'll get taken right back off again. Forced to continue sitting on the bench, unfortunately, for him.
I like the jump in here from Lilybun, trying to get the Firewall Sentry in position to break that final barrier. Instead, they trade off half of Frightfully Fresh's stagger, able to get the Goalie Orb to heal back up, but not enough cooldowns to protect that barrier, and a good ultimate from Borg, able to catch the core, and then a redirect from the strike finishes off. First point on this set number 2 going over to Last Call. Energy economy looking good as well.
Just how many resources did Bun Bonanza throw at the core in front of the goal barrier? And it just was not going down. Continuing to find holes and creative solutions. Frightfully Fresh and the rest of the members of Last Call. Fresh has been one of these players in North American Strikers League this season that has caught a lot of attention for his play and his improvement over the course of the past couple of months. We're looking to see even more from him here in this series. Is now power play opportunity for Last Call. Not going to get both barriers just yet.
Oh my goodness.
Walking a little too close to the edge again. It'll just get absolutely annihilated. Liari will have a nice fun pass to herself to find the goal.
Buzz, there it is. The B comes out. Lumos not able to participate in the points, spending more time on the gray screen than he is alive, it seems like, at least in this set. Trying to position a little bit better, hopefully, to allow for less stagger being depleted. As I say that, already pretty much 3/4 gone, but does find the barrier with the lock and load. And now trying to set it up for Borg. Borg looking really, really low, trying to find a goalie orb or just a health orb in general. A nice strike, able to break that final barrier there. No abilities needed as Liari tries to trade it back. Is not able to find it, and now Borg going with the rush. Oh my god, what a beautiful redirect there to get it below Lilybun into that bottom. It was such a tight angle too.
It's just so clean when you see a brawler go for that kind of like cross-up strike play when they use one of the abilities. You know, we see it all the time, but it still looks cool every time it happens. It's one of those things that just, oh, that makes you feel good inside, especially as a scorer player. Scyther getting absolutely destroyed in terms of stagger bars. Just has to rush to try to stay alive. Continues to get pinballed around. But yet it's Lumos off the map first again.
Lumos, no!
Continues to get taken down. Liari looking for the pass up to Scyther. Can't find it that time. Lumos back online. Fresh does have the energy burst here as well. And now Scyther low on stagger altogether. Lily Bun will dash in for just a moment. In contributing to the low stagger bars, Fresh still has this energy burst.
Or Scyther 12
as well. Now we'll find
Oh
the
my
KO. Lumos will find the revenge KO, but now Lilybud will dive in. KO Lumos one more time. I can't keep a straight face, mister.
I mean, this is so funny. It almost feels like with how much people are bouncing around, you could mistake this for Taiko Temple. It is so hilarious.
There's no way Lumos will die off respawn 17 times in a row. There is no way.
I've never
that
died
will
17
happen.
times. But as I say, that is Borg instead being eliminated. There's so much, it's different because not only is there so much damage, there's a lot of positional KOs coming through where the knockback is just enough to send someone off. Because the Super Surge, right? The Super Surge is so strong from Bun Bun Bonanza that the secondaries are able to completely eliminate someone and just have so much knockback here. And we're seeing a little bit of coordinary strike there as Lilybun and Scyther 12 both jump in together. Flip being used, able to secure the set 3-2, going over to Bun Bun Bonanza, making it 1-1 in sets here, and now giving them hopefully an advantage for them in the Awakening draft.
Tough pick here, though. 1-2 punches online for Borg. Looks like Lilybun will opt to give Borg that Awakening. Picks up a rapid fire here for some extra glitch pops. Twin Drive taken by Liari here as well, and some tools potentially coming in the draft here for both teams.
Yeah, just because in that last draft where Borg had absolutely no options for the most part to take on Zentaro, here we have a couple things that he could have taken. Even if the 1-2 punch was denied, there was a Twin Drive available when he already has Super Surge. So having something to take is nice. Scyther 12 is getting another spark, so something to notice there. 2 sparks out of 4, and we know that this will go to at least one more draft, which is presenting an opportunity for a 3rd spark as well.
Now, Scyther has opted in for the mayoral election. We'll see whether or not he can come out, but Lumos will stay alive for enough time to pop out of the invisibility cloak and find that one goal, continuing to try to take last call ahead here.
I think this is going to come down to if Lumos is able to stay alive. No flame to Lumos, but he is getting targeted down and being the one eliminated the most on last call as right now. Borg has had some eliminations as well. But as I say that, a point for Bun Bun Bonanza without needing to take out anyone. Just a clean set of barrier breaks plus Scyther 12 on the Zentaro ultimate to finish it off.
12-second goal almost always means fantastic execution coming through for the Bun Bun Bonanza, and
I
now
looked away for 1 second.
Borg's turn as like 5 things flew towards him, but oh no! Double barrier back on the other side. Open goal gates. Fresh keeps it away. Lilybun's back in time. Borg back online. Here's the Oni's Blade. Tries to sneak it through. Scyther 12 has the Oni's Blade to stuff that energy burst. The goal won't go in for now. There's the triple take. Rightfully Fresh already used. Now will find Scyther 12 and will contribute to the KO. All the same, power play opportunity. Lumos steps back into the cloak, looks forward, can't quite find the goal on the pop out. Now Lilybun will find the clear between the two of them. Lumos up back to Borg. Now the energy burst is forced out of Lilybun. Looks for the cyber swipe, trying to get this one away. And now Liari dives in, looks to try to take it herself. Forces the energy burst. Once again, out with Rightfully Fresh. Both these goalies continuing to hold on. Oni's Blade now from Scyther will get it behind Fresh. It'll find the weird angle, and it'll be Bun Bun Bonanza pulling ahead.
Scyther 12 has been looking really good on this Zentaro here. I feel like him and Borg are going neck and neck with how good these either points or barrier breaks are. Normally Borg being the Zentaro master, right? The original Zentaro main. You would see the prowess on him first, but Scyther 12 is answering in kind for the most part, and I like to see what was originally a goalie main performing so well on this brawler position.
Feels as though that as more and more time progresses, Scyther is continuing to step into this scoring role. The more reps he gets on it, you know, this team has certainly been putting in the work in terms of scrims. We've heard it mentioned a couple times from members of both teams that Bun Bun Bonanza and Oshido Coreflip both like scrimming against each other pretty frequently, and I imagine that kind of closed, tight-knit environment is helping those players all improve, and they'll be looking towards the back half of the season to continue keeping that momentum forward. And right now, the wind is in their sails in this game, as the energy burst will be committed, and the goal will go in for Scyther 12, picking up his first pick on the carousel here. Both Sparks, though, are in this draft. See what he elects to go for, especially with heavy impact. Yeah, gonna have to take the heavy impact here without the possibility of getting all 4.
It's so funny. You are first pick here, being rewarded for how well you played in the previous draft. But if you're Scyther 12, you want to be in the middle of the pack. Like, you want your Juno or Amy to be up because there's 2 Sparks. It means you're guaranteed both. You're guaranteed either one because they cannot deny it without ruining their own draft. So almost punished for playing too well. But you can't be mad with the heavy impact. It's just sad that you don't get to get that 3rd Spark.
Thresh will pick up the Egoist there in that draft. One of those awakenings that is incredibly strong. And Liari will pick up the Knife's Edge for a little bit of extra mobility there as well. Big finish. Won't be enough to protect one barrier. And now we see the second fall as well. Bun Bun Bonanza continuing to keep up the offensive pressure here. And another power play opportunity now. Scyther 12 keeps the core forward, and everybody dives in on top of it. Lilybun gets the 6 KO streak. Liari gets credit for the goal, and the Bun Bun Bonanza are continuing to go on a roll.
One common theme that all 3 of these characters have on Bun Bun Bonanza is a Super Surge enhanced dash that brings them across the map. Countless times we are seeing someone in position to score, and then either one or both teammates of Bun Bun Bonanza jumping in immediately to help just slam a bunch of hitboxes and abilities onto that scoring attempt here. And as Lilybun is taken out, I think it was one of the first Lilybun KOs that I've seen.
Yeah.
Liari and Scyther doing a good job. Scyther's goalie goalie habits kicking in, helping hold down. Ooh, a little bit too late on the flip there, and Borg finding the exchange flip, hitting the KO, breaking the barrier, and now last call for the first time in a few points has an opportunity to break into a scoring opportunity.
Hold that thought. Yeah. Still holding it down. Lilybun and Liari, especially with the Blobos continuing to come through. Now, Lilybun taken out once more. Scyther 12 keeps things out with the Oni's blade, and now Liari will kill for time up to the top corner. Big finish used. Lilybun back online, even keeled, and we're in overtime. Liari dives up to the other side of the pitch, and now, oh no, just gets a little bit away, and Lumos will come in with the breakaway goal.
I'm looking at Lumos' build, and I'm actually looking at it for the first time in quite some time, and I realized he has a phenomenal Drakkar build. Having Cast Last Start to extend the range or the duration of the cloak, plus the ultimate on the Molten Bolt, double shotgun enhanced range awakenings in the missile prop and the aerials, and then some survivability on the Spark of Resilience to help him stay alive a little bit more. So Lumos finally coming online, and as I say that, Frightfully Fresh taken off, goalie gone. Now having both forwards having to protect this final barrier here, and they do manage to hold for a second there. Barrier finally being taken out. Lumos following shortly after into the goal net, and then it is Lilybun who scores that point with the flip.
Game point now for the Bun Bun Bonanza. They are continuing again, keeping up this constant pressure, diving in, trying to keep Last Call on their toes. It's been working so far, and even though some minute adjustments have been made, you don't see Lumos necessarily getting taken off the map all the time now. Now it seems like some of the time the target is fresh, and Liari will dive in, putting that Blobo down right where that core is going, and it will be a victory in the game for Bun Bun Bonanza. They go up 1-0 in the series.
And what started off as a pretty close match between Last Call and Bun Bun Bonanza in that first set slowly started devolving into a Bun Bun Bonanza dominating performance. By set 2, we had Bun Bun Bonanza take that first round for themselves, and that ended up being, what, a 3... I'm not sure what the final set score of this last round was, but I believe it was 3-1, 3-1 in these last 2 sets.
Yeah, something like that. Fantastic play all around coming through from Bun Bun Bonanza. Felt like they were really able to start finding their pace, and it also felt like there wasn't necessarily as much coordination coming in from Last Call, at least in comparison to Bun Bun Bonanza, right? You saw constantly them going for team plays, diving in, everyone throwing the chips forward and trying to get those goals in, and it worked out a lot of the time. Only a very rare number of instances did it backfire. Otherwise, though, Last Call didn't feel like they had the same amount of pressure, the same amount and the same ability to find those connections to teammates and things of the sort.
And if you take a look at the damage happening here, right? Lumos opted in for the Siphoning Wand and had nearly the least amount of damage alongside Frightfully Fresh on the Finny, which is a known high damage character, compared to Borg, who did do quite a bit of damage, almost 30,000 damage here. But instead, if you take a look at Bun Bun Bonanza, so much damage coming out from Lilybun compared to Frightfully Fresh, over double that damage, Scyther 12 doing equivalent damage to Borg, and then Liari doing more than Lumos. But in exchange, while having all this extra damage, you would expect them to give up something, but instead they had all this dash awakening and pressure coming out from their secondaries, that every single time we saw an offensive play, it was the whole bun. It was a bonanza. They were jumping in. They were jumping in and assisting on these offensive plays. And every point that Last Call scored seemed like it was the opposite. It was a fight from either Borg or Lumos to just push it in against all odds. And they did manage to break in a couple times. But the difference there, whether it was the team composition or the coordination, did show.
Yeah, and again, right? Like, you look at the two compositions that you see on your screen. You take out the Centauros, they equalize each other. I'm looking at the midfield slot, a Juno versus a Drakkar. That Drakkar probably has a little bit of the elements of surprise, sure, out of the cloak and things, and maybe has the ability to do a bit more damage, but you're losing so much core control unless you get that projectile build. And even still, Lumos couldn't quite find all of the positions that he wanted to be in order to have the greatest impact on the core. Couldn't feed and funnel the core up to Borg to let him do his thing on the Centauro. Yep. It just wasn't quite jiving all together. They weren't able to procure the rock for themselves. They weren't able to come up with the damage. At the end of the day, they couldn't find something that all worked together and coordinated. Bun Bun Bonanza did, and that's a large part of the reason why they take the game.
And if you take a look in the goalie position, one staggering difference is the amount of KOs coming out between Fresh and Lilybun. If the forwards had relatively equal KOs between both teams, but 7 KOs to 1 on Fresh, it helped Bun Bun Bonanza so much, right? Constantly having a 3v2 position here where you could just apply so much more pressure. And I'm not sure what's going to have to happen here as we load into game number 2, but there is going to need some adaptation from Last Call as we go into Oni Village for game number 2.
Oni Village picked by Last Call, so maybe they are coming into this one with at least a little bit of a strategy. It is Cast to Last again, as well as Extra Special, which is certainly an awakening that someone like we've seen Lilybun, enjoy quite a bit. But it'll be the Kai ban away by Bun Bun Bonanza coming through.
Kai and the Rasmus being taken out. Rasmus known as Scyther 12's one of their stronger picks, especially on Oni Village. You tend to see that as a popular pick, but now opting in for the Juliet as Kazan is locked in on the opposite side for Borg. Kazan being another pretty common pick here on Oni Village. One of the few brawlers that kind of dips his toe into a little bit of everything when it comes to what they have in their kit. And one of those everythings is core control. When you have a little bit of size and you have that extended range on your closed form hitbox, plus the primary to hook it away, you can do a couple funny things on this character.
And consider too, right, that he's got the extra special start, which means even more ability to continue pumping out that damage with both of your specials, both the Maddening Descent and the pop-up. See what'll come through here, and whether or not Borg will be able to cook. Meanwhile, on the backside, Fresh picks up the Mako. Not necessarily a character we see him play, but feels like every goalie in the league has got to have a pocket Mako.
Gotta have it. It is a nerfed Mako, so not the same Mako we saw in the first, I believe, 2 weeks of NASL. I'm not sure if it was nerfed back then or not, but already has been dropping in appearance here compared to the first week or two. Now, we have not seen Fresh on this character that often, but I have played with and against Fresh on this Mako, so I know it is not a new character by any means to him. Definitely knows how to pilot it. and the benefits that it offers here in exchange to the Dubu is almost the equivalent amount of defense, but you also get a ranged primary plus a secondary that gives speed and size to both of your forwards. Oh my.
Now, taken out there almost immediately, but actually the gold barrier on the other side will fall. Power play opportunity here still forward. Liari tries to go for a little bit more time, but now the passing plays come through. Lumos takes the shot, but right up to Lilybun. Being able to send it away. Toku Fortress out blocking the corner, and now it gets right around everybody. Fresh credited with the goal. Lilybun steps a little bit too far forward.
Good start for last call right now. It seems like we're taking a big step away from the compositions of the last game. Both the map and the characters being picked change up what the strategies are going into it. And Borg is honestly one of my favorite Kazans to see. He is one of the few that pilot the core control aspect of Kazan really well. And I think you're going to be able to witness that in this game with how he uses primary plus his abilities in general to squeeze that core in between the defenses of Lilybun.
Yeah, he's going to probably get like 2 or 3 crooked leverage, hook pullbacks with a shot, sends it to the net, fadeaway shot. You're going to see a couple of those highlight plays in this game, almost assuredly. All assuming, though, of course, that last call can keep possession of the core. Now gold barrier is taken away. Scyther pops the energy burst. Now Fresh will have to pop his own. Still Bonanza in pursuit. Here's the pop-up from Borg. Gets it away. Gets it behind the forwards. And now energy burst forward. Lumos looking to step up for that barrier, trying to take it. And Borg trying to bully Lilybun away, but it's not enough to find the gold barrier. Back up to the other side of the speed lane. Fresh is ready for it, though, and continues to be ready for it. Here's the ensnare drum. Scyther 12 chips away at it for just a moment. And now, finally, hits the other gold barrier. Scyther on the dribble, connects with it on the Flying Phoenix. It'll put a gold on the board here for the Bun Bonanza.
Nice setup from Scyther 12 there. When it comes to dribbling on Juliet, understanding how fast the core is going to bounce off these walls, especially in overtime, spacing himself perfectly to catch it with the dash punch and securing that goal. Juliet, who I would say has less effectiveness on this map compared to some of the other maps, still finding good opportunities here and success in breaking barriers and scoring that first point.
Now, though, Falcononi Village. You know, I'm getting flashbacks here, Mystic, with Julie Estelle Dubu composition, especially Lilybun on the Dubu, which we don't get to see played all that often. And now, of course, back on Oni Village, map that we've had for quite a bit of time. Hitting the nostalgia a little differently in this one. I don't know what it is.
Sometimes, you know, it brings it out, the old days of finesse, and we're seeing it here. So with Lilybun performing well on this Dubu, locking it down, we haven't seen the barriers drop besides that first point for Lilybun, always able to secure at least or hold down one barrier for the full duration of the point here. And Liari, someone that I want to give credit to, has been using the Estelle really well to get some assists and break the barriers. Multiple times I've seen Fresh holding down the primary or the secondary on Mako, but Liari sniping the core and Fresh at the same exact time and getting that barrier. As I give credit to these players, though, the first time in a while, the barrier breaks for Lilybun, and as I say that, it is Liari with the other way around. It's Scyther 12 with the assist of Liari, able to finish off set number 1, 3-1 start, just like the last 2 sets of the last series, or the last game, I should say.
Liari MVP on this set. There's a couple of interesting options on the board. Elects to go for the missile propulsion, leaving the team player up for Fresh, which is, again, pick we saw him come out in the last one, and is something that's going to be incredibly powerful, Mystic, especially on a map like Oni Village, where the core is already going so fast. Now it's going to go a little bit faster.
Yeah, and another thing is the team player. I don't really like that the missile prop went over to the Estelle. Estelle is one of those characters where as long as you have like one size training, not size training, you have one dash awakening. Everything else isn't really that relevant. It's just nice to have. But a team player pick on the Mako goalie is almost game warping, I would say, to the point where it was better to take that and deny it altogether. And let's see if it ends up playing out that way. start looking for those blue cores. It's going to be going fast, and it's not easy to defend against them.
Open goal gates for last call. Bun Bonanza looking to do the same. Liari comes into the Rose Warp to find that last barrier. The Ensnare Drums come out. Cypher 12 in the Fiery Flurry. Has the Energy Burst here as well. Looking for that core to get back up to him, but it doesn't matter because Borg is going to pull it right back and finds yet another angle there, bouncing it off the post and in.
Yep, and those angles that Kazan can pull off that almost no other striker or brawler can, being able to pull the core towards himself with the closed primary and then redirecting it at a pretty fast speed thanks to the closed primary is really dangerous and something that catches goalies and almost everyone off guard. Borg piloting it super well right now. But as I say that, they had 1 point. They started off last round with 1 point as well before Bun Bonanza turned it around as Scyther 12 finds the KO onto Lubos. Going into a 3v2 opportunity here. Good defense from Fresh, but not enough to stop the onslaught here. And now it is Scyther 12 trying to find the opportunity here onto the net. Uses the punch, not able to get it, but a great Rose Warp from Liari. Redirecting the core, not allowing that barrier to fall at all. What a beautiful Rose Warp in play. Keeping this offensive play alive and well as Scyther 12 finishes it, making it 1-1 in this set number 2.
I don't know whether or not that Rose Warp was entirely intentional to just redirect the core just enough so it doesn't hit the barrier, but it looked pretty darn good. And of course, kept the points alive for the side of the Bun Bonanza up to Scyther, who will equalize the set. And now, of course, Liari does have that Energy Burst online as well. Looking to send it down to Scyther. Beautiful Tofu Fortress coming out from Lilybun, who also has her own Energy Burst. Piercing shot comes through. Borg is not phased. Dives in. It'll hit the barrier on the other side. Open goal gates both ways. Demon angle from Liari. Gets it up to Scyther. But Scyther won't find the ability to put it away. Will only send Fresh away. Here comes the Energy Burst. Both committed from the Bun Bonanza. And now there's the Missile Propulsion Crystallized Thorns. That'll secure the goal from Liari. Yeah.
Missile Propulsion getting its value here. And I mean, Bun Bonanza is doing such a good job. Again, it is the 1 point start from last call, and then the Bun Bonanza power up coming through. I'm not sure what it is that maybe they take 1 point to ramp up, and we're seeing just so many clean and like, honestly, just cool plays coming out from Bun Bonanza that you don't see that often on other teams.
Feels like this team, like I said, is definitely work on their synergy a little bit more. Like they are looking for these abilities to find those passing plays, find unique ways to get it to each other. And when you've got all of your starters together, like they do so consistently, it's much easier to continue working on those and keeping the dream alive. Now, here comes a beautiful piercing shot, taking out rightfully Fresh. Scyther looking forward. Lumos will still find the hold. Does have the Energy Burst. Will commit it here and now gets it around both Scyther and Liari for just a moment. Crystallized Thorns come out again, but Lumos able to find the save even still as Fresh comes back online. Borg pulls it back with a crooked leverage. Now we'll look to the corner. Overtime now. Lumos keeps it forward with the drone. Looking for the pass to Borg. Can't find it that time. And now we'll go forward. Beautifully done there by Lumos. On that lifeline, able to find that warp forward and get the core right behind Lilybun once more.
I mean, the most impressive part about that play was the save on the goal line, using the now primary to just scrape it by and getting through the Crystal Thorns. But as I say that immediately, 10 seconds in, we lost both barriers here on last call. One barrier being traded back for Bun Bonanza. Still a really powerful position to be in if you are Bun Bonanza, one hit or one strike away from Scyther 12, having the Energy Burst here, trying to get in a position where Liari can pass to him and use that Energy Burst to score. Might have to do it himself here in the corner. Not able to find it. At least trades one Energy Burst back. Great defense here from Lilybun. Almost, I thought it was going to touch the barrier there at the end, but able to hold it down as Borg is now trying to get this final barrier here for his team. Is able to find it there with a close primary. Good patience on the Dublu log, and now could be a passing play between Lumos and Borg. They're trying everything to get this in.
It was so close there. Fresh forward on the team player. Going to find the pass he wants to. Overtime now, though, in the corner. Snare Drums will hold it there for just a moment. Lumos trying to help out, and now Fresh will get it right around Scyther. Borg sends it around. Lumos finds the pass. Borg takes another check down to Lilybun. There's the Tofu Fortress out once more. There's a pass to Lumos. Looks forward. Again. You see the passing plays starting to come out here for last call. Now Borg trying to dive in here on the slip and taking himself with the top spin. Now looks for the maddening descent. Can't quite find it. Overtime now. Pulls it back. Still can't find a shot in. Lumos' turn. No. Denied again. Here's the pass once more. Lumos looking to follow it up with the proximity drone. Can't that time. Here's the ensnare drums. Energy burst forced out of Frightfully Fresh. Lilybun will also use her own. And it keeps going back and forth between these two goalies. Which brawler is going to have the opportunity to do it first? It's Borg that finds the shot at the midfield line.
Really, really close. When the game devolves into this overtime passing back and forth, it's just trying to be at the right spot at the right time. It's so hard with how fast the core is going. But Borg utilizing that opportunity at the end to find the time. It was so close to the edge of the top part of the goal, even a slightly bit higher, and it would have bounced off and been redirected. But good defense overall from Bun Bun Bonanza during that point. It was not easy to hold that long, as well as Frightfully Fresh doing a great job on the goalie position there. But as we go into it, it is one set going over to last call now. And we saw this, but reversed for in game one for Bun Bun Bonanza, right? It was last call who took that first set, followed by Bun Bun taking set number 2. So you never know. This might be last call picking things up and figuring it out, finding what they need, getting a little bit of awakenings here. It is 2 sparks for Borg, with Egoist going over to Fresh. Other than that, Lumos having the hot shot is going to be really nice to at least keep the speed up with the additional cooldown. Right, 12 getting the heavy impact isn't all that big of a deal. You don't find the KOs are pretty rare. It's mostly due to mispositioning here. I don't think it's going to matter too much. But other than that, I would say this is a pretty favored awakening draft for last call.
You said that the roles seem to be reversed a little bit here, and indeed, it's Borg the one that's got 2 sparks after 2 sets. We'll see whether or not the game's more kind for Borg as Lumos steps forward. He'll find the KO with the drone, eliminating any chance of Lilybun saving that one. Send it in and uses a little XDD emote to
The
boot.
awareness to understand that you have the damage and where a Lilybun is standing to get the KO first before attempting to go for the goal is so high. Most people would just try to hit the core and slam the primary, to use the drone after as a strike war tool. But why do that at all when you can KO the goalie, get some EXP for yourself, and remove their energy altogether?
Still, Borg continues to fly around, and we're not even in overtime yet. A couple more of these passing plays connecting between Lumos and Borg. Like to see that. There's the drone. Sends it towards the net. Lilybun's ready for it this time. Yari now collects it, sends it down to the bottom corner, tries to get it up to Scyther. No dice. Here's the energy burst. Lilybun's ready again. Drum and Base hasn't had a lot of use from Fresh to boost up the last call forwards. See whether or not that comes out. Now the ensnare drum's just out a little bit too late. Fresh does it, almost saves it, but not all the way there. It's a little bit of a tricky situation there, especially with overtime about to come up. Scyther gets the goal.
I like the strikes from Scyther 12 there. A lot of patience, waiting till the last possible moment to strike, almost like grabbing it from the back of his character model to ensure, or to at least bait out some abilities from Frightfully Fresh there. And we saw that Fresh wasn't able to react and use the energy burst at all. Starting off though, 1 barrier going over to last call. Usually the first barrier on this map isn't as big of a deal. It is how well can you defend that second barrier. 1-to-1 trade happening. Liari not able to find it with a piercing shot, but Scyther 12 does get the dash punch into the strike, getting that second barrier here. And now we have this scoring opportunity to make it 2-1 for Bun Bun Bonanza if they can get the core forward. It is Liari looking really low though, having to play in the middle of the map, most likely, or more often than not, running around trying to live rather than participate in the point here. But a catch from Scyther 12 onto the energy burst, able to get a 2-1 lead in this 3rd round.
How about that one? Comes up and denies the energy burst altogether from Fresh. Isn't able to find a way to send it away. And now Bun Bun Bonanza continuing to keep up the momentum here. Forward are Scyther and Liari. Here's the ensnare drums. They'll immediately despawn. Lilybun does have energy burst as well to use from the defensive side. Fresh will send it away with drum and bass. Now Scyther comes in the Flying Phoenix again to find another goal barrier. Lily will find the save here as well. Somersault and Energy Burst combination. Fresh does have a little bit of egoist speed here. We'll see what he elects to do with it. Alongside his Energy Burst, already back up to that amount. Scyther already used Fiery Flurry, but a beautiful Tofu Fortress just denies once again the play altogether. And the Bun Bun Bonanza now are one set away from picking up their second victory this season.
I just want to point out what Cycler 12 tried to do there. Didn't have the extended size or a dash and awakening, but wanted to catch the core with the flip and then instant hit it in with the dash. just a little bit too short, but a funny play if that ended up coming to fruition here. As we go into the awakening draft, we have Twin Drive, really powerful pick going over to Frightfully Fresh. The strike or the quick strike being denied away from now or from the midfielder as it goes over to Scyther 12. And then a strong pick on the Monumentalist going to Lumos. Overall, again, I would actually say this is more last call favored, as Borg gets a size awakening, doesn't get a third spark though. Has to win this draft if he wants to see another spark come through. As I say, that Liari with a Rose War plus piercing shot, able to get both barriers, opening the goal gates wide open here. And now just trying to find an angle over to Scyther as well. The piercing shot able to do exactly that. The dash punch not able to push it through Fresh, but a second opportunity coming in as the Crystal Thorns gets it through, and a strike indeed. Maybe that was the quick strike help with a 20% cooldown. Able to push it in, getting point number 1 on what could be the final round of this entire series.
Bonanza continues as the synergy continues developing for this roster. You can tell they believe in each other. You can tell they want to keep rolling and figuring this out. Scyther takes a shot up with the Energy Burst to that second barrier. Fresh was ready for it. Hardy, though, has used the snare drums. Now channels the perfect pitch, looking to send it away again. But oh no. Goal barrier down. Tofu Fortress will keep up pressure here, and now Liari will find the piercing shot to take Fresh off. Lumos has to step forward, use the Energy Burst, try to kill a little bit of time here. Passing it between the members of the Bun Bun Bonanza, and oh no, Liari squeaks it right past Borg. All of a sudden, it is match point for the Bun Bun Bonanza.
These are not close points in this set, or this round number 4, as Bun Bun Bonanza gets a 2-0 lead. But as I say that, one for one barrier being traded, Scyther 12 in position to get the second one, isn't able to find it. The Now Mine protecting that second barrier from Fresh before you can make it down there. Good work from Lumos. And now it is Borg who has the Energy Burst, trying to just get in position to score, but look at how far he has to walk back. Their team is not able to, between Lumos and Fresh, to get the core to him, so constantly has to give up positioning and help squeeze the ball out. And instead, it is Scyther 12 who is just waiting as like a predator for the core to eventually make his way forward here. But great teamwork from Lumos and Borg. Once the core gets to the side of Bun Bun Bonanza and they're able to play together, rather than having to wait for the core to dig it out from last call side, they're actually able to make these offensive plays. The time the core has spent on last call side has been so high. I wish I could see a stat to see like possession of core. Because it is Bun Bun Bonanza who has just been applying the pressure over and over again, and occasionally last call squeezing it through and getting the opportunity to break a barrier or score.
Still looking for more opportunities here. Borg in the corner, trying to get something done. Lumos is behind, now has a little cheeky drone, knocking some away and creating some level of space, but it's not enough to find that barrier. CRA pokes the Crystallized Thorns once. Here's the Tofu Fortress. Fresh will flip to get it away. Again, feels like every ability has to get spent every time by last call, but now, finally, they've gotten a KO. They take off Scyther 12. Liari, though, Rose Warps and finds the piercing shot to take the barrier. Might be looking forward for the goal. Lilybun will step up, take the strike to the net. And it will be the Bun Bun Bonanza advancing to 2 and 3 in the regular season.
Started off just slightly different here in this game number 2, with the first round going to Bun Bun Bonanza, followed by last call, but it ended up finishing the same way with a 3-1 in set finish for Bun Bun Bonanza, 2-0 in the series, giving them their win over last call in NASL, something that is, I would say, not as predicted or commonly predicted to happen. But we mentioned it during the games that it is Bun Bun Bonanza with their full roster, and we can see the team synergy going at it while Last Call was missing a member. Regardless, it was a great performance out of Bun Bun Bonanza, and the stats show it.
Again, welcome to the North American Strikers League. Anything can happen any week. If you're not on your A game, you might end up dropping a game or two. Last Call now on a little bit of a loss streak here. Lost the past 2 when they probably would have liked to be a little bit closer, and now just back to the drawing board here for them, I suppose. We'll have to figure out what adjustments to make, but again, Bun Bun Bonanza continues to show up. They might be towards the bottom of the table, but they're still vying for another spot to squeak into playoffs, Mystic, and this playoffs race at the end of the season is shaping up to be a wild one. Now, of course, with that last match, these two teams are both tied at 2 and 3, where Last Call had that jump up at the beginning of the season. Now they're coming back down, and there is plenty more time for these teams to continue shuffling around.
Yeah, but we're seeing some close games out of everyone, right? It's not just, it's fighting for playoffs, but it's no longer a monstrous gap or between the top of NASL at the bottom of NASL like it was in previous seasons, whether it was NASL Season 1 or Season 2. This Season 3 is showing up to be the most competitive NASL season that we have seen so far, where these teams have the opportunity to take games off the top, like Demon's Raw, like Sad Boys, with new blood in between Bozo Bunch, EKC, Last Call, and Bun Bun Bonanza. It's so many new teams and so much competition happening now. It's just so difficult to predict who is going to come out on top, and the adaptation that's happening mid-series, the ones that are happening mid-league, are so fun to see.
Fun to see, and certainly going to continue to be fun to see as you keep up with all of the league action continuing on. Again, folks, we're just at the halfway point of the season. There is plenty more time for so much more to end up happening, and it'll be fun as we continue watching. But folks, don't go anywhere, or if you do go somewhere, put on your sunglasses. It's about to be X-Lore time, baby. The soon-to-be Strikers versus the Bozo Bunch are up next. Mystic and I will be signing off. We'll see you all a little bit later. Don't go anywhere. The X-Lore match is coming up next.
They better not ban it.
I'll be right back.
It's not a part 2 comms without a quick to start.
We have the best team comms in the entire world, in my opinion. Ba bomba!
My heart rate is like 7,000.
Bomba!
No, guys, how did what? They banned my Julie.
Oh, what the heck?
No.
So baiting his cooldowns is really effective.
Carry me, guys. Carry me. Nice.
Nice.
There we go.
Guys, carry me. It is not looking good.
Right. Good for sit.
Not bad for set. Knife.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. We are
Just
rewarded.
He gets missile prop. I'm gonna take prime.
What if you save some missile prop for the Drek? That would go crazy.
There is no way.
That would go so crazy,
Like,
though.
cause you're just gonna take it.
I mean, he thinks I won't. Oh.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
there's.
hot shot.
Yep.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
His hooks are gonna kill you from really far now. Oh, I'm gonna myself.
Yeah, I think his hooks might kill from really far, by the way. Good sequence. Great sequence. Besides the flip, ignore the flip didn't happen.
I was just being honest. Yeah.
Oh, owl.
That was a delta formation flip. Sorry.
Oh my
We just
god,
really
guys,
wanted
we
to
need to
finish
call
it.
the formations. What the hell? Killian is all this talk about formations and he hasn't called a single one. What a noob. I mean, I just want to hit it back up. Bang. Bang. Bang.
Yin's dead.
I saved you.
Ah!
I can't freaking second strike glitch pop.
Oh.
I hook.
Oh, big. Whoa, core control.
Oh,
Whoa.
yeah.
Tony's
Core
application.
control is on.
Tony's application.
Core control is on.
I should be ready.
Core
for
control
that.
is on.
Tony's MF application.
I'm gonna take extra special here and myself, by the way. Yep.
It's okay.
Wait, can I take 1-2 and let you get Monu?
I think that might be better.
Yeah, I honestly he has best either way. Like he has something good either way. So.
Yeah.
Or he
Oh
just
my
gives me extra
God.
special.
This guy is griefing. It's so chill.
Oh, I got his son. GG. Dang, easy save.
Stop griefing that orb.
You're fine. Just you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Hey, comms. I mean, GG. No
Dang it.
comms.
I literally. I'm you.
I mean, no comms. I mean,
Level 5, by the way.
I tried.
Level 5, by the way. Level
I'm
5,
playing
by the way.
Mako.
Level
I'm
5,
playing
level 5,
Mako.
level 5.
You didn't call the orb. You didn't call
5.
for it.
Level 5.
I mean, call for the orb, noob. I mean, I'll
Open
you.
your eyes. Open your
I
eyes.
mean, party 2 is in shambles. Nice.
You stole my goal. I hate you. I'll kill you. In real life.
Let him know.
No, wait. I don't even know who this Lego Magic guy is.
Caster.
He's isn't he Diet Maddie?
What?
His voice. His
What?
voice just sounds like Maddie.
What did you just
His
say?
voice,
He is
his
Diet
voice.
Maddie. He literally
His
is.
voice. Oh my
Hey,
lord.
ban by
Chilling.
now. Okay,
Absolute
what?
chills
Nice.
on
It's a
Lord
Hear me out.
Start.
Hear me out.
Oh no, no. I'll kill you.
Hear me
I'll
out.
kill you. I'll kill
Alright.
you.
What
I'll
am I
kill
gonna
you.
play? Freaking era.
Yep.
I mean, do you really want to play freaking Octavia into
Wait.
comp? Yeah, I mean, Amy's chill.
It's freaking super surge.
Should I just go Mako again?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, I'll
It's
kidding it up.
It's Kazonkoli this time.
No shape. You can't play anything but Mako. They say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's ever gonna complain. Like, no, Shape, you're playing too
No,
much Mako.
don't play Mako. No.
Please don't
Please,
play Mako.
no. Don't play the most broken goalie in the game. Oh my god.
Can you pass up to me?
Bang, bang, bang. Can we like all say bang when we score next time? Yeah, like just yell it. Except for me,
Top.
It's
because I can't talk. It's top, guys. You spread out. Roll out, Autobots.
I'm also a top.
Huh?
Nice.
I know I have flip. I egoed him,
Yeah.
and I lost. And that's what I should just
Bang. Bang.
bang, guys, bang, bang. God, we're so late on it, guys.
I think this guy just tried
No?
to.
Nice.
You just tried to go way too hard.
Nah, let him cook. Bang,
I didn't see any
bang,
other angles.
bang, bang.
I honestly wasn't paying attention.
He
to any
calculated
angles.
all of them in his head, and that was the only time. If he didn't make those exact sequences, we would have lost a point. Bang. Bang.
You go
Bang. I mean, I'm so carried. Thanks, guys. I'm on my deathbed. I'm not making
Yeah.
the greatest showing.
You should cough a little more.
No.
Oh, he could have killed me. Dude, freaking this one is so broken. Where did my health bar go? Oh,
Hey. Snooze, you lose. I mean,
I'm
unlucky.
like a bit of a snoozer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, no hook.
I have dash punch.
Bang. Bang.
There we go.
Bang. I mean, come on, Kilius. Where's your bang?
Hey, I know that put that freaking turret down.
Okay, yeah,
Oh,
so why
yeah.
aren't you saying bang? Like, you know it's happening, you know? Whoa!
Whoa.
Whoa!
Ooh, I must have a US one strike.
Egoista. I mean, that was more like 3 strikes, liar.
Got the goalie.
Bang. Bang! Bang! Guys, where are your bangs?
Bang.
I'm too stressed out, bro.
I'm gonna look for dash punch.
Did you see it?
Yeah. Then I lost it. It's kind of hard to see. No.
Bang! No.
It's...
Oh. It's like, you know what I mean? You know what I
I know
mean?
what you-
It's like, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, you know what I mean. Oh, no. I mean, Party 2 comms will be going crazy this week. Oh, bang.
Yes!
Bang.
Oh my god!
Bang.
It's
I
so
suck
easy.
so much, dude. It's
So
actually
easy.
insane.
I mean,
It's
me
actually so
and
insane how much I
Gilmore
suck.
just moaned for an entire round.
It's me! Share this!
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to NASL. Week 5. Week 5? Week 5. And we are here for the match of the week. Bozo Bunch versus Soon Dubry Strikers. Now, I don't know about anyone else in here, but I'm personally feeling a little bit like a Soon Dubry Striker.
Ooh.
Jack, how do you feel?
I'm feeling like a bozo, although I don't know if is that what they do? I'm not sure. But that being said, Sundubu Strikers versus Bozo Bunch. This is going to be a good match. Starting off, very first map, hopping in queue here, Night Market, which was Bozo Bunch's first pick. So excited to see who comes out on top in game number 1 in Omega Strikers.
Yeah, Night Market, a map that both of these teams, I think, really enjoy. It's a good map for the Era X combination, and you'll never guess what these two teams excel at. it might just be there's an era hover. Do I hear X?
There's
There he
the
is.
X hover. Yep.
And we've done it.
We have done it indeed. This is absolute peak Omega Strikers, and I would expect to see nothing less from this.
Yep, and we see a now ban coming out. Grimella, very good on the now. Very, very good pick. The Grimch it shows up and drone strikes the masses. And then on Sundubu Strikers, we see a big Octavia ban. I'm known for pulling out the Octavia. They just don't want to deal with that. That will be occurring in this game, and that's a Kazan. And with now being banned by Bozo Bunch, that's not what the Bozo besties want to see right now. Kazan finished your car.
Oof. That
Bozo
is
Bunchers.
a heater of a team right there. Of course, 2 starting awakenings, Deadeye and Rapid Fire, as you see on the screen there. Gonna make this Feeny hit damn hard if you're playing up against Obscure Breads.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've seen abilities flying out from the goal box. And this Rapid Fire, especially on Kazan, is so strong. Look at that hook. He just gets like a 5-second hook or 6. It's something absolutely insane. And just the open primary is also... It does... Uh-oh. One of these players is AFK'd. What's going on?
I do not know. I think we'll get word from production in a little bit. It seems like they could emote, but they weren't able to move. So the keyboard works. Oh.
Yeah, they're pausing the point. As the rules state, whoa. We play out a point and then AFK. And it looks like AFK, we have gone.
Yeah, well, we'll figure out what's happening in a little bit, whether or not we'll remake, because it was pretty early on, but I'm not too sure. Okay, we're getting word from our producers, 90 ping Denver moment, and we will be remaking this game. So
this game's going in the dumpster.
Hell yeah. That's exactly what we love to see. Not really.
Wahoo!
But I'm curious. I'm assuming same map, same picks, most likely. Will the awakenings change? Probably. Statistically, right? There's a lot of awakenings in the game. But I think Deadeye Rapid Fire would have been a pretty crazy match. So we'll see if these other 2 awakenings are going to speed things up or slow it down when we get into our new servers. What are you thinking, Yoshi?
I'm thinking Deadeye Rapid Fire would have been a wild game to watch. All of Bozo Bunch took Rapid Fire, obviously. Really strong awakening. And we saw that Deadeye Finny that Obscure Breads picked would have made a lot happen with it. I think the Rapid Fire, despite being really good on Era, favored Sundubu Strikers. I might be wrong on that, but I think Rapid Fire Kazan is just that strong. And so, maybe they're a little sad to see this. But loading into the same map, hovering the same band on the Sundubu Strikers side. Different picks, though. We might see something unique come out. We're not going to be seeing the now. Same bands. And it looks like a Big Fish Spark of Power start.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
And we're seeing the X hover. X, great with Big Fish. So is Kazan, as it turns out. So it looks like they're locking in same as before. Spark of Power, I think, will make things interesting. Because a character like a Finny, Obscure Breads is not picking. My fault. Doesn't really need size. Throws out the creations, not looking to get big, and could benefit a lot from Spark of Power. Amy, on the other hand, likes size for the Cyber Swipe, but might also elect for the Spark of Power. We see Bozo Bunch once again lock in Era X, the bread and the butter. This toast is complete, and we are coming in with a lot of big fish. It's out of Bozo Bunch. The big Bozos coming out.
That is a lot of big fish, whereas, a couple Spark of Powers on the side of Sundubu Strikers. But here we go, kicking things off. We'll see if this X Air is able to do work. One barrier going down immediately. 3Z looking for the second one, not able to find it just yet, but sort of an explosive start right away. Obscure Breads playing up so far with that eject button. Does lose a barrier for it, though, as a result. Something to look out for moving forward on this match. And 3Z stuck behind the Tofu Fortress, or the Pumpkin Fortress, rather. Grimella trying to stuff it through that log is just too much right now.
Right. 3Z Breezy just hit level 2. Whatever Kazan likes to see. And is putting on major damage to I, who took slick kicks. As Dropletto took vicious Fan Brace to try and curb the damage coming out from Sundubu Strikers. We will have to see if it works, but in the meantime, I took a ton of damage. Has healed it off since then. Oh, Dropletto just has an insane checkmate situation. Core flip into dash. And there's really nothing Obscurebreds could do about that except maybe evade clear it. But
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
such a hard thing to
Dropletto
do.
Just dropping the goalie. That's what you got to do. And there's the Maelstrom coming through. Gets one, and Dropletto gets the second. Looking now, trying to get it through this wall. It stays up so long as Grimella pushing forward, using that shotgun, not working out just yet as the core flip comes out to secure a kill as well. Absolutely beautiful from I. As will this dash and turret be enough to save things? Maybe for a little bit as the Maelstrom comes out. But looking for anything. Dropletto with the 1, with the 2 into the bottom of the net. Beautiful stuff from Dropletto.
Yeah, incredibly well done. Just able to lay it up and get in there just like that. And that's what Dropletto does. He shows up, he plays X, and he scores immaculately. So we're going to be seeing a lot of that. In the meantime, though, 3Z Breezy taking one barrier and looking to take Forgot's life, getting to work, putting on the Kazan business.
Oh, man, but the double barrier instantly. Look at this right now. The Bozo Bunch are doing such a good job at taking 2 barriers and leaving Aimi in sort of an awkward spot. Not a lot of abilities, has to deal with Era constantly buffing the X for size and speed. A terrifying thing when you're stuck there in Aimi, but terrifying is what Grimella sees. He's taken off the bottom of the map. Obscurebreds does have the core flip. Has to use it to get out now and is stuck in a rock and a hard place. Manages to get out. Will buy time for Grimella to come back. But will they be able to defend? A nice blink right away. Stops Dropletto in his tracks. But this top corner is where they thrive. If they can keep it in here, we'll see a lot more coming out of the Bozo Bunch.
Yep. Oh my god. Guys, is MOBA the best control scheme in the game? Let me know. This is Breezy. Ripping the best core flip I've ever seen in my entire life. Hey, I'm their coach. I taught him that one. Well, I like to see, but Grimella.
The best, clearly. Look at the dribbles through the speed. Burns the core flip from I, but a right click does get things out of it as now it's Dropletto and I moving forward on the power play. 3Z is such a low HP and Dropletto just punches it through the back of the net. A perfect first set coming out from Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, a clean 3-0 coming out. Dropletto, the HyperX hero. He's going to be taking this first set, and I'm really curious to see what he wants to pick up because every awakening here, except for like prime time, is phenomenal on X. But going for the built different, no buff duration. The nerfs have absolutely killed it. Just like he said on the pre-show earlier today, going for size instead. But we see I picking up Spark of Agility to deny 3Z Breezy down the line, as he had Spark of Strength from the start. Forced to take Reverb instead. Still pretty good. And Grimella picking up Stagger Swagger, which means he's going to be so much harder to kill. And it means that if they go... Oh my god.
Oh, interesting there. A nice little 2-for-1 special on the night market as another player falls. Dropletto looking to push forward, but both barriers are down. This is still possible for the 2v3 power play. Coming out right now, Grimella with the night market angle almost gets it through. Terrifying for Forgot there. This Obscurebreds is forced to try to clear it out, but to no avail, but it just goes forward. Will Grimella be able to get the snipe? No, he will not. And 3Z sitting up there, just flying through the air like Mary Poppins with that umbrella, looking for something. Obscurebreds passing it out. Pressure is relieved for just a little bit. And now things are scary for Forgot. 3Z just stuffs it through.
Yeah, what a great play by 3Z. And dribbling it off the wall and then just going straight for Forgot with that close dash special. Just pop it in there really nicely. And that whole point, Grimella just was playing so well. He almost 1v3'd in that power play when 3Z was down. Just locking it in the midfield, preventing the ball from getting forward. And he's doing it again. He's so good. And he has Stagger Swagger. He's at half health. Just speeding up a little bit.
He's so back, but 2 core flips on the side of Bozo Bunch right now. Surely they're used efficiently. Maybe not Droplettos, but surely it's used correctly. Copium.
Oh no!
Oh no! The
Caster's
Bozo
curse.
Bunch. Oh no! Does he know?
Does
No,
he
does
know? A
not.
fatal hex has found their way into I's keyboard. Unfortunately,
Okay.
a 3Z Breezy has also found their way into I's location as Kazaned all over him.
Yeah, they don't need it for now, but both barriers will fall for the side of Sundubu Strikers. 3Z trying to push it through, but forgot as a brick wall or even a tofu wall as one comes out now to stop it from the top. Grimella, someone to look out for this game. You see them walking down the midfield with that lock and load, able to stop so many attacks, and there's the stuff. All Obscure Breads has to do is get it up to those forwards, and surely it's in. A nice save from Forgot, saving things for just a little bit longer as somehow Obscure Breads credited with that one. The glitch pop just sends it into the bottom corner.
Yeah, I can't tell you how that happened, but great work, Obscure Breads. You did it. And the ball has found its way into the net.
Oh, 3Z is doing it himself right now, all the way forward, getting one. Oh
my god.
I couldn't even speak. 3Z is just cooking. You just have to let him watch it. Look at this. Another 3-0, but this time for the side of Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, a little bit of Sundubly striking coming out right there. And I think the first point was well fought by the Sundubu Strikers, but the other two, they seemed a lot more comfortable. Got it done. And that's a twin drive being rewarded to 3Z Breezy, who's now just going to have 2 sets of 2 dashes, which is just an insane concept. The Kazan character is online, and Fight or Flight on Grimella.
Ooh.
Didn't know this awakening is really good. We're just gliding around the map, slick kicks Fight or Flight, and you win the game. The core control is unmatched. Dropletto has all 3 size awakenings. Hey, that's pretty good. That's a big guy.
Yeah,
is it going to be enough?
Huge. This looks like when you're playing Clarion Test Chamber and they break the middle power up. I feel like that's what I'm watching right now. But despite all that, Dropletto still being brought down to 1 HP, and Grimella is just flying around. Like, I think Sundubu Strikers is probably the happiest with their draft there, but I feel like Bozo Bunch is also pretty happy with considering all they got.
Right. I mean, if I'm an X the size of the continent of Australia, whoa. Like, I'm feeling great. That's X lore. Just being a big guy, punching it out. I mean, seriously. It's like you said.
Big in the punch.
He got the Clarion Orb. He is so big. Oh, but 3Z Breezy is on Forgot's case. Just trying to take him down.
Nice
sends him out of the net! Oh my god!
Forgot is gone off the map, and now you just have to get it past the Australia-sized Dropletto. Dashing up towards the top, looking for something. 3Z has to cook with this twin drive right now. So much damage and so much displacement. 3Z finds the bottom corner.
Yeah, wow. 3Z having a great maddening descent, as it's called. Open secondary, dropping right on I, who is the only person who could stop that from going in and letting the core get past them. It's super well played. Made sure that goal was going in, but oh no! Unfortunately, the X train is coming through, and he is the size of one. Hailing Grimella just like that.
A nice Maelstrom has to dodge it, but the turret is not enough. Dropletto is large and in charge. And look at Obscured Breads and 3Z on such a low HP. They all just have to sit on the orb and have a nice little bonding moment despite them being on different teams. 3Z and Grimella looking to stuff it through. The Maelstrom takes out Grimella, and things are scary for Obscured Breads. Has the core flip to work with. Survives for just a little bit, but the angle not working out. 3Z looking for something, looking to stall for Grimella to come back up, and he does. Nice timing there. Looking the Maelstrom again, though. Takes him off the top of the map, and Dropletto has the core flip. It is over.
I'm putting up a storm warning sign. The Maelstroms are coming in, and it's looking a little dangerous out there.
Dangerous indeed, and Gobletto.
Oh!
No. Yeah, they're just gone off the map. That all that energy is no longer. That's just what happens.
That's just what happens. Sometimes you just get swept away. It is Night Market, one of the narrowest maps in the game. You know, sometimes you find yourself trying to play for the core on the edge, and you just get wiped. Sometimes you find yourself playing Dubu into Kazan, and then your health bar's gone. Where'd it go? Oh my god.
Where'd it go? Well, it went into the net, just like the core there. 3Z with another goal. So much core control coming out from them. I mean, you see Spark of Strength, you see Twin Drive, and you see Reverb. Not only are they large, but they are in charge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a big thing is that Twin Drive, just letting 3Z have even more dashes, being able to come out and get to where he needs to be to score the ball, is so useful. But Dropletto's too big.
Dropletto is too big. They cannot get out of the defense, but still, Obscure Bread's doing such a good job locking down this goal right now. The turret placements have been immaculate, and their core flip usage is pretty dang good. Looking to close out this set here. We are in set point. Dropletto is so low, but flying forward with that Van Brace, looking to get more health as 3Z is just tossing him around the map. The core flip comes out from Grimella, does manage to take the barrier and just wins the strike war 1 versus 2. Grimella is on fire, and so is Sundubu Strikers, up 2-1 in sets this game.
Oh my god, Grimch lore. 3Z was on an adventure trying to kill Dropletto. Just relentless, following him around the midfield. Meanwhile, Grimella was 1v2 against Iron Forgot. Gets a barrier and then gets the goal. And for all their troubles, 3Z is rewarded with specialized training. He's very strong on the Kazan character. Even my big dash moves do 40% more damage.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And we see the Spark coming out from Grimella, who's getting a little bit of extra stagger. Trying to just stay alive out here. And Manu on I, which brings out the big tornado. Which not only is it big, it just does more damage. And so even more threatening. We might be seeing even more NATO KOs coming out.
And I mean, considering how many we've seen, even without that, as I say, as 3Z takes down yet another victim, the 6th one in a row there. Grimella almost taken off by Forgot's roll. A nice hook takes it from 3Z. Both the barriers, Grimella trying to get it through. Obscure Bread's pushed so far up, willing to provide assistance to these strikers on the forward position. Grimella with the dribble up to 3Z, looking for it. The Molten Bolt though, and a nice save from Obscure Bread's, making use of that blink there. But you have to get it past Dropletto. He is so big with those size awakenings, and he's just a brick wall right now. There's so many abilities you have to get through, and Grimella is not able to, and 3Z is definitely not able to. Taken off the map, and now things are scary for Sundubu Strikers.
Right, things were looking incredible for Sundubu Strikers, but Dropletto just turned it up to an 11 on that power play, able to prevent anyone from getting it. And now with Grimella gone and the Sundubu net open, this is looking like a Boza Bunch point to win, unless 3Z Breezy can pull off something unseen. Show me something I haven't seen, 3Z.
3Z has shown me many things I haven't seen, but won't be able to this time. Dropletto off the angle in the top corner, gets it past Obscure Breads, and somehow the point is stolen away from the Bozo Bunch. I thought surely someone could strike it past Dropletto, but he's just too big.
Yeah, what was looking like such a great Sundubu point turned into a Bozo sweep, but with I gone now and one barrier down for them. And 3Z on Forgot, looking to mow down these abilities. This is once again looking like oh, hey, I'm not going to finish that sentence because I think it might not be true at the moment.
No, I mean, Grimella needs to be on Stormwatch right now because they have been taken out by that Maelstrom so many times as the dash and the bell ringer not even needed as Dropletto just punches it through.
Yep, just like he did in set 1. Core flip into dash. It's such a powerful confirm. It gets the point. And now, Sundubu Strikers were ahead for 2 sets, looking great. Now down this set, might be going to a set 5. Be very interesting. But both these teams have the potential to scale out of control. And with what's left in the draft, we might be seeing something incredible happen. Or we might see Sundubu bring it back. Hey, I wouldn't be biased or something, but I think that'd be pretty cool.
It would be pretty cool indeed. Of course, Grimella is cooking right now, moving forward, taking as many barriers as they can as Dropletto is just fighting for his life, trying to survive as the Maelstrom somehow doesn't take the barrier, but Dropletto takes it into his own hands before he's tossed off the map. Grimella and 3Z have to make a play. Forgot with the core flip, finding the angle, but unfortunately Obscure Breads is there. Stop things out, but here comes the Maelstrom. Once again, the core flip right to Obscure Breads. You're gonna have to place it better if you want to get through them, and the turret comes out. Grimella fishing for something, anything, but Dropletto and Forgot are a wall as it finally drops. 3Z looking to punch it through, but Forgot loses their life. This is huge. Sundubu Strikers has to win it here. The beautiful save from Dropletto, finding the angle, keeping things alive. Grimella with the flip, somehow not able to take it as I stalls long enough for Forgot to come back. Will Bozo Bunch take this set 3-0? They will not, as 3Z shoots it top corner. A beautiful shot from them.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sundubu Strikers, I and Dropletto were able to just hold it down forwards in the net, make a bit of an Iron Wall cameo. But then 3Z Breezy swagged up with the the arcane art of a little bit of hook into close strike, getting it out of there. Some beautiful Kazan play. Speaking of beautiful Kazan play, look at these health bars.
This
Where
game
they
is
at?
sick. This is cool right now.
We're not playing Omega Strikers.
No, we're just watching. I felt like Obscure Breads was like the casters right there, the way they were just watching the game. But look at the double barrier from 3Z. The pass up, looking for the hook, not able to find it. Grimella now in a little strike war, has to get it past Dropletto with a flip, and the Maelstrom comes out, but 3Z is cooking. He is trying to finish this match off. He does not want to play on Night Market any longer, and I don't blame him against an X era.
Yeah, 3Z Breezy says, I am done with the Night Market. I've purchased all that I want to. I've grabbed my hook, and I have made it my mission to KO this guy. The deed will be done, but oh my god, an unformed Maelstrom is able to take out that core flip from 3Z. Unfortunately, though, I will pay with their life. And a quirky little back pass coming out from Obscure Breads. I mean, Grimella to Obscure Breads, keeping the possession. And Bozo Bunch's health bars just aren't looking good. 3Z Breezy is on the mission of his life, just taking people out.
Oh my gosh, the strike wars are nuts. Grimella somehow staying alive, but 3Z takes out Forgot once again. He has a death wish, or a contract rather. 3Z the assassin. Grimella just sitting on the core waiting time out. 3Z once again with the hook, this time to close things out for Sundubu Strikers as we head over to Oni Village.
That A. 3 points in a row. A classy little hook into strike. We'll be putting it in. Type 1 in the chat if you love Kazan.
Hold on, I gotta get my ones in the chat now. Oh yeah, that's what we like to see. 3Z Breezy, 13 KOs and 47,000 damage. Like, okay, you just got more KOs than the entire other team combined, which is a lot considering that one's 11. Like, what are you doing, 3Z? 7 goals, 13 KOs. Just let them play the game, man. I know you have a check mark next to your name, but come on, let him play.
The check mark means he's certified to commit war crimes in game.
Yeah, that's the Audi pass.
Yeah, Audi certified. KO them. Oh man, and just what a crazy game. Bozo Bunch showed up and crushed it the first set, looking great, and then the Kazan swagged up and said, I personally take offense to this one. And
yeah, I mean, going into Oni Village, right? Surely they ban Kazan, right? I mean, I know Kazan is something we talk about being a balanced striker in Omega Strikers, right? But, you know, maps like Oni Village, typically known for being larger, we don't see as many KOs, I would say, on a map like that, just because the core speed leaves much to be desired for the forward pressure. But do you think we see a Kazan ban going into the next map, or do you think they just don't care and they're ready to take at it again?
Well, that's a really interesting question because, you know, Oni Village is not excessively known for its KOs. You can. It's not like you can't. But Kazan is still a very strong pick for what he's able to offer. It's all hook strike. Everything is hook strike. I wake up, hook strike, eat breakfast, hook strike. You know, rinse and repeat and go to bed. Stare at my monument, which is Kazan's hook, and then the strike hitbox. Like it's all the same thing. But I think it wouldn't be unreasonable for them to also try and run damage on Oni. But also Grimella on the Kai on Oni Village is a myth and a legend, and is something that solo single-handedly wins games.
Yeah.
So that might be something we see get banned out instead, which would be crazy. We might see a Kai mirror. I'm not sure. And a Kazan ban, which would make a lot of sense. But I'm not sure. We might just see another now ban. But I don't know. After that game, they might rethink that position.
Yeah, I mean, I think after that last game, right, everything's up for grabs. Like, Bozo Bunch played pretty well, but they just got 3-0'd. That's really it. Like, they just got Kazan'd. Forgot was just getting hooked. Like, the core was being hooked through his body. Like, 3Z's hook was like twice the size it should be, and he was going fishing for Dubu or something. Like, he had Forgot's number that entire game, which just makes it so hard, right, to be a goalie. Have someone just sitting on top of your character the entire game. Of course, that's a little bit more difficult on Oni Village since the shape of the barriers and things like that. But if you say we might see a Kai mirror, I'm excited for that. I know Kai, one of my favorite strikers on Oni Village as well, have had some good success with them, and we've seen it come out a lot in these matches here. But map 2, Oni Village, excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, and we are looking at an Egoist Spark of Agility start. Guys, Egoist! Yeah!
Woo! I'm
But here
feeling
comes-
quick.
Hey, and you were right. No more Kazan. Kazan has been rended from this earth. And 3Z Breezy running the Julie instead. A very strong on Oni Village. 3Z plays it really well. Octavia ban coming out from Sundubu once again, not wanting to let I play that at all. And there he is, Grimbus in his final form. Kai on Oni Village. I think we're in for a really exciting game because that's a Kai mirror on my screen.
That is exactly as you said, and it was all I could hope for. Map 2, the Kai mirror. We will see if I or Grimella is going to cook harder. And all 6 players, of course, picking Egoist. You already know what's up. It's an Egoist start.
It's an Egoist start, and important to note, I believe the interaction works where if you barrage the core, you just get a ton of energy and charge up your core flip faster. So this will be a classic Oni Village game of core flips. Who can get their core flip faster, proc Egoist, and then, you know, go score and win. It also means that every player in the game is going to be fiending for quick strikes and draft. And so whoever wins the draft that quick strike shows up on is just so much stronger than the other team. So winning these sets is going to be so important. But a beautiful back pass coming out from 3Z Breezy to Grimella. Passed it back into 3Z's dash punch to get the barrier. Just an insane play. There's so much synergy coming out, and they're able to get the core in the net. Just like that.
Holy cook. Like, that was the most beautiful thing I've seen in a little while. And I just watched that last game happen with Kazan. That was something else. We love those passing plays, right? And that's something you can see on Oni Village. The core can move so quick, and it's always the mix-up of which barrier are they going to take. Now we start to see 3Z flying around
Oh
the
my
map,
God.
using that core flip to just obliterate Eye off the corner. And look at the barrage from Grimella. Such a good job, just dribbling it, taking all of the energy and moving so quickly. Forgot is flying though, and Eye has a barrage of their own to cover it. The pass up to drop Leto, back to Eye, looking for something, but there's so many core flips to save it away. Obscure Breads burns it, but the core just goes right through Forgot. 3Z Breezy with a huge stuff.
Yeah, a beautiful call out from 3Z Breezy coming out and saying, Forgot, I'm going to win this interaction. Your core flip means nothing to me. It just rips it like that. And now Grimella, sitting on this core flip, might be able to make something happen with it. Wants to use it as soon as possible to start charging up another core flip and get that egoist speed.
Indeed they do. The Giga not working out as intended. Grimella does have the core flip, but look at Drop Leto just flying through the field, fishing for Grimella on that top part. We see the pass up, a beautiful dodge, doing a good job moving that core around, keeping control. Here comes the buff from Obscure Breads to keep it alive. The core flip burned, although somehow the net is saved. Drop Leto staggered for his crimes, and the barrier just falls for fun. Okay, I wasn't expecting that one. And look at the damage immediately. Grimella taken off the map. That's one less person you have to worry about, but 3Z is just cooking. No one can strike the core as finally it flies back. Drop Leto looking for something. The pass up in the barrage finds it. Eye with a beautiful goal there, with all the credit due to their teammates.
Yeah, it's Breezy having some crazy dribbles, but unfortunately, I believe his core flip was caught by his dash hitbox that he used to get into position. Meaning the core flip did not take the barrier, and then I was able to, as you said, with the rest of the team, just get it into the net. And Obscure Breads was 1v3 in that situation. And Bozo Bunch coming alive this set. Obscure Breads has Egoist to defend, but taking barriers immediately. It looks like they're trying to bring back this set. They want to win the draft with Quick Strike.
Ooh, and Drop Leto almost cooking there with no need for the core flip. Flying forward though, this Egoist buff just ending now a little bit for the full duration of it, but Forgot has the core flip, can pass it up to Drop Leto, and Obscure Breads has to be scared. You have to keep the core away from your net, and you cannot do that. Drop Leto with the pass from Eye. The core flip is just too much. And look at this. This set is a lot different than what we saw last game. 2-2 right off the bat, and this is going to be close.
Yeah, both these teams trading points, but oh, that is a 3Z Breezy certified dash punch KO, proccing Egoist 2, and a great dribble by 3Z to get it away and around the tofu wall. Obscure Breads now proccing their own core flip, or Egoist, and just a random dash KO takes out Forgot, and then a barrage takes out 3Z.
Oh, and that was a terrifying place to clear it, but thankfully Drop Leto not punished too much for that one. Obscure Breads has to lock this down, but the barrier coming up after the cooldown. Eye has barrage looking to force it through, not able to. There's too many strikers in the way. Forgot has to get this out of here. It's scary, but thankfully Drop Leto saves the day. Eye looking to pass it up. The Giga from Grimella puts Forgot in a scary situation. Now you have to deal with 3Z. Use the punch, still has the dash though. And Drop Leto sent to prison for their crimes against this team. The Tofu Fortress pass up, but Grimella has the flip. The punch comes through, and Grimella shoots it in for free. Soon Dubu Strikers take the first set of this match in an insanely close way.
Yeah, that set was down to the wire, but I think the most accurate Soon Dubu Strikers play just occurred before my eyes, where Grimella completely controlling the core with Egoist speed, running around at Mach 80. Goes for a shot while 3Z KOs their goalie. And hey, the Soon Dubu Strikers were rewarded with Fight or Flight on Grimella, which means he's just going to be so much faster in the midfield. And that's going to help just infinitely winning all these interactions. It's something that I haven't heard in a while, but I think will always be true, is that speed is king on Oni Village. And any way you can get speed, get faster, and it's how you win this map. Unfortunately, though, all the speed in the world is not going to stop those barriers from going down. This Bozo Bunch is dialed in. As Bread's number,
my God.
as Dropletto just rips an insane dribble into Pendulum Swing in the top corner. Bozo Bunch might be looking to carve out a win this game.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. And it's one of those things, right, with Rasmus, you're able to shoot a more shallow shot towards the corner because you just have that pendulum swing to keep things up. And speaking of pendulum swing, someone just got deleted off the map. I don't even know who that is. And both the barriers are down right away. And there's the goalie. You have to get it in the next second before Grimella comes up. And oh no, forgot. Sacrifices the barrier.
Oh.
Grimella snipes the second with a beautiful Giga Blast. You need to score now, and the core just drops in as Dropletto stuns the remaining goalies. What a play coming out from Bozo Bunch. That was a roller coaster of emotions there.
And yeah, Sundubu almost had the hold of a lifetime. Unfortunately, not able to make it there. And this is looking like a Bozo Bunch favorite set. We might see a mirror of last game where, oh, Sundubu wins the first set, or where Bozo won the first set and then Sundubu 3-0'd. It might be going the other way this time.
It might be. If I has anything to do about it, his core flip is up and uses it to almost KO 3Z off the side. And there it is, the finish from Dropletto. Looking to take this Obscure Breads with a nice clear, but look how far up Forgot is. Has to help his team, trying his best to help on this power play and make things work. Eye to the bottom, but the Tofu Fortress fades just slightly too early, and now we're back to a 3v3. That was potentially a missed opportunity for Bozo Bunch to take that final barrier. And now you have to deal with 3Z and Grimella. We're charging up, but look at Dropletto. The core flying around the map. The core flip burned from them as well, so now Obscure Breads still has their energy, but it doesn't matter. A beautiful pendulum swing from Dropletto keeps it alive, and the shot just off. Oh, and I just shoots it through. That's all you got to do right there. Top corner and a beautiful 3-0 set from Bozo Bunch. Will we see this continue, or will these awakenings be more favored towards the Sundubu Strikers?
Yeah, Bozo Bunch just they said, hey, we took a moment to lock in, and now we're back. Now we're in there, and just went crazy. You know, these awakenings, I think Team Player is a standout strong pick. The core speed on this map with the speed lanes is incredibly high, and Obscure Bread's able to pick it up. Sundubu might be able to make some crazy plays off the back of incredible core speed here. Also important to note that Grimella picked up Chrono Boost, one of Kai's best awakenings. Now every time he hits the Blazing Pace button, he's moving at Mach 8 million, and that's
Look at how fast
all you
he is.
need. All you need on Oni Village is more speed.
That is all you need. I honestly think that draft favors the Sundubu Strikers just because of the Team Player pick there from Obscure Breads. There's been so many opportunities where they just struggled to get the core out of the corner because, you know, you have that sort of triangle offense set up by the Bozo Bunch. And I think this is going to help out a lot when trying to thread the needle on the defense and make things safe. And the dash punch from 3Z Breezy strikes it through, but I thankfully is there to save the day and at least keep them alive for a little bit longer as finally the barrier falls with a nice angle. But Grimella and 3Z are capitalizing. The dash punch, or the punch rather, doesn't come through. As Forgot just sitting on the orb. The prison comes out. The pass is up with the Team Player. The core flip coming out, and Forgot not able to predict it just right. 3Z with a nice angle there to keep things alive and to keep Sundubu's hopes and dreams going for the 2-0.
Yeah, incredibly well played by Sundubu Strikers. And we saw there at the end, Forgot actually did evade the dash punch that 3Z had. Ripped the core flip and was going to dash punch it in. Almost evade struck it, which is insane.
Oh my
but that
God.
doesn't matter because Dropletto just decided to go 1v9 Turbo Blizzard Beast Mode Supreme and crushed the Sundubu Strikers defense before I could finish talking about the last point.
Yeah, I love how quickly I just burned that core flip. He's literally just burned it instantly and shot it towards the middle, which I think is so based. So shout out to them for doing that. And look at the angle, almost finding it. Now it's not. And look at the strike war from Dropletto. Absolutely ego checking that core flip. And now threading the needle, Dropletto. Are you kidding me? What a play coming out from them.
Yeah, what a beautiful, well-calculated shot. It just, like you said, threads the needle perfectly. Right in between both Sundubu Strikers players. Just like that. And Sundubu, it's looking like a mirror of last game. I'll say it. Bozo Bunch is just bossing up in a major way right now. And Sundubu's looking like they're having a little bit of trouble as Dropletto just comes in and crushes it.
Yeah, I just dribbles it and barrages it right through everyone. I mean, what can you do? They're so quick, they're in the speed lane, and the core is flying. It doesn't matter how many people are in front of you, you have to deal with 5 or 6 barrages every time. Makes things so difficult, but as we look once again, Dropletto gets MVP. We'll get that first pick in quick strikes. Did somebody say energy? I think somebody said energy.
There it is. And Bozo Bunch locking in this pivotal set win, getting rewarded with quick strikes on the egoist start. Dropletto will just be proccing so many egoist speeds, so many core flips all the time. Energy Master has entered the building, and that makes it really hard for Sundubu Strikers to do anything. We also see I deny heavy impact from Obscure Breads, who, if you didn't know, heavy impact allows Mako to just, or it instantly procs because the ability is global and it hits all of your allies and gives you 35% CDR for free.
Sweet.
Now that I'm done yapping, all the barriers are gone.
I need that. Yeah, a lot of barriers are gone, and now it's 3Z dribbling up in the corner. I, though, thankfully able to... Oh my god, 3Z.
Whoa.
Just, okay, sure. The dash punch into the top slot. Usually you see the dash punches go towards the net and, you know, not the top of the map unless you're trying to KO. I think 3Z just showed us something new that we were asking for.
Yeah, 3Z stepped up and said, okay, I have to get right there right now. And get there he did with the dash punch. And that's all he needed to just strike it in. Perfect positioning. And now with the core flip, Sundubu is going to be looking to try and get this to 3Z to take this last barrier. But this defensive Demon Dubu is just holding it down with these walls and these logs and these everythings. Sundubu Strikers are struggling to get through him.
Oh, he's flying. Forgot is flying down the field, striking it left and right. Said, I can go ahead and defend. He flies forward. Wow, that sentence is really hard when his name is I. Forgot trying to clear it out of the defense now. It seems like he has an ability for every single thing that the Sundubu Strikers throw at him. Obscure Bread's barrier finally falls as I hits it through, has the core flip, doesn't even need it. Dropletto is so quick with that egoist to put it through, and another goal for Bozo Bunch.
Yep, putting the quick strikes to work. Procking that egoist right then and there and getting the core into the net. Now we're looking at a 1-1. Sundubu Strikers able to get a point in this set. 3Z Breezy with another egoist proc, but against I's egoist proc. Both of these players are moving so quickly right now. We love egoist start, and now they've both run out. Oh, but Grimella is online with the egoist.
Oh,
now
they
just
are
has to get it to
super
3Z.
online. Forgot needs this core flip so quick, but 3Z from the max range core flip sends it to the bottom corner. There's not much you can do about that one.
It just catches it on the rim, on the outer edge, through someone. Firmly grasps the core. Says it's my time.
Oh, and the Giga blocked away immediately by the barrage. 3Z looking to do it again off the corner. Loves dribbling off those top sides in the pass to 3Z. Is good for 1. Is it good for 2? Not if Forgotten I have anything to say about it. A little peppermint log not finding its mark right away, and Forgot is flying down the field. All 3 members of Bozo Bunch have the core flip, looking to use it. Eyes doesn't work. Will Dropletto's? Yes, it will. And now Forgot, the last one to have it. Will he use it to pass it down the field, or will he use it to save things away from 3Z and Grimella, who's looking to stuff it through? And I has a 1 versus 1, but the jail cell and the Giga Blast takes him off the map. Bozo Bunch are 1 away from taking this game and bringing us to set number 3, or game number 3 on Atlas's lab.
Right. Here, a very decisive point. I think if Sundubu is able to win this point, they'd be looking really good. You know, the mental stocks are up. Have another draft opportunity to get some really good things. Oh my god, and 3Z wants to go to this set 5. Showing us a little bit of Julie gaming.
There's the second barrier. This is scary for a power play. 3Z looking to do it, but the Summer Assault comes out from Dubu as gets the right time to respawn there. The Barrage looking to pass it through, and Dropletto has Egoist. Pulls things away, but 3Z, the dash punch, is going to take us to a set 5 on map number 2, and Sundubu Strikers have the opportunity to 2-0 this series against Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, here we're looking at some great awakening. Knife's Edge,
so
strong for 3Z, and just the way he plays, you know, people lurking in the speed lanes. Now he's able to show up. Big Fish makes Knife's Edge a little bit more generous to proc and just slam dunk him. And with the prize fighter, we might be seeing some classic 3Z KO fishing. In the meantime, picking up aerials, which when rapid fire's on the table, seems weird, but I think is picking it to match the dash awakening that Grimella has. So now they're on similar playing fields. And right, that is great, but that also means that Grimella picks up the rapid fire and will be barraging so much more frequently now. And oh my god, 3Z is trying to kill that man. Mobs!
Dropletto has to live. The extra size is going to help with the aim. Manages to dodge obscure breads as everything else is happening in the corner. The Barrage almost takes it out, but the punch secures the deal from 3Z, and now we're in a power play. Forgot has to lock this down. He's been doing such a good job of doing this the whole game. His only weakness has been dash punches and barrages, which one of those is gone, and now the speed coming out is just too much to handle. The back pass from Grimella keeps things alive for that much longer as the pass up, the dash punch not connecting. Obscure Breads looking to pass it up, has the core flip, and so does Grimella. The flip comes out up high, and the strike war win from 3Z Breezy. Sundubu Strikers is looking unstoppable.
Unstoppable indeed. A beautiful core flip pass getting straight into 3Z's hands coming from Grimella. And then 3Z shows up and says, yeah, I'll just win the strike war real quick. No big deal. And sitting on 2 prize fighter stacks, if you're 3Z, you have to be feeling great. We're running around with the Egoist right now. And an own barrier coming out from Bozo Bunch. The Sundubu is just in their heads. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, the core flip coming out of Forgot is gone. He's off the map. And now it's a huge power play. Obscure Breads looking for the pass up to 3Z to Grimella. The barrage not working out, but the dash punch kills everyone. Dropletto has to look and watch in horror as his teammates are taken through the net down below to the village. 1 point is all that stands between Sundubu Strikers and a 2-0 definitive victory in this series.
Yeah,
oh my
but
gosh.
Hey, Bozo Bunch has something to say. Looking at the 3 prize fighter stack, Julian saying, I don't care. We just have to score faster than we can get KO'd, and that's it. But Grimella on the Egoist, trying to make something happen, trying to push it forward, rips the core flip. And 3Z almost mixes up. But it doesn't matter when you can just dash punch KO them. And now 3Z sitting on a little bit of an Egoist of his own.
Yeah, he's a little fast and has a little bit of power, in case you didn't notice. Look at how much he is flying. Grimella is just trying to get it up to him at all costs. The core flip comes out, but what a save. Blocked away by the Bozo Bunch. And Dropletto still have a good chance here. I see Dropletto winning so many strike wars. It is ridiculous how he's able to do this, and the self dribble not coming out just yet, but with the quick strike will get it quick. And look at that, the spin from Dropletto. That's all you need to get it past Obscure Breads with the core flip in his pocket. And look at this, don't count Bozo Bunch out yet. They can still come back, although the 3-stack prize fighter Julie is definitely a beast that they have to overcome.
Right, an absolute behemoth. But Dropletto still has that quick strikes Egoist and is putting it to work. Running around so quickly. But oh my god, a downtown core flip gets one barrier, 3Z dash punches for the other, and now Sunjibu is in the position of a lifetime. This is exactly where they want to be, what they want to see. And with a little bit of a core flip from Grimella, unable to find anything just yet. But they might just be able to get it right here, right now.
They just might. 3Z has the core flip and the KO, and now it's a power play. Grimella and Obscure Breads have one mission. Get it up to 3Z in the next 5 seconds. There's the pass. Up to 3Z. It's in. Sundubu Strikers take the series 2-0 in a beautiful victory.
Yeah, oh my god. Sundubu striking. 3Z with the core flip puts it in. And that's what I've come to expect from the Sundubu Strikers out of the Oni Village. I mean, look at Grimella compared to his teammates. There's so many redirects. He shows up, and that's what he does on this map. I, though, having a few more redirects, but unable to match what Sundubu Strikers were able to put up. Also, 10 KOs on 3Z Breezy.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I think in 2 maps he got 23 KOs, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, the least powerful characters, I guess.
He was rocking out with 190 power by the end of that game.
Yeah, ridiculous. I mean, 10 KOs once again, more than the entire enemy team, and with the prize fighter just looking unstoppable. And if you want to talk about assists, I mean, let's look at Grimella and I. Let's look at the 2 Kais, right? Both 7 assists coming from them, which is what you'd expect. We saw them dribbling. We saw them using barrages to just force it through and take barriers over and over again. But ultimately, there's only so much you can do as a goalie when you have no barriers, you're up against egoist core flips, and your forwards are dead. I think at that point, you just have to call it a day. So unfortunately, Forgot and the rest of Bozo Bunch, they tried their best, but they will be able to fight back next week against another team, try to make their record even higher. Some beautiful plays coming out from both teams, but ultimately, as I'm sure you predicted, Sundubu Strikers on top.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I'm feeling a bit like a Sundubu Striker. But also, as you say, hey, it's me, the Echo Bot. Time to echo everything you just said. Bozo Bunch put up a great offense and almost secured that last game. Shout out to both teams, but hey, I've got to come clean. I'm the coach of one of these teams, and I've got a big grin on my face right now.
Yeah, I can't blame you. I think I would have a big grin if I just watched 3Z absolutely decimate. Good job coaching them. I know all the credit actually goes to Ziyoshi here. Doesn't have anything to do with the 3 players. It's just him. He's him.
They would be lost without me, and honestly washed and would go 0-9 the season. So yeah, I'll be taking all the prize money. Happy to be here. Happy to see the boys win. And I believe we will be cutting to a quick break before we finish with the post show. Any last words, Tech?
We sure will. Well, thanks for watching. My name is Tech, joined with Ziyoshi, doing a good job here. Your favorite AI generated casters that are completely real human beings. We will see you next week, most likely. But stay tuned. Post show coming up. As Yoshi said, we'll see you in a little bit.
And welcome back, everybody, to day 5 North American Strikers League. We are now over halfway through the season, and we have a 4-way tie for 5th place. My name is K-Bot, now joined by some of the winners over the course of the day today. Lily Bud Snake and Threezy Breezy. But Threezy, I've got a bone to pick with you, young man. We hyped up this X mirror, and it didn't come out.
Hi, K-Bot.
What's up with that?
Well, basically, it was ban Kazan or play against Kazan, and that was kind of like, I assumed that they were gonna ban Kazan because on the pre-show we were like, I was like, yeah, you guys are just gonna ban Kazan like you do every game, and then we're gonna play X, and then they didn't ban Kazan, and I was like,
And then apparently Dropletto was not paying attention.
I felt like Thanos, right? I'm sorry, little one. This is the lesson that I learned. Playing X into Kazan fucking blows. Pardon my language, like just is
Fine.
what it is. As an X main player, it sucks. So I feel bad, but I mean we got to get the dub, so it is what it is.
Have to imagine though, feels pretty good to pick up that victory. You all have struggled a little bit to actually close out the victories, but you've had a decently tough schedule so far. Where is your team's headspace at as we kind of enter the back half here?
I feel like we're pretty informed. We looked a little nervous today, but just shaking it off. We warmed up with some tea time tussle as usual, looking good. I highly recommend that to other teams too. Gets the adrenaline flowing. The core moves as fast as it did in beta, which is kind of nice. We're looking good. We're looking to win the rest of our matches for the season. So, yeah.
All right, sounds good. I'll now send it over to Lily Bun Bonanza. Picked up a victory today as well over last call, also in this tie for 5th place block. How's it feel to kind of come off of that victory today?
It feels good. I think our schedule is pretty hard considering we had to fight Demon's Raw and Core Overflow. So, I think we had a pretty tough, like, early going, and, I guess, like, picking up the pieces has been a little difficult, but I think that, I think our team is, we have good morale. I feel like, we're still improving, and, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good so far. So I feel pretty good taking the win today.
One of the things, probably similar to the Soon to Be Strikers, though I think you all are a little bit more public about it. I think Bun Bonanza has a very unique kind of like team environment where the 3 of you are incredibly tight knit. Talk to me through that a little bit. What's it like in match day in that call, or like what are the vibes in general as you start sitting down for the day?
I would say that going into the start of the season, like Scyther and Zoe and I have been spending like a lot more time together as a team. So I think the first few weeks were like kind of tense. Like our team was like, I mean, we would calm our CDs and stuff and like talk a little bit, but it was definitely like tense. Like you'd feel like a little bit of like nervousness in like the environment. I think lately it's been really chill. We've been playing like Eternal Return together and stuff, just like team bonding. And I think it's paid off. I think Scyther's been a little more open. Zoe's been she's been like a lot more like energetic and like in the comms, and yeah, overall I think that like communication's really fluid now, and I think it helps us like when we're losing sets especially. I think we've had a lot better of a time bouncing back in the middle of sets, which is really important and something that I think our team's been working on.
Good to hear, especially as we head towards the back half of the season where you're going to have even closer matches as we keep coming along. But now I'll send it over to someone who doesn't need to worry about this fighting at the 5th place slot. Snake, obviously you all pick up that victory over EKC, including a dominant 9-0 earlier. Oh, Lily Bun, hello. Snake, how's it feel coming off of that victory, especially in such dominant fashion in game 2?
It feels great. We had a lot of fun playing that second game. That first game was, well, we'll say it's a little boring at first. It was boring. We let ourselves get a little carried away having fun. It turned 2-2, and I was like telling my team, yo guys, this win character's broken. And my team is like, shut up, you're lying. I'm like, they don't understand. They don't get it. So
They just don't get it.
But other than that, game 2, a lot of fun. A lot more fun than game 1, and just good old dominance from us overall.
What was your kind of impressions of EKC? Because I feel like there's a lot of contention around where does this team actually fit? Do they deserve to be kind of on the higher half of the teams, in the middle of the pack, on the lower half of the teams in the middle of the pack. How much credit do you give them, especially given that game one? Obviously, like you might have been trolling maybe a little bit by the sounds of it in your VC, but what was it kind of like playing against them and coming off of that, and how does that kind of factor into your overall view of this team?
I think they're a good team. I don't think it's fair to put them a little too low. However, Soren he's been saying that they're a team that can beat us and Sad Boys. After this week, I would say they still need like some more practice. They've been picking up some of the South American technologies like Vicious Vambrace and some other stuff, but I think they need to put a little bit more time into that to see if that really flourishes as they are wanting. But they're a good team. I don't think it's fair to say they can't make playoffs, but they're gonna have to work for it at the very least.
Yeah, certainly. One of the things I want to get kind of all of your opinion on is kind of the way we're starting to see our striker select go. Snakes, for you, I saw a lot of Zentaros over the course of the day today. His win rate's about at 50%, but that's because I feel like he gets mirrored so often. What is it with so many Zentaros coming out? And what goes through your mind? I mean, you obviously have more experience on the Zentaro, but where are the strengths and weaknesses between the Zentaro and the Kazan?
In my personal opinion, I think Zentaro is the best character in the game at the moment. He got a really unnecessary buff recently. The only reason people weren't playing Zentaro maybe like 3 weeks ago was because Kazan was at the moment way better, Julie was way better, X was looking way better. But now, like, we've gotten some new ideas. People have changed their thought process on how to play the game. And Zentaro got 5 seconds back on his ultimate, and I think 2 seconds on his dash, his eye rush. So I would say Kazan doesn't really pair in comparison to Zentaro at the moment. I think Zentaro is a picker ban no matter what. And then Kazan is the next up, where he's also a picker ban, but it's just not as great as Zentaro.
Breezy, let me get your stance as well here as the other brawler player, also, favoring the Kazan more than the Zentaro in general. Stats for you as well. Entering this week, Kazan was 5-1. He's now dropped to 6-3 in Nassau games.
Yeah, I think Zen's definitely the best brawler right now. Obviously, Snake, someone who can pilot him with like extreme skill. It's gonna pick him if he's not banned every game. Good on pretty much every map. Oni Village probably his weakest one, but still solid there. Just like the kill potential, scoring potential. It's just the best like hybrid of everything. Definitely would like to see him get nerfed as like a non-Zen player myself. I agree. Kazan definitely the second best in terms of just dealing like a ton of damage, which is the meta right now, which makes him kind of the second best. But yeah, I think Snake put it really well. So.
All right. Other thing I'm kind of noticing here, and Lilliput, I'll send this one over to you. It feels like we're seeing less Kai goalie and more Kai midfield. Why is that the case, or what kind of like is detracting from Kai in the goalie slot right now? And why do you think we see him get picked more in that midfield slot?
I haven't actually been paying super attention to Nassau games lately. Well, like obviously, like I check in, like I watch, like like bits and pieces, but I don't pay like super heavy attention to it. Has Kai Midfield really been more of a pick compared to the Kai goalie?
I think we're starting to see it more and more, especially today over the course of the day. I mean, in that last series, both Gramella and I were playing it against one another.
I know, at least for us, we scrimmed against Kai Midfield a bit, and I feel like he pressures like barriers really well in a way that like if you're running Kai goalie, then you can't do that. But I think it depends on like the pool of your midfielder because I think Kai goalie is still pretty good. He's still pretty defensive. Eject is really strong on him, and I think Eject is a really good goalie awakening or like equipment. So I think like Kai goalie is still good, but it really depends on like what your midfielder prefers. Because he's obviously strong midfield too. But I don't think Kai goalie is like weak or anything.
Therese, what do you think was going through Gramella's mind in that second game, locking that in?
I mean, it's just standard procedure, right? If Kai's up, he's picking it. He's like one of the best Kais on server in NASL, so he's completely comfy on that pick. We're comfy with it. You saw us line up plays that game with Akai. It's natural for us. One of the reasons I think Kai's played midfield and not goalie a lot is because of like kickoff is becoming more important. And just like we're utilizing these core control characters better, like Juno, Estelle. Now we're utilizing them better in the midfield. And Kai goalie is also comfort for a lot of goalies, so they'll play it like Caleb you saw today just played it comfort, right? Has to kind of go into a bit more carry mode, unsure with Bells in the midfield, Mystic forward, yada yada, different combos there. So just depends, but yeah, that's my take.
All right. Well, let's take a look at the league standings again. Exiting week 5. Snake, as mentioned, your team sitting at the top here. Though worth noting, you're still looking ahead for later in the season. Week 8 will be the week you play against Core Overflow, and week 9 will be the week you play against the Sad Boys, both of which neck and neck in the standings there, and have dropped a couple of matches. What are your thoughts and preview of what we'll see in a couple weeks?
I think the match is gonna be interesting. We were definitely looking forward to the later half of our season. The first half was kind of just us trying to have fun and kind of get used to playing every week on Saturday again. So we were trying stuff out, and we were also trying to like figure out the meta now, since there's probably gonna be there's supposed to be a patch coming up soon before the Arizona LAN. So we're kind of just figuring out the meta now. That way, that's all settled after Arizona, or I guess yeah, after Arizona, we'll figure it out again for finals. So yeah, excited to play against Sad Boys and Core Overflow. Maybe a little more excited to play against Core Overflow after seeing their victory against Sad Boys, just because normally that hasn't been a team we've been too worried about. However, they've been playing better, so it'll be interesting to see if they can give us a good run for our money.
Certainly will be a lot of fun. I know a lot of folks, I imagine, are looking forward to that. Although, even though we've got a couple weeks that we have to wait, those should be a couple of fun weeks in a row. Otherwise, as we keep looking lower on the standings, there are 4 teams tied at 5th place, both including Bun Bun Bonanza and the Sundubu Strikers. And remember, if things were to sit this way, only 2 of those teams are making it out. So I'll ask this question to the both of you, Freezy and Lily. Pick one other team aside from yourselves that you think would make playoffs out of that group. I guess Freezy. I'll send it to you first.
Out of the 2 and 3 groups, the teams.
Out of the 2 and 3.
Well, wouldn't it just be us? So we're saying
besides
EKC doesn't
you.
exist, or are we including EKC in that list?
EKC is 3 and 2. I didn't ask about them.
Well, because there's 5 and 6, right? The top 6 make playoffs, right, K-Bot?
Right. So
there's 5 and 6. Oh, I was assuming we were including Bun Bun, and like I was gonna say like Bun Bun, us, and then someone else if we're including EKC in that group. But you're saying like don't include Bun Bun, just go whichever.
I'm
other team.
saying don't include your team, Sundubu Strikers. Pick one of Bun Bun, Bozo, or Last Call.
Yeah. I was assuming you were thinking Bun Bun and our team. Like, you know what I mean? Like you were saying if Bun Bun and Sundubu both made playoffs, which other team? That's
Okay.
why I was confused.
Anyway.
My fault. I mean, well, Bun Bun has tiebreaker on Last Call. Which other team would I rather see in playoffs? Which team do I think is going to be in playoffs?
Which team do you think is going to be there?
I think Bun Bun has a good shot. After being Last Call, they got the tiebreaker. So that's huge. I also think they look really in form right now. I would really like to see Bozo make a run. Oshi as well, but they're not 2 and 3 right now. They're gonna have a tough time. Yeah, I think Bun Bun's got a good shot.
Lily, who do you think? Are you going to reciprocate and say Sundubu probably?
I was going to say Bozo Bunch, but considering Sundubu did just beat Bozo Bunch, my opinion's changed a little bit. I do think Bozo Bunch looks really strong, and I do think Dropout is very good, but I do think Sundubu, of everyone there, has like the highest likelihood of making it.
All right. Well, enough about that. Me trying to stir the pot. Apparently, I can't stir the pot very much.
You
Let's take a
tried.
look at next.
I was trying to help you out,
matches. Yeah, well, whatever. Next week is EKC versus Last Call, Bun Bun versus Sad Boys, Demons Raw versus Bozo Bunch, Soon to Be Strikers versus Core Overflow, and Quest versus Oshi No Core Flip. Snake, what are you looking forward to most about your match versus the Bozo Bunch next week? You haven't thought about it at all.
Snake's like,
have
I'm
you?
gonna pick Zed. I'm gonna kill them. I'm
I
gonna
wonder
do what I did.
character I will pick next week. Let's see. Maybe Juno pick. I don't know, maybe Atlas
All right.
forward.
Get the Dwarf for Amy coming out.
Yeah, maybe the Dwarkfwa. Dwarkus Forkus will come out.
Indeed.
But for real though, I think it'll be interesting to see if they change up their comp a bit. We tried to last minute give them some pointers against their game against Sundubu, and they did not listen. So maybe they'll listen when they're against us. We'll see.
All right. Lily, you've got the Sad Boys next week. Though I've heard, rumor has it, Vaughn will be out next week as well. What do you think about your chances there?
I mean, obviously Vaughn's really strong, so him being out is like a boon to our chances. Personally, I think that like, our team has really high highs and really low lows. So I've always believed that like on a good day, we could probably beat like any team. But I think Sad Boys and for us like Sad Boys, Demons Raw, and Core Flow are obviously like kind of like on a higher level. So I've been looking forward to this game because it's like in my like heart of hearts probably the hardest or like the last hard game we're gonna have until the end of the season. Obviously other teams are they're gonna be strong, but I just mean like those are our like hardest games for sure. So I've been excited to get this one over with because then the rest of the game should be a little more chill, I think. So I'm excited. I think we can win. And I'm just gonna go out there, pick Amy, hopefully kill people, dash punch them from halfway across the map, and
character.
Yeah, how fun is that character to watch?
Disturbing.
Freezy, you all have got Core Overflow next week, which is a team that has been incredibly strong in the past couple of weeks. What are your thoughts heading into that one?
Yeah, I'm super excited to play Core Overflow. I'm kind of ready to show that like I'm in that upper echelon of brawlers. I've been playing really well. Our team's been playing well. So we're ready to take them on and beat them.
I think that one's going to be a lot of fun to sit there and watch. Of course, Quest versus Oshi will be down there, where hopefully Quest, I guess that's actually funny. In order to pull off the Oshi from last season, Quest has to start with beating Oshi. So there you go. We'll see whether or not they can do it. That EKC versus Last Call, I'm sure it will be a good one. Let's go down the line. Any shout outs you want to give? Lilybud, start with you before we send it off for the night.
Obviously, shoutouts to my two teammates who are here right now, Liari and Scyther. They've been playing a lot. Shoutouts to my fighting game friends they watch like almost every Omega Striker stream. So shoutouts to RZS and yeah, that's about it.
Snake, to you.
I'll shout out my teammates, I guess. I don't know who to shout out really. I mean, today was kind of just wake up, do my thing, and yeah. You know what? Shout out my mom. She helped organize the kitchen a bit today, and I helped her out a bit.
There you go.
Love my mom. Shout out mom.
Good luck. You're like, yeah, I just kind of woke up today. I slammed my keys on the keyboard to play Centauro and like called it a day.
A little bit of keyboarding.
A little bit of keyboarding. Breezy, how about you?
Yeah, shout out to my teammates, as always, the goats, Sundubly. Shout out to my fellow Dizzlers out there. You know who you are. Shout out to mom as well. She was watching last week. I don't know if she got this match, but I got the mom buff last week. Yeah. Thank you, K-Bot.
Hey, no worries. Happy to help here. But unfortunately, I will be missing out on next week. So hope you all have fun. I will see you in 2 weeks. North American Strikers League will continue next week. Same time, same place. Don't forget, though, North American Strikers Academy matches continue tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you're tuning in here at BestieInSlot for more Omega Strikers. Folks, that's going to do it from us here tonight. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we will see you all later. Have a good one.